I said about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
Happy holidays to everybody out there listening on 680 The Fan. Our 7 o'clock hour is always brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. But today's a special day. It's 680 The Fan's Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. We're asking you guys throughout the duration of the day to make a donation and inquire about some of the incentive items that we have up there. Simply make a phone call. 404-231-9887, or you can go online right now, 680thefan.com/camp. Sandra, Finn, and I have been out to Camp Twin Lakes multiple times. We've seen what the camp is all about. We have seen this is one that literally your money directly impacts the people.
Local stays right here. Kids in Georgia that are just have life challenges, if you will, depending on what sort of kind of help they need. Great camp that's specific to that exact problem. So, and we're going to hear from a couple of campers and a sweet mama right about now.
Yeah, we'll head out now on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. Claire is an 11-year-old. She's a camper at Camp Carpe Diem. It's for kids with seizure disorders, and her mother, Jean, is joining us right now. Ladies, how are you guys doing in this beautiful holiday season?
Good morning. We're doing good.
We're doing pretty good today.
Claire, you what do you love about Camp Carpe Diem? What do you love about Camp Twin Lakes?
Well, I really love, how I get to meet new people that have the same type of diet as me. You see, I'm on a diet that only is like a ketogenic diet. My mom can tell you about it, right, Mama?
Yeah, so Claire's on a special diet for her seizures. And so going to camp she loves because there are other kids that are on the same diet. And it's, they make everybody feel the same. So it's not like she has to eat special things. Other kids are eating the same thing that you eat. And,
Yes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you feel like just like everybody else, which I think that's really something so special, Claire and Jean, when it comes to attending Camp Twin Lakes. You're looking around and like, oh, she's eating what I'm eating. We're all normal for 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Jean, tell us about your experience when Sweet Claire is away for that week and just how confident you are with the counselors and the setup there at Camp Twin Lakes.
Oh, my gosh. It's a weird feeling sending your kid away to camp, I think, for any parent. But for us, there's that spot of like, oh, my gosh, what if something happens? And I've never been more at peace sending her somewhere and leaving her knowing that she was in really good hands. They have counselors that are in their cabin. I think there's nurses that are in the cabin with them in the event that something happens. They know exactly what to do. We actually had a situation at camp where Claire needed to go to urgent care, and they called me. And we live in Atlanta, so we're not that far away from camp. And I said, I'll come and I'll take her. And they said, no. We're going to take her to urgent care. We got this. We'll see you on Friday. And they did. Do you remember going to urgent care that time?
Yes, it was kind of scary at first because I'm like, what's happening? How am I going?
But they handled it, and it was amazing.
Peace of mind for mom, which I know Claire loves. Like, let mom have a little rest here too. I'm going to go have fun with my camp mates, and mom and dad can have a little rest.
It is totally. It's awesome for Claire to go to camp, but it definitely is respite for the rest of the family, knowing that she's in good hands. She's having a fantastic time, and we get a minute to breathe.
You're hearing for Claire Camper. She's 11 years old, and her mother, Jean. Don't forget, you guys can donate today, 404-231-9887, or go to 680thefan.com/camp. Claire, it was tough this year because of the pandemic. How did you feel when you realized this year you couldn't go to summer camp?
Oh, I was very devastated. I mean, I'm like, no, this cannot be true. I mean, like, I was very sad. I got to make friends there last year, and I was really hoping to see my friends again, but they weren't there, so I had, and because of Corona, so like, yeah.
Well, 404-231-1680. That's not the phone number. 404-231-9887. And Jean and Claire, 2021, we want to make sure that Claire and her friends get back to camp. So what we're asking this morning, Jean, and maybe if you'll just tell everybody out there listening how important it is. We're just trying to send one camper at a time here if they can donate what they can.
Oh, my word. This, the programs that Camp Twin Lakes puts out, it's not just about the campers, but it's about the community that it builds. When we go to camp, every family has got something going on, and when we're there, we come together, and I'm having a hard time putting it into words, but when you're dealing with your child's health, it can really be isolating. But when you're at camp, everybody is dealing with something, and we're all together.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfect. You perfectly put it into words. Claire and Jean, we love y'all. We're wishing you the happiest of holidays, and we're going to make sure that our phones start to ring, and hit us on the website, 680thefan.com/camp. And happy holidays to y'all, and stay happy and healthy.
May I say some last few words before we go?
Absolutely.
Thank you for supporting Camp Twin Lakes and giving kids like me a chance to go to camp.
Thank you, Claire. Perfectly said, y'all. Have a great morning.
Thank you
You
so
too.
much.
Bye.
That's Claire, and that's her mother, Jean, and that's why you donate. 404-231-9887.
This COVID obviously has hit everybody, but can you just imagine having a child with some challenges and the 1 week that they look forward to more than anything? I'm going to get on a zip line. I'm going to go sing. By the way, they have a radio station there at Camp Twin Lakes.
Really?
They let those kids broadcast. They teach them how to use it and try to be just like us, those poor souls. 404-231-9887. 9887 is the last four. And the easiest way is the website, 680thefan.com/camp. You can make a donation. You can also pick what you would like to, oh, wait a minute. I'd like a foursome at East Lake. That's $1,000, y'all. That's a big money, I know. But you're going to get the foursome at East Lake. And think about clients if you'd like to take that off the board, and while tax write-off, everything that you would love. And we're sending kids to camp.
Yeah.
Sending kids to camp. Did you hear Mom say what a relief it was during the week? That's the other thing that we don't think we talk about. Your life is consumed by your children 24/7. And a child that has challenges and medical assist all the time. Can you imagine? She's probably sitting by the phone waiting on it to ring, and something happened, and they're like, we got this. You chill. We'll see you Friday when you come get
It's a game changer, not only for the kids, but for the parents. And I alluded to it when we started the show. It gives you that week to just kind of sit back and regroup with your husband or significant others and just kind of.
And even the siblings, your other kids.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because when you talk about consuming, there's always one or two, depending on how many kids in your life.
You got a lot.
That you
got
have a lot.
Of
There's always one or two at different moments or times during the year that do consume the majority of the time, and you start feeling bad for the other guys.
Hey, don't forget something else as well as our Camp Twin Lakes is Santa Claus. Santa Claus, obviously, this time of the year, really big. He's opening up his post office at the Battery, Atlanta, until Thursday, December the 24th, presented by Truist. Santa's going to continue the long-honored tradition of basically getting letters from the kids. Families are invited to drop off their handwritten letters. Postage not required. In person at his official Atlanta outpost. Santa's helpers are going to take care of the rest. He'll be set up every Friday through Sunday in December on Heritage Court, which is right across the street from Wahlburgers here at the Battery. Make sure you get more information, batteryatl.com. We'll come back, two-a-days. Mike Leach echoing the sentiments potentially of Vanderbilt and a lot of other programs. Sandra Golden will have all of that coming up next here on The Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness, so but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetridge. Not at Wetridge, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like it's just a girls' weekend, and like honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock rope. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes, and I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how do you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I want to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of.
93.7 FM, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Don't forget, it is today, is our 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. If you want to make a donation, inquire about some of the items that we have available, 404-231-9887 or 680thefan.com/camp. There's some tremendous stuff throughout. We have got just all kinds of different things, and I see the East Lake, I believe, is off the board. I believe the East Lake is off the board already. So somebody's there. We've got a lounge package at Eventide Brewing that's at $800. It is a 4-hour block of time for 35 people. It includes up to 90 beer tickets. That sounds like a ton of fun. Now, Mike Leach is always a ton of fun. And Kirby Smart going to join us coming up about 20 minutes from now. So you'll want to be tuned in to hear the Georgia head coach. He's a big proponent of Camp Twin Lakes. We'll talk to him about that. Hopefully signing day, and maybe find out if the Dogs are going to play. But it's time for Two-A-Days.
About 4 o'clock yesterday, the news came down that Vanderbilt couldn't field a team. Basically, they didn't have a minimum roster. They didn't have the position requirement, so they got to call it off. So now it was Georgia's home game. It was senior day, so they are scrambling to find an opponent.
We said that 3 weeks ago when they put this game on December the 19th and that Georgia wasn't going to have a chance to play for the SEC title, that Vandy was going to be the team that potentially got out. Finn, it's disappointing because what Sandra just mentioned, senior day, guys getting a chance to walk out of Sanford Stadium potentially for the last time, and now they may not be playing football.
Yeah, that's the one thing, that kind of sticks with you when you think about that, is being able to be out there in front of your parents and thank them for everything they did. It's a special moment having a senior day on my own at Villanova or wherever you played, Johnny. You probably went through it as well, and everybody does it through high school, but to do it in college and you put all that time and effort in and finish up and graduate and everything else, that's the one thing that kind of jumps out at me for these kids.
So stay with the 7:45. Kirby's going to join us, and I'm sure he'll have the latest, if any, news. I don't think anybody will be surprised if they just end up not having a game, which is a shame. Kirby, though, yesterday during your weekly press conference, Mondays at noon right here on The Fan, he did talk about they wanted to play. Now, this was before the game was canceled.
He said it spot on right there. There are kids that have bought in, and they've done everything they can really since July to follow all of these protocols.
Georgia gets an A+.
Yeah, absolutely.
Georgia has not had any issues over there. They've really done a fantastic job. I believe the number is up to 14 FBS schools that have now said we're not bowl eligible, if you will. Mm-hmm. And when other teams canceled, then other teams became bowl eligible, said no thanks. We're done with this season, and you can't blame them. Mike Leach, during his presser yesterday, went off for a good 2.5 minutes. I pulled the best minute for you to listen to. It went on and on. They have brought us a non-joyful year of a mess, is what he was saying. No joy here.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched enough football games and seen enough joy on a field when guys score touchdowns and make big plays to know that it was important to get this season in for these kids, and they have enjoyed it. With that said, the nonsense of the Zoom interviews and all the different things you have to deal with is not that fun. But I'm so glad these kids got to play in it, and I know they had fun playing, and the joy that they had on the field was fantastic.
Not just for them, Finn, for me as a fan, right. And I look at it as a fan, not just somebody that's on the radio every day. I needed Saturdays. I needed that escape.
What about this past Saturday?
Maybe not this past Saturday. That's a little bit different. But for 8 out of the 10 Saturdays that my team was able to play, or Georgia was able to play, or Georgia Tech, or FSU, or Villanova, just to be able to sit and watch that and have that 3-hour escape, I think a lot of fans like me needed that same thing, and I'm thankful that these kids and coaches and everybody else put the effort into play.
100% right. Hey, former Georgia quarterback Dwan Mathis transferring to Temple, made a really nice announcement on Instagram. It was a very gracious, a very big heartfelt thank you to Kirby, etc. Monty Rice, Georgia stud linebacker, Butkus Award finalist. Now, Kirby Smart is so close to Monty Rice. Mm-hmm. Monty came back this year. And then when he had a chance to go because of the COVID, should I opt out, continued to stay. 4-time defensive caps. And here's Kirby.
How about this? 49 total tackles, 4 for loss, a sack. Now, again, that's a truncated season. On his career, 219 tackles, 10.5 for loss, and a couple of sacks. The kid can flat out play. He's the anti-Marlon Davidson.
That's exactly right.
Hey, other interesting comments I wanted you to hear about really coaching in the SEC. He's super good friends with Gus and Christy Malzahn, said he wishes him the best. It's a sad day, but he also went one step further about coaching in this conference. Okay. Meanwhile, Notre Dame's Clark Lee expected to be named. He is named the new coach in Nashville. He'll be at Vanderbilt, defensive coordinator for the Irish. Now, he used to play football at Vanderbilt. It was a fullback. He is from Nashville. He is 38 years young. They'll make the formal announcement next week.
He's obviously got bigger things to worry about here for the next week or two, as he's got an ACC championship game and then the college football playoffs most likely for Notre Dame, and then a huge task of trying to just make Vanderbilt respectable.
SEC championship, 8 o'clock Saturday night. You can hear it right here on The Fan. Alabama, 17-point favorite as it opened yesterday.
That sounds about right, because Florida can't stop anybody.
That is true. Saban also talking about, believe it or not, Gus was inspirational to Bama.
Kirby Smart coming up next here on The Fan, 680, 93.7 FM.
I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is V. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still, like, we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. But we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds. And so to me, that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like it's just a girls' weekend, and like honestly, Corona. Honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just climbed the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is V. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes.
3.7 FM today's our 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. 404-231-9887 is the number to donate. 680thefan.com/camp. A bunch of great incentive items that are out there. Although the East Lake one from the front row is now gone.
Shannon Swanick got it. BMOW Wealth Management. Y'all have heard us talk about them. They're friends of show. She took that foursome, $1,000 for a foursome at East Lake. And again, it's just a tax write-off, and you're helping send kids to Camp Twin Lakes. We do this usually during July, and we go out there and spend a day, but you know what's up. Everything's different. So now we are live in studio making it a holiday radiothon, which we're just going to ask you to give. Right. Give what you can give. And everybody is, I know I'm spending much, much, much less this year at holiday presents and stuff, but you know what's available? Your lunch money, if you will.
There's a lot of cool things that are up there, not just on our show, but if you go to the 680thefan.com/camp, a list of everything that's available. Lake Lanier swag bag.
Now, what is that?
It's a Lake Lanier swag bag. It's got an Oakley backpack, Oakley Target Line golf sunglasses, shirts, water bottles, all kinds of different stuff. There's a mini Tesla Model S available for kids. If you want to put something really cool under the tree for your kid, you get one of those mini Teslas and have them drive around in the electric car. You've got that.
How much is that one for?
That one is $500 is the donation. $500 is the donation for that one. The Mojito Madness, as we talked about, drink mojitos and margarita with 50 of your closest friends. But it all goes to a great cause, and that's obviously Camp Twin Lakes. Time to head out now on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. He's the head coach of your Georgia Bulldogs, and he's nice enough to join us this morning. It's head coach Kirby Smart. Kirby, good morning. How you doing?
Doing great. How you guys doing?
We're doing awesome, and we so appreciate. I know you have such a great connection to Camp Twin Lakes, but let me get this out of the way. Do we have a game on Saturday yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We're working, but it's one of those things that's a lot out of our control, and very little we can do about it. And I know Dog Nation's disappointed. I can promise you, our seniors are terribly disappointed. But not a lot we can do right now, but focus on the next day and the next minute.
Kirby, this year has been so difficult, obviously, for football and COVID, but leaving that out of the equation for families that go to places like Camp Twin Lakes that were unable to go this year. Why is the camp so important to you? And for people that are out there donating, kind of give them an idea of what they're donating to and what a great cause Camp Twin Lakes is.
Well, you can't find a better cause than Camp Twin Lakes. I mean, what it does for families in need and families that are struggling, and it really doesn't matter the background, the ethnicity. It just completely usurps all things that are going on in our society, because cancer doesn't discriminate. And when it doesn't discriminate, it attacks everybody across our state, across our country. And this Camp Twin Lakes gives every kid an opportunity to get away. And not only does it give a child or an adult a chance to get away, it gives the family who's caring for that child an opportunity to have a quick break, a quick reprieve, allow their child to socialize and meet other kids who are going through the same trials, tribulations, frustrations that they are. And a lot of times that's a great coping mechanism, and so many kids have been successful defeating cancer because they had that confidence boost of going to Camp Twin Lakes. And it's one of the most prestigious, best, and well-kept places across the country.
Kirby Smart's the head coach at Georgia, but he's most known for being Carl's little brother when he comes to Camp Sunshine and Camp Twin Lakes. I don't know that everybody knows the background, Kirby. If you could just kind of tell everybody how you first got involved because of your brother.
Yeah, my brother was diagnosed, I guess, somewhere between right at the fall of his 9th grade year. So we were one grade apart. I was in 8th grade, so I was in middle school, and I remember he was taking the big step up, to go up to the high school where it was so intimidating. And he was playing football, and he was having some issues. He was tired. We thought it was mono. We had him take some tests. Some blood cell counts weren't right, and the doctor got suspicious, and we sent him off to Atlanta, and then when the diagnosis came back, he had leukemia. It was a crushing blow for me and our family, and just didn't know a lot about it, and didn't understand it completely. And I'll never forget, he was so confident because he knew he was going to defeat it, and he was like the older brother, and he just came in and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm going to be fine. I'll beat this." And he became a fixture at Camp Twin Lakes, Camp Sunshine, and just spending so much time there every summer that he went on to go for 4 or 5 summers as a camper, but then he returned as a counselor throughout his college years, and really even today, I don't know how many years in all he's been invested, but he's a legend there. I can promise you that, because I'm definitely Carl's little brother when I go to that camp.
Kirby, we always think about the children that are affected, or the kids and the parents that are affected. But maybe as the family members, we kind of get lost that it could be a little brother or a big brother. How did something like this affect you and the joy seeing your brother being able to go to Camp Twin Lakes?
Well, I'll be honest, I didn't recognize it at the time. I didn't recognize it until I came back to work for Coach Rick, and I began working at Camp Sunshine or Camp Twin Lakes every summer. We would take players down there, and it hit me right in the face that, oh, this is where Carl went. This is what meant so much for Carl. I was probably so much self-indulged in the 8th to 9th, 10th grade that I didn't realize, what he was doing. We saw at Morris, that was his opportunity to go be with kids very similar to him, and it gave us an opportunity to spend more quality time with our parents, because both of our parents were so dedicated to Carl. They spent a lot of time transporting him to Eggleston and back. I mean, it was a 4-hour drive. We would go on Friday nights after football games, drive all the way up, get there at 3 a.m., turn around and come back on Sunday to get his treatments. And it seemed, to a sibling, it might be all about him. And I didn't realize until I got a little bit older what exactly Twin Lakes and Sunshine meant to those families. And just the people listening out there, there's no greater cause that you can give to in terms of helping families that are going through this with their kids and giving their kids an opportunity to have a wonderful experience.
We know you got signing day tomorrow and you're trying to get a game done on Saturday, but we can't thank you enough for just talking to everybody and telling them how important it is, Kirby. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Go Dogs, and please support this camp if you have the means to do that.
Thanks, Kirby.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Yep.
That's Kirby Smart, our guest right there.
Why you got to cut him off? Why you got to cut him off like that, man? He's trying to say hello to us. 404-231-9887 is the phone number. I know it's hard to remember numbers because I don't, but the website could not be easier. 680thefan.com/camp. You can donate right there, and it gives you 10, 20, whatever. But if you want to give $5,000, yay. And we're trying to just get kids there in 2021. We've all said it. It's going to be the year of healing for all of us just to get our minds right. And we have got to help these kids out.
A couple other things I see, some of the big ticket items that are out there. There's a John Smoltz autographed limited edition Hall of Fame poster. How awesome is that? You could put up in the man cave. $650 will have you that. You've got the framed 2017 Tour Championship pin flag autographed by Justin Thomas and Xander Schauffele. Finn, I think you may want to go ahead and grab that one. Go to Bobby Jones, around to 4. That's available as well. Like, there's a bunch of different stuff up there. Golf for 4 at Waterfall Club with lunch at Waterfall Grill. These are all right up the Brian Finneran alley. But you heard what Kirby Smart said and how it affected him and him bringing his kids back and everything else. Camp Twin Lakes is an awesome cause.
No doubt. Everything we talked about already throughout the course of the show, Kirby just nailed it. And isn't it funny that he didn't even realize that his brother was there for the longest time? We're so just when we're in middle school or we're young like that, you kind of life just goes by and you do stuff you're supposed to do. He's at football practice and baseball probably, and not super worried about where his brother went away for a week or two. And amazing that he was able to go back there and work at the camp and do the different things with Coach Rick. That was awesome.
I also think parents protect the other kids, don't
Yeah.
you think, Brian? Of just like, gosh, we're trying to keep this as normal as we possibly can. So, again, Kirby's telling you, it's local, which I always really talk about. Just a lot of times if you're at the cash register, would you like to give to so-and-so? And I certainly that's lovely, but where's that money actually going? When I tell you 94 cents out of every dollar stays right here at Camp Twin Lakes for hands-on. Do they need an extra wheelchair? Are they putting in extra ramps for the pool? Are they trying to add an extra zip line? Yeah, they have all that at this camp with kids that have challenges every single day of their life. So keep it here in Georgia, y'all, and I guarantee you'll have 6 degrees at Camp Twin Lakes. If you start talking about Camp Twin Lakes, you're going to hear somebody go, either my kid or my neighbor's kid or my neighbor's neighbor, and I went there, and it's just money well spent.
I think about it for a second, and we had Claire and her mother Jean on earlier, and you probably heard me get choked up a little bit, and Sandra as well, Finn, because it hits close to home for me. I've got 3 at home, 15, 13, and 11. My 11-year-old, he does a lot of things on his own. He walks home from the bus and gets home to Dad, and I don't have to do anything. And you know what he does? He texts me, hey, Dad, I'm getting off the bus. I'll be home in 5 minutes. I can't imagine what it's like to deal with a lot of the challenges that people deal with Camp Twin Lakes. Finn, you've got you've got kids at home. You've got grown kids. You've got young kids, everything else. And we're thankful that they're all healthy and everything else. But just, what this camp does, and I think the main thing that I say from my time of being out there is makes these kids feel normal for a day or a week or 2 weeks or however long they're able to go at camp, because everybody else around them's dealing with the same issue. And they look and go, oh, wait a second. It's not just me. And we heard Claire earlier today say, I've made friends, like lifelong friends, and one of the biggest disappointments she had this year was not being able to go out and see her friends.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. 680thefan.com. You'll see on the main page there, you just click on the Radiothon benefiting Camp Twin Lakes, and you'll have access to click to donate, and then you'll also see all the different items that are up for bid that Sandra and myself and Johnny are all talking about. So get on there now. Like she said, lunch money, don't smoke for a week. I guarantee you can spend $50 or $100 on something.
Hey, what else you could do? You
Don't
go
smoke for a week.
Well,
That's
yeah.
interesting.
That's right.
How much are cigarettes, by the way?
$1 million. You go to New York City, $15 a pack.
Are you serious?
Look it up. It's crazy. Not
Are you
that
kidding me?
Could buy packs of cigarette in New York City, but I had guys back in the day that did.
Maybe you did.
Well, listen, it all depends.
$15 a pack. That would make me quit right then. Hey, 680 The Fan, we partnered with our good buddies at Carriage Kia in Woodstock and Carriage Kia in Gainesville to do a giveaway for 4 of the most sought-after Christmas items of 2020. That's the PlayStation 5. To register to win the PS5, all you have to do is test drive a car from Carriage or go get an appraisal virtually or in person on your vehicle by Monday, December the 21st. Go to 680thefan.com to register to win a PS5 from Carriage Kia. Again, don't forget, call the number to donate today, 404-231-9887, 680thefan.com/camp. It's our 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. We come back. We'll move the chains with Brian Finneran. Sandra and some others have called it the game of the year. We'll talk about Monday Night Football next here on The Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwoods. I mean, not at Wetwoods, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like it's just a girls' weekend and like honestly, Corona. Honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried to walk rope. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is V. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people.
Now we're on the front row, brought to you by Central Heating and Air. Today's our 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. 404-231-9887. That's the number to donate. 404-231-9887 or 680thefan.com/camp. You can jump on board right there. Don't forget, if you haven't gotten your six-pack yet as well, we got the new collaboration right now with Wild Heaven Beer called Fanfare. It's very limited, available in most neighborhood stores, as well as bigger stores like Total Wine and Greens. Wherever you are, stop by, pick it up. It's a mixed six-pack. IPA, Pilsner, and a mango hard seltzer. You vote. There's a QR code on there. Boom. You take a picture of it and you rock and you roll. There's nothing available like this anywhere, so leave your friends at the Fan and Wild Heaven Beer to come up with something cool like Fanfare. It was really cool last night to see an entertaining Monday night football game. Because let's be honest, there's been a lot of times on Monday nights that we get some dreadful, dreadful matchups. Ravens, Browns was not that, and it'll kick off moving the chains.
$35 points in the fourth quarter for this football team. And what went on, the Ravens take care of business 47-42 after a dumbass safety by the Cleveland Browns, tossing the ball around, trying to make something happen with 2 seconds left after Justin Tucker kicks the game-winning field goal. Was an unbelievable game. I watched every bit of it. I really couldn't turn it off. I tried to. I got in bed and watched it on my phone for the last 5 minutes because it just was that good, guys. I don't know if you stayed up for it or not or just watched some of the highlights.
I did not make it to the end. I made it till it was 34-28 when the Browns went for two and got it. And then I woke up to an alert, to the ESPN alert, said LeBron James and others react to what they called the game of the year. And I go, oh, I was the only one on the show that picked the Ravens. It's the only thing I've gotten right when it comes to NFL picks. But there you go. It was a fantastic football game.
It really was. Let's hear from some of the guys after the game. Here's Baker Mayfield. They believe they were in it the entire way. See? He threw one interception, and it was one blemish really on the day, and it set up that I think the go-ahead score late in that game when they had to come back. Baker Mayfield finds another touchdown, makes it 42-all, and then that's when Baltimore kicks the game winner. So as for their head coach, Kevin Stefanski, he wasn't really feeling happy about this.
I don't think we're really in that mind frame.
Brian, what do you think of Baker Mayfield? Has your tune changed a bit from the beginning?
Even from the beginning of this year, they did a great job. I can't remember who the studio analyst was. The former quarterback doing some stuff before the game was going through some of the stuff for ESPN and talking about Baker from week 1 when he played the Baltimore Ravens to just last week when he just is more comfortable in the pocket as the season's progressed and he's gotten more mature in his NFL career. Yeah. So he can grow on you. I think initially he had too much swag and he felt he was super cocky when he came in the league. I think he's been humbled a little bit. He understands what it takes to win in this league, and he's learning on the go. So, yeah, he's growing on me a hair.
It helps having a guy like Kevin Stefanski who has the leadership and an offensive system that really seems to fit him. Think about it. They're doing this without Odell Beckham, which might be addition by subtraction right now without his distractions. Baker's done a great job. Cleveland sits at 9-4. They'd be the 5 seed right now. Baltimore really kept their playoff hopes alive, winning last night. They're 8-5. They're tied with the Dolphins, but they lose the tiebreaker as of right now.
And the Cleveland Browns were without Austin Hooper, who had a neck issue or something. I couldn't remember what it was, but he didn't play. Here's Lamar Jackson, and the big story late in that ball game. Gosh, there was just a handful of minutes left, 4 or 5 minutes left, and he starts cramping up. The cold weather, dealing with COVID 2 weeks ago. Here's his description of why he went into the locker room.
I started cramping on the field. The 2 passes I throw, like right before those 2 passes I throw to Willie and Mark, the overthrows, I was cramping my throwing arm. And I'm telling coach, I'm like, man, I need to get some salt in my system real quick. And, we punt the ball. I'm on the sideline. Titans end up catching the pick on my interception. We go down to score. And right after that, I get a ball to JK, and my legs just start cramping. And I'm like, bro, I need something now, to help me get better real quick because this is a crucial game right here,
He took to Twitter, I don't know if you guys saw it or not, Lamar Jackson's Twitter feed, and he wanted to let everybody know that he did not have to go take a poop in the locker room.
Let's be honest. Would any athlete go admit that they had to go, drop one off?
Dude, you don't make a story of like that. Yeah, I've heard people do that. Absolutely. If you see a guy randomly run to the locker room, he's either got to use the restroom real quick or he's having some other issues. And it did look like he was cramping up, and people want to make a big deal about it. That description and explanation is way too in-depth for him to be making it up, in my opinion.
Here's the thing, Finn. I would rather the guy run there, and there's some stadiums that are not set up doing sidelines for all the years that I did. Like Detroit's the worst. They have one bathroom up a ramp that's about a half mile away from the sideline.
The worst.
You know who has it the worst? The people that have to be the guys that hold the towel when somebody pees on the sideline. And there's like 9 people huddled around him holding the towels. You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen it and I've done it. So I don't know what you want me to do. You just drink so many fluids, go and get ready for a game. And if you don't time it up properly or you forget to go right before the game starts, halftime is too far away. Let's have a couple more cuts. Here's John Harbaugh talking about if he knew Lamar would return to the game after he ran in there.
No, I didn't. We were proceeding with Trace, and there was no indication that Lamar was coming back at that point. I didn't know he was on the sideline at that point. He'd been out there, but I'll give our trainers all the credit. I mean, they did a great job of getting him back out there. They're not going to come and tell me that he's back on the field. They're going to tell me when he's ready to go. With all the things that went on in this game, the timing like you're talking about of that right there, I mean, if you wrote a movie about this, people wouldn't believe it. They would say it could never happen.
Let's not go that far. It's a regular season football game that he had some cramps. There have been way more unbelievable movies than that, but it was a fantastic performance. This is what Baltimore has to do to win. Lamar Jackson runs it. They run it with J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards and everybody else, and they don't throw it a ton. That was their formula a year ago, and they need to get back to it.
No question about it. They kept their playoff hopes alive, like you said, and Lamar Jackson knows how big that win was.
I didn't put that in my mind at all. It's crucial games for us right now. All I'm thinking about is winning that game. We had enough time on the clock, and zero. We had enough time on that clock, and it was like, man, it's go time. It was just go time for us, and it's our time, I feel. Our team fought hard. Offense played great today. Still got a little things to clean up. We didn't play a perfect game, but we where we want to be right now. We excelling right now.
Really good game, fun to watch, and
Bad beat.
Oh, my
Bad
God,
beat.
Sandy. If anybody had the Cleveland Browns +3, like Sandy and I,
did.
You were sick to your stomach because you just figured, you bet whatever. You bet $50, you lose.
Couple of dollars. That's it.
Yeah, you lose the vig. But There's a play at the end of the game. There's 2 seconds left after Tucker hits the game-winning field goal. That guy's money, by the way, the Baltimore kicker. So they kick off, and the Cleveland Browns are throwing that thing all over the pitch. And I'm talking about everywhere. How many laterals do you think there were? 5 or 6 or 7?
At least. Yeah, 5 or 6.
They
Easy.
get to the back of the end zone, and I think they threw it out of the back of the end zone, for God's sakes, or got tackled. It was just – and then the safety kicks in, and now instead of losing by 3 and getting the push, you lose by 5, and you lose your bet.
By the way, then there were a lot of people that made this bet before, and you brought up Austin Hooper, so I had to do some quick research. Hooper on the year, 30 catches, 286 yards, and 2 touchdowns, to the tune of what, $12 million a year? Hayden Hurst, who hadn't even had that good of a year for the Falcons, 43 catches, 475, and 3 touchdowns, to the tune of $1.9 million. Falcons win in that deal.
Has he been hurt a lot, or has he been playing a lot? It is a neck injury, by the way. Yeah.
He has been banged up, yeah. So he's missed a handful of weeks, I believe. You can see how many games he played, Johnny, but I don't think it's probably more than 7 or 8 so far this season. So if they can get him back and get him healthy.
He's played 10. He's played 10 games.
10 out of what, 13?
The only other thing I want to ask you about is that game is the amount of penalties. I think when all was said and done, there was 16, but there was 10 in the first half. And it seemed like they just couldn't keep going.
Yeah, those set you back big time, whether it was offsides or holding. I think I saw a bunch of holding. Defensive backs, pass interference. There was an awful pass interference early in that game. Made me sick to my stomach.
There was an awful quarterback hit, too, that they called a
Roughing the passer?
Yeah, roughing the passer. That was a joke.
No. As the playoffs sit today, Baltimore's on the outside looking in at 8-5. The Dolphins have that 7 seed. They would match up with the Steelers. The Bills would have to face the Colts, and the Titans and Browns would face off in the AFC with the Chiefs having the bye week. And then if you go to the NFC, Johnny, Packers have the bye right now thanks to their win early in the season over the Saints, and the Saints losing to the Eagles. The Saints would play at home against the Arizona Cardinals. The Rams would face the Buccaneers in L.A., and the Washington football team would host the Seattle Seahawks as it stands today.
Woo! Fun matchups. And again, that's where getting that top seed this year is so important. You are the one team that gets a bye week moving into the second round.
No question. Sandra, you mentioned it yesterday. Doug Peterson was wishy-washy on who's going to be the quarterback moving forward. Still a little bit wishy-washy, but this week anyway, Jalen Hurts will get another start at the quarterback position as they move forward.
In the words of myself, no duh.
That is very
Thanks
true.
for that breaking news, Captain Obvious, Doug Peterson. I don't know why he hesitated right after the game.
I know. What are you going to do? That's moving the chains.
You know what we haven't got to yet, and we're going to have to get to pretty quickly, Finn? It's time for your drive to the Power 5.
So, who's got the power this week? It's time for Finn's drive to the Power 5.
New Orleans Saints coming at number 5. They dropped one spot after their loss to Philadelphia, 24-21. Drew Brees still trying to get back. They're going to take their time. I guess when you break 11 ribs and puncture a lung, they're going to take their time getting back in there. It was the first time a team had rushed for over 100-yard rusher against the Saints in 50 games, which was one of the longest streaks going since the Super Bowl era, Johnny.
Unbelievable what they've done defensively, and then you get 2 in one game. Miles Sanders, so if that would have been your bet, you would have probably lost that one.
Pittsburgh Steelers dropped 2 spots to number 4. The injuries on defense has really caught up with them, but they also look sluggish on offense anymore. They really need to get their mojo back in the last few weeks of the season in order to make a little run here and put themselves in a good spot, because Kansas City looks to me like they've sealed up that number 1 seed moving forward. I have the Buffalo Bills moving up 2 spots to number 3 overall. They took care of Pittsburgh Steelers 26-15. They were down 7-0 to start that game, rattled off 23 in a row. Interceptions, defense, offense looks good. Josh Allen looks like he's a player there, Johnny and Sandra. He's been solid all year long.
Yeah, the Bills, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills, or so I've been told by a guy on SportsCenter for years and years and years. They're playing some great football.
I have Green Bay Packers moving up 1 spot from number 3 to number 2. They're 10-3. Aaron Rodgers, the highest passer rating in the league at 119. The next closest is Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. He's 7 points lower. He's absolutely – those 2 guys right there, they're number 1 and 2 in my drive to the Power 5. And there's a reason, because their quarterbacks are both really good. So Green Bay number 2, Kansas City number 1 at 12-1. Kansas City has a 94% chance of that number 1 seed in a first-round bye as it stands today.
Popeyes has got the newest craze that's going to have you guys sitting in line for 2.5 to 4 hours. That'll kick off Belly Up next year on the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
Wait next year, and I want to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness, so but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. Honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes, and I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I was saying about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how do you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire
93.7 FM. Welcome into 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. 404-231-9887. A bunch of the big items are coming off the board. People are getting online. 680thefan.com/camp. Really great idea. You can donate to a great cause, Sandra. And also maybe pick up a gift for somebody that you have maybe not forgotten, but, hey, as men, what do? We procrastinate. December 23rd, we're all running around. This is a great opportunity to go on, donate to an unbelievable cause in Camp Twin Lakes, and get yourself maybe something for somebody else at the holiday season. Could be like a 2 or a 3 for 1. It's time to belly up.
Now, we gorge on all the big stories of the day. And then maybe later, a nap. It's time to belly up. Presented by Loud Security Systems.
Call 678. Get loud.
It's time to get loud.
Well, YouTuber Jake Paul has bigger ones than anybody I've ever known or heard of because he calls out and challenges Conor McGregor to a $50 million boxing match. And here's the video NSFW, I do believe.
Good morning, Conor McGregor. I know you're probably beating up old dudes in a bar right now. My team sent you a $50 million offer this morning. The biggest fight offer you've ever been offered, but you're scared to fight me, Conor. You're ducking me because you don't want to lose to a YouTuber. You're 0-1 as a boxer. I'm 2-0 as a boxer. I just came off the 8th biggest pay-per-view event in history, but you want to fight Dustin Prober, who has less followers on Instagram than my dog. That's a fact. And Dana White, you're a too, you ugly bald.
All right.
Conor,
wow.
You're scared. Dana, you're scared.
Wow. That's an angry dude that's got a lot of money. I mean, are you kidding me? Okay, first of all, it's one thing to beat up Nate Robinson, who's a basketball player. It's something different to beat up Conor McGregor, who he showed himself fairly well against Floyd Mayweather in a boxing match. I got a feeling Conor McGregor beats the hell out of this kid.
It certainly seems like it. I think he might die in the ring in the way he's talking to Conor. 'Cause you can't do that. You cannot disrespect somebody that way. The words he used and the language.
I know.
I didn't realize till yesterday, and I decided to follow this Yahoo. 14 million followers on Instagram and over 3, I think, on Twitter. It's just, what does this world come to? You have to see what these guys are talking about, that we care enough.
I'm Googling Jake Paul net worth. What do you think he's worth?
I don't know. He just said
80 million?
11.5 million.
Oh, that's it?
That's it, yeah. The Knicks, news from the New York Knicks. They are banning the media for this year. They're banning the media. No one allowed in except their broadcast team. I believe the Bucks have followed suit. I'm not going to be surprised if the NBA says, we love it when the media is not here.
Let's be honest, the media of the New York Knicks is actually better off not covering that team. Really, they haven't needed to cover the team since the 70s, save a couple of years with Pat Riley in the middle. So enjoy winning like 23 games wearing your Timberlands and shorts to basketball games.
Have you guys been following this Kyrie Irving and his Instagram and his I'm not talking to media?
Yeah, I have. Kyrie Irving's a weird individual.
Yeah.
Now, he's a guy, Finn, he started talking about he wanted to post up and everything. You got Kevin Durant. Be happy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you doing? Just be happy.
Best news of the day, I'll give you the Kyrie story tomorrow. Popeyes has announced that they will now begin selling beignets and it is while supplies last. So I would start lining up now. They have chocolate beignets. You can purchase 3, 6, or 12 for $1.99, $3.99, and $7.49.
Okay, listen.
What? Yes.
No offense. My son went to Popeyes yesterday. It was awesome. Got some tenders for some great deal, and then ended up coming home with one of those spicy chicken sandwiches that are great. But why in the world am I going to Popeyes for a beignet? I don't understand.
Because they're a New Orleans-based chicken company, and New Orleans has beignets.
I'm not going there for those.
You can wait in line for like 45 minutes to get a chicken sandwich and a beignet.
Right.
Okay, well, I am.
That's how long it took, by the way, for them to get that order for Keenan done yesterday.
It surely does. It takes that long.
Seriously, are people going there?
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna bring
Sandra?
them. I'm definitely going. I'm raising my hand. That Popeyes, that rice and beans even alone.
You know who I'm going to ask if he's going to go sit in line at Popeyes
Matt
to go get
Ryan.
some beignets? Our quarterback, Matt Ryan. He joins us for the Matt Ryan Show.
Atlanta's quarterback is only on one station every week after the game.
Down the middle, touchdown Atlanta, no flags.
This is the Matt Ryan Show, presented by Brown & Company Jewelers on Holcomb Bridge Road in Roswell and Peachtree Road in Buckhead. Online at brownjewelers.com. And by attorney Ken Nugent. One call, that's all.
Ryan going up on top. Touchdown!
This is my show. It's Falcons quarterback Matt Ryan on Atlanta's football station, The Fan.
Time to head out now on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. Quarterback of our Atlanta Falcons, Matt Ryan, joins us. Matt, today is our Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. And I understand you played in a charity golf tournament for Camp Twin Lakes. You've always been really great with your time and giving back to the community. When you hear stuff about Camp Twin Lakes, is this another one that you say, hey, this is just a great cause for kids and families everywhere?
For sure. You know, I've been fortunate to play in a golf tournament run by Doug Hertz a number of times. And, you know, they always bring kids out who have attended the camps, and you hear their stories. They're an amazing organization that's doing, you know, great things, providing kids with an awesome opportunity to get out and have a great experience. And so I'd encourage everybody to go check them out and support if they can.
Matt, before we get into the football conversation of what happened over the weekend to the Chargers, we were just talking about Popeyes. Did you ever sit in line for a Popeyes chicken sandwich, and would you sit in line for a beignet?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not. I'm not waiting in line for that. If the line was empty or something like that, I'd try it, but I'm not going to sit around and wait.
Matt Ryan joins us right now on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. Just another tough one in a year of tough ones, losing to the Chargers 20-17. You had a couple of picks down at the end, and I heard you in the post-game press conference say, these were on me. If you had just one of the three to take back, which one to you was the toughest one of all of them?
Well, either of the last two, but certainly the last one. You know, we had a chance to go down and win that game. We're in really close to field goal position. You know, it was a poor decision with the corner squat, and it was a poor throw, and you know, one that, you know, I'd like to have back for sure.
You know, you talk about that one, and it's kind of a deep out, I believe, to Calvin Ridley there. Is that one where, you know, I know you were getting a little interior pressure, that you just had some bad ball placement that maybe needed to be to the outside, or was it a late throw? Where can you pinpoint what went wrong with that one?
No, I think the timing was fine. It was a throw that needed to be, you know, basically firm and outside, basically on the sideline, and missing high and away, if anything, to not give the corner a chance to make a play on the ball. And I kind of missed it soft and inside, which is not what you want to do on those. And ultimately it cost us, you know, but they're lessons learned. And hopefully the next time I'm in that situation, I'm going to be better for it.
It's the Matt Ryan Show here on 680 The Fan in the front row every Tuesday morning at 8:30 via the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. A lot of frustration and emotion on the sideline after that one too, Matt. Was that just kind of beating yourself up like we do sometimes when we make mistakes like that, or was there something else going on?
No, that's just frustration with myself. And, you know, I think, you know, the competitor in you, you know, you want that ball in your hand in every situation. When, you know, you let the team down, you know, it's just there's frustration that builds up inside. And that's just getting that out, you know, and it's hard. I mean, you know, part of the position is owning the responsibility of wanting
wanting the game in your hands. When, you don't get it done, it's disappointing because you work so hard to be successful in those situations.
Couple good things throughout the course of the game, especially early. I think Calvin really stepped up and I think shown, like he has most of the year, that he can be a number one receiver if needed and made some nice plays, and I think you guys have a great rapport. And then to see Laquan Treadwell get in the end zone like he did, comment on both those guys real quick. And did I hear you? I feel like on the TV copy you said get in the end zone or something like that after you threw him the ball. Maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was somebody else, but talk us through that play and watching him get in there.
I don't know what I said mid-play. There's some things that come out. You have no idea what you're saying in those situations. But I thought Calvin played extremely well. And you mentioned it. I think when we need him to be the one, he is. And goes out there and is just tough for people to cover. He's continuing to get better and continuing to get more confident, which is great to see. I was happy for Laquan. I think it's his first chance to get an opportunity to go for us, and has worked. He's worked really hard, and for him to come back and cut early in the year, comes back for practice squad, and just keeps his head down and goes, and to get his opportunity late in the year, it was cool to see him get in the end zone, and great effort. I mean, it's that's one of the things we talked about, trying to be better in the red zone. Is catching the ball before the goal line and being physical and getting in, and that was nice to see.
Matt, one of the things, there was a 3rd and 1, and Todd was in the game, and you guys kind of ran a play action. You ended up getting an intentional grounding. Who went the wrong way on that? Was that Todd going the wrong way, or just a miscommunication? What happened on that play?
Yeah, just he went the wrong way. It happens, and unfortunate, but just a mistake, and certainly not one that caused the game. I mean, we had other opportunities to finish that out at the end of the game, and those kind of things happen from time to time.
Matt, a lot of, and this is fans, and it's some of us asking as well. We watch Ito Smith, and Ito really running the ball hard, averaged almost 5 yards a carry over the day. Is there an opportunity you think that he's going to get some more carries? I know it's on the coaching staff, but would you like to see a guy like that get a couple of more carries just for what he's been bringing you the last few weeks in the run game?
Well, I think he's done a nice job. He really has, and creating some yards. When they're kind of. We talk about if it's blocked for 2, the running back's got to get us 4, and I think he's done a nice job of that, of creating space and trying to get some extra yards, and I think he stepped up and certainly played well for us the last handful of weeks.
Yeah, I noticed that too. It's been fun to watch him, and unfortunately, on the flip side of that, I just went and looked up. It's called this. I don't even know what it was. Matt, RYOE, rushing yards over expected. I think it's just exactly what you just mentioned. Guys in this league, the really good backs. I guess Derrick Henry, and watching Nick Chubb last night. Yards after contact, yards over expected. When something's not there, you got to make something. And Todd's had a tough time so far this year. It almost like you guys had a 5-play sequence there where Todd touched the ball. I think it was because there was checkdowns and it wasn't stuff downfield, but it was like a concerted effort to get him going. And I think the 3rd drive of the game last week.
Yeah, that drive. I think he caught 2 checkdowns and had a couple run plays in between. But it was, the checkdowns obviously are not by design. You're hoping
right.
to get something down the field. When they play soft zone coverage, you want to get out. He's done a nice job catching the ball out of the backfield for us. We just need to, all do a better job, in my opinion, in the run game of creating better space, running better, myself getting us into the right looks, making sure we're running the ball where we want to be running it. I think collectively, we'd like to do a better job than we've done.
Matt Ryan with us on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. It is the Matt Ryan Show. Now you're turning your attention to a team that you're playing in division in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Completely different look than the last time you played them a year ago with Brady and Antonio Brown and everything else. When you look at the film and look at their defense in particular, what do they bring to the table that could cause you some troubles this week?
Well, I think they're different on the offensive side of the ball, but they're very similar on the defensive side of the ball. A lot of personnel back, front 7, that's very good. Physical front 4, They rotate. They're very deep at that spot. Linebackers are athletic and downhill. And then, Todd Bowles he's an aggressive play caller and stresses you in terms of your pass protection, different blitz packages that you have to be prepared for. They're a good defense. There's no question about it. And we're going to have to play well because, they're doing a nice job on the offensive side as well.
Playing against somebody like Tom Brady, maybe the last 2 times that you'll play against him, don't know if he's going to play again next year. What do you look at as just a matchup when you know you're going against a guy that's going to go into the Hall of Fame as you will?
Well, I think the big thing is, regardless of how the game shakes out, they're going to stay in it. And, it might not be perfect on their end, but he always gives them a chance and kind of hangs around late into a game. And, that's the mark of a good team and a good player. And, so when we get our chances to finish, you've got to be on top of it when you're playing against quarterbacks like that. You've got to finish it when you get your chance.
Matt, you guys went through a lot last week just to get out to L.A. You talked about the testing and blew me away that you guys are testing every day. How was outside of the game, how was the trip? How did it play out for you guys as far as getting into the hotel and getting everything taken care of?
It's different from other West Coast trips I've been a part of. It was tight, very, very tight. Once we got to the hotel, literally the only time you left your room was to go pick up your meal and for our walkthrough that we had at the stadium on Saturday. And other than that, even though, we're together as a team in the hotel, we were quarantined kind of in our room and everything was virtual. So it was a unique experience for sure. Going a little stir crazy in your room, just ready to get out and get going. But as part of it this year, 2020 has been different and you've got to adjust and be flexible.
A lot of us are wrapping up Christmas shopping for the kids and the wife and everything else. Have you got all the stuff online yet, or have you had a chance to get to the mall, or are we going to see you maybe running around Buford sometime this upcoming weekend?
No visits to the mall for me this year. Staying isolated, but yeah, I'm all set for one of the first times ever. First of all, my wife takes care of everything, so. My real job is to only take care of her, and I think I'm good to go this year. I'm all set and ready for that.
What's the favorite present that she got from you, that you gave her, that she was like, "Oh my goodness, you did good"?
Well, one year I got her a new car.
That's really good.
Good. Yeah, it was pretty good.
That's real good.
Kind of had just the keys in a box, and she had no idea. Somehow I was able to keep it a secret, and I thought that was probably the best present I've got her.
That's fantastic.
What's the best one she's gotten you?
Oh man, Sarah delivers. She's good with that. I think probably my favorite is probably she got me a watch. A Rolex, which was, really, really nice. And so that was probably my favorite gift she's given me.
Well, awesome, Matt. Hopefully you give us the gift of knocking the Bucs further down in the playoff ranking this weekend. We'd love to see you guys get a win. Best of luck and go get them on Sunday.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's Matt Ryan, our guest there on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. Don't forget, you can donate today. Camp Twin Lakes, 680thefan.com/camp. 680thefan.com/camp. A lot of really cool incentive prizes still up there. Some of the bigger ones are going off the board, so you're going to have to jump on board right now or at 404-231-9887.
Also, if you're a school teacher and you could use an extra $500, and of course you can, Attorney Ken Nugent and Matt, they team up weekly to give away $500 to teachers throughout Georgia. If you'd like to register and nominate somebody, just go to attorneykennugent.com.
You got some 3 strikes questions over there? We're going to knock these out. What do you got, Sandra?
Do.
What we got?
Brian, I'm bringing up beignets again, so just get ready, all right?
Ay.
Who should Georgia play is the first 3 strikes question.
Miami.
What would be a dream? I would love that to happen. Georgia, Miami. I would love Georgia Tech. We're getting some creative ones on the Twitters. Second question, did you go to camp when you were little? I don't mean like a football camp. I mean like, was there a church camp and you went away to camp? What was the name of it and where was it? Because they're usually just kind of out-of-the-way places. And last but not least, beignets at Popeyes, buy or sell?
Ooh.
Buy or sell beignets at Popeyes.
404-231-1680. We'll wrap things up with 3 strikes next here on the Fan 680 and 93.7 FM.
Me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like it's just a girls' weekend, and like honestly, Corona. Honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today. And I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Okay.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. Honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is V. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is...
Wrapping things up here on The Fan, 680, 93.7 FM. It's been a great day here on the front row. Don't forget, 680 The Fan's Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac continues. Tap the app. You can listen on the app. More importantly, you can donate. 404-231-9887, 404-231-9887, or go to 680thefan.com/camp. Thanks to all the listeners of the front row. A lot of the big ticket items are already off the board. People are going in, donating, and doing everything that they can. Home team in Hamilton will do their thing. Nick and Chris, Buck and Hutt, Chuck and Chernoff, all of them will continue throughout the duration of the day. Bulldog Roundtable after us. Tomorrow's sort of a big day. It's signing day. And they're going to have Rusty Mansell and Tom Crean on the program.
Yeah, and the big items are gone. But listen, like I say, your lunch money, even $10. If 10 of us did it, I can do the quick math. That's $100. Mm-hmm. So they add up quickly, and we really just appreciate everybody giving what they can.
Thanks to Matt Ryan coming on the program. Head coach Kirby Smart. Bulldog Roundtable, Finn, coming up after us.
Have a great Bulldog day, everybody.
Wear a mask if you want to, or just wear a mask. We'll see you tomorrow. See ya.
And then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I want to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
Oh, it is a crisp, gorgeous December morning here in the Classic City. The heartbeat of Dog Nation's coming to you live from the Georgia's own Credit Union studio, presented by Georgia Pack and Load, Wellstar Health System, and attorney Ken Nugent. Oh, my goodness, are we having trouble landing this plane for football? And we're going to get to that momentarily. Tomorrow is National Signing Day. We're going to talk about that. But what I want to remind all of you, please take part in the station's Radiothon today, raising money for Camp Twin Lakes. They do such a great job there for seriously ill children and for their families. And today is a great day to donate money and get in the holiday spirit and help out Camp Twin Lakes. They've been affected this year like all the rest of us with COVID. And so if you can, if you have the means, please do so at 404-231-7889. 404-231-7889. If you want to look at some of the items you can bid on and pick up just with donations to the camp, go to 680thefan.com/camp. 680thefan.com/camp. It's just a great cause, and Coach Kirby Smart actively involved with Camp Twin Lakes, as his brother was a beneficiary of the great work that they do years and years ago. So please, if you have the opportunity and you have the means, do call and donate money. Again, 404-231-7889 to Camp Twin Lakes. Let's turn our attention to, before we get to everything else that's going on this week, to National Signing Day tomorrow. The very best in this business, in the recruiting business, is Rusty Mansell, hands down, from Dogs 24/7. He joins us now. Rusty, good morning. Thanks for your time. I know you're going to be back with us on Thursday to kind of summarize how the Dogs did, but how are the Dogs expecting to do?
Well, first of all, I want to touch a little bit about what you said about the Camp Twin Lakes. I heard Kirby Smart talk about this morning and the experience with his brother, and that's certainly, everything you hear about that and that organization and what they do, that's a tremendous opportunity to help those, and it's great that 680 The Fan's doing that all day. I'm about to log on and buy something or give something, so I know the money goes there, so everybody listening, it'd be a great opportunity to give to that great organization. But getting back to recruiting, Chuck, you're sitting here, Georgia number 3 in the country, number 2 in the SEC in the 24/7 sports rankings, got 20 verbal commits. In the years past, there's been a lot more craziness, I would say, because of the, you take official visits and you do in-home visits, and it's like, where's Kirby Smart tonight? And, where's the offensive coordinator? And who they're visiting with, those type things.
We know where they all were last night.
Yeah, they were sitting in the Butchmere trying to find a game, probably. But you sit here and you look, and really you don't want any drama. You want the hay in the barn, so to speak. And Georgia right now with 20 commits, some guys they were heavily recruited. There's some big guys left. You start talking about Xavier Sori, a 5-star linebacker from the IMG Academy. Really, kind of the 24/7 sports crystal ball predictions is trending 78% for Georgia. This is a young man out of Florida that he can rush the passer, he can play multiple positions, inside or outside backer, and then really I think the one that Georgia fans are really, really interested in would be Donovan Edwards. He's the number 2 rated running back in the country, and he's out of Bloomfield, Michigan. And it looks like it's down to Georgia and Michigan. And what's tough to kind of cover, and I certainly respect it. This is his decision. It's a very tough time. they've really closed it down. No interviews basically the last couple of months, so everybody's trying to piece together information. Dale McGee is the lead recruiter for Georgia here, running back coach. This is a guy that he has targeted for a long time. So we'll find out tomorrow on him. There's Mason Smith, 5-star from Louisiana. There's Corey Foreman, the number one player in the country on 24/7 Sports from California. I mean, Georgia's really, really got some major targets left.
Some big names out there.
Yeah, I think for Georgia fans, you can kind of breathe a little bit because they've done a great job leading into tomorrow.
Rusty, I've got to ask you, what effect has the firing of Gus Malzahn, the change in staffs at South Carolina, and some of the other things going on around the nation, what effect has that had on it?
You know, it's crazy because any other year, I was just thinking about it. It's a great question, Chuck. Any other year, Georgia would be head-to-head down the stretch a lot with Auburn. They really weren't this year. Georgia kind of went head-to-head with Nyland Green with Auburn. And got him, the cornerback out of Newton County a couple of weeks ago. But right now, you know, it's not really look at the commitment list, and really they really haven't recruited, you know, a lot of the same players. Now, here's a 5-star defensive tackle by the name of Lee Hunter out of Alabama that was committed to Auburn. I know Georgia would love to take a shot at him, but right now that seems a little bit long shot to me. But, you know, in South Carolina, it's kind of, you know, Georgia really wouldn't go in head-to-head with them. So, really for the Georgia side, it hasn't really changed things, but, man, for Auburn to fire him on Sunday with National Signing Day on Wednesday, I mean, that's unprecedented. Plus the buyout, you start throwing all those stories around, crazy times.
Let me ask you this, Rusty, before I let you go, and that is because you're coming back on Thursday to kind of summarize the whole thing for us and how it went. Is there a specific name we should listen for tomorrow that if Georgia announces this name, that, boy, it's been a great day for Kirby Smart and his staff?
I think most anticipate Georgia is going to get Xavier Sore. He's a 5-star. I think Donovan Edwards, most people think he's going to Michigan, but I think it's kind of hard to bet against Dale McGee late. We'll see what happens. Mason Smith is the one that I want to see. He's the 5-star defensive tackle out of Louisiana. And what makes things interesting, you know, he takes all these pictures. He's in Louisiana. I mean, every time he's in a picture, Chuck, almost every time, he's in Georgia gear. I mean, he was wearing Georgia T-shirts under his shoulder pads. He's been up here twice. He's hung out with Brock Vandergrift. There was a picture circulating in the summer. Those two were fishing at a lake with about 4 or 5. You know, Brock Vandergrift, not only is he an elite 5-star quarterback, if
he's
anybody,
kind of a Pied Piper, isn't he?
Hey, he has put it on for this class right here. Every time these kids, they're unable to visit with the coaches. So there was many, many weekends that Brock Vandergrift went and entertained kids, went and met their families, ate dinner with them. And listen, Georgia fans should be excited about him, but the work that Brock Vandergrift has put in this class, this young man's trying to surround himself with pieces on both sides of the ball. He's been tremendous for Georgia.
Rusty, we always appreciate your work. We can't wait to hear your summary of it all on Thursday because I know you'll give us the very best of the lowdown on just how well the Dogs did. But Rusty Mansell from Dogs 24/7, and also let me not overlook, you do a lot of work for Channel 5 and great work for WAGA. So congratulations on that too, Rusty. And we'll look forward to seeing you there and hearing you back here on Thursday morning.
Sounds good, Chuck. Take care, buddy.
Okay, Rusty Mansell of Dogs 24/7. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back and turn our attention to will they or won't they, and we mean play on Saturday. That's next here on the Bulldog Roundtable.
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome
And welcome back to the Bulldog Roundtable.
like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness.
What it had meant to his family. Please take advantage of this day. We're holding the Radiothon here at 680 The Fan. So proud of the station for doing this to help raise money for Camp Twin Lakes. It does such great work for seriously ill children and has been so great to the community through the years. And they've been affected by COVID like all the rest of us. But again, 404-231-7889, 404-231-7889 to donate. Also go to 680thefan.com/camp for a lot more information. Anything you can do to help out will be greatly, greatly appreciated. Let's turn our attention now to what's happening this weekend. And our good friend Jake Rowe from Dogs 24/7. And Jake, always great to catch up with you. And it has been the strangest of years, and we're trying to, as I keep referencing, we've been building the plane as we flew it. Now we're trying to land the plane in this year of COVID-19, and we're having trouble doing that. Yesterday, were you starting to kind of get a little skeptical just prior to that news conference with Coach Smart yesterday at noon?
Man, I don't know if it was, Chuck, I don't know if it was yesterday prior to the press conference or it was like, the previous game was supposed to be played on December the 5th. Maybe I've been skeptical about this game being played since like December the 2nd. I mean, it's, for 17, 18 days now. I mean, it's, Vanderbilt is in such bad shape with their roster, with opt-outs, with the injuries. And, I think that's something that wasn't necessarily foreseen early on when the roster requirements were there. And I'm not saying they shouldn't be there. They should. Safety is important. I get that. But, when you're dealing with opt-outs and you're dealing with injuries and all of that factors into who's available to play, and then you throw in a COVID positive or two and about 6 or 7 to contact tracing, that number dwindles really quickly. And, I felt, pretty much since the Vanderbilt week that this game was on shaky ground to be played anyway. You're always hopeful. You're always thinking, especially if Vandy plays last week against Tennessee, that's there. And listen, I'm not trying to cast aspersions on Vandy or anything, but, if you're a Georgia fan, it's tough to wrestle with the optics of postponing Georgia December 5th, playing on the road, playing a home game against a 2-6 Tennessee team that's on a 6-game losing streak at home, and then canceling the Georgia game on the road again. And I know it wasn't all in Vanderbilt's court, and the SEC, gets to make the ultimate call there. But, if you're a Georgia fan, it's tough not to sit there and dwell on that aspect of it, and I get it. But, it's where we are. It's what we're dealing with. And, I think it says a lot about Georgia's program and Kirby Smart that they are looking to play anybody on Saturday to honor those seniors and to get another game in and give those fans that maybe only got tickets to that one game a chance to see the team in person this year.
Yeah, I got really suspicious. Normally at the conclusion of that news conference that he holds every Monday at noon, and it goes to about 12:20 or so, he comes right in, sits down with me, and does a television interview. And when that news conference ended yesterday, I was sitting there waiting, and he's not coming, and then suddenly I'm told, guess what? He's not going to come, and this isn't going to happen today. You better be prepared to do this TV interview later in the week. And I thought, boy, that's something's up. And then sure enough, at 5 o'clock, we get word that that there's no game with Vanderbilt. What do you think the odds are, Jake, that we will have a game?
I don't think they're great, Chuck. Listen, man, you're a lot more behind the ropes than I am because you just you just put it out there. But I would say 25-75 at this point. I think there's probably a 25% chance Georgia gets something started, maybe 30. But, you know, I don't think it'll be for lack of trying. I think that, you know, if you were to be able to take every single thing and make a checklist of what Georgia can do to make a game possible, I think they're going to check every one of those boxes 2 or 3 times. I mean, they're going to go through every possible scenario and talk to every possible team they can possibly talk to make it happen. But it's just it's gonna be really tough just because of the logistics of it. These things are planned out in advance for a reason. They're tough to put together, these football ops departments. And listen, if there is one, Georgia's football, especially if it's a home game, Georgia's football ops department is going to have a lot to do. But whoever they get, whether it's, you know, a mid-major or a Power 5 school or whatever, that football ops department is going to have the 3 or 4 most hellish days of their life trying to get this thing going and get their team in to play Georgia on Saturday. And it's going to take a lot of hard work. I mean, I know we'd all love to see something break and Georgia be able to play somebody like Texas A&M on Saturday, but that's virtually impossible.
Yeah, talking with the great Jake Rowe of Dogs 24/7, who covers these dogs so well. And Jake, I've just got to ask you, you know, when you almost, don't you have to feel sorry a little bit for Kurt? I mean, he's right in the middle of tomorrow's National Signing Days. We just talked to Rusty Manziel, so you got all of that going on. You're trying to put a bow on this regular season, you know, and you'd love to honor those seniors, and you know his heart's breaking for those kids.
That's where I feel bad for him. You know, I mean, the busy work and all that, I get it, man. I mean, but at the end of the day, and I don't want to sound callous because there are a lot of rich people in this country, in this world, that just aren't happy. But Kirby gets paid $7 million a year to deal with the stresses and the balancing act and all that. And I'm sure he'd be one of the first to tell you that. I feel for him because I know how he feels for those seniors, and I feel for those seniors as well. You know, those guys deserve a chance to come out, and especially when you consider the leadership they've provided this year in staying COVID-free and limiting outbreaks and bouncing back from, you know, a really tough situation with everything that's gone on this year, you know, and maintaining the line. I mean, you got guys like Jordan Davis and Richard LeCounte, who probably aren't going to be around next year. I'd never say never, but both of those guys are likely headed to the NFL, and they've been hurt. They've been hurt for weeks, and they're practicing, and they're trying to come back, and they're trying to get on the field because they like wearing that G on the side of their helmet, and they love the guys they play with.
Yeah.
And that's what's right about the sport. That's why we all do it. You know, that's why we cover it. That's why that's why I played it in high school and coached it a little bit, is because it's just the game is amazing, and it invokes emotions and character that you didn't know you had. And, you know, for those guys not to get out and get a chance to do it in Sanford Stadium for one time it's a shame. And I'm not saying it's anybody's fault. It's just a shame.
No doubt about it, Jake. And I got to tell you, I you know, as always, appreciate your time and being with us here this morning. And listen, if I don't get to see you before, you and your family, you know, have a great holiday, have a great Christmas, and I hope to catch up with you real soon. But Jake Rowe, Dogs 24/7, always with great insight into what's going on inside that football program. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back, turn our attention to basketball. The Dogs men's basketball team off to a 5-0 start. Head coach Tom Crean will join us next.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, you know, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because, you know, my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness, you know. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
And welcome back. And, I mentioned going into the break that we're going to talk about a little bit about our men's basketball team because they're off to a 5-0 start. I saw a great tweet this morning. Somebody had tweeted out that Georgia's basketball team had gotten more first-place votes for the top 25 than Kentucky this week. We love that. And joined now by head coach Tom Crean. And, Coach, congratulations. I know Saturday night, boy, I'm in St. Louis, but I'm trying to listen on the app. Boy, I was sweating that one out, and I know you were.
Yeah, it was a tough game. Samford came in. They came in fearless. They attacked us right from the get-go. They shoot the three extremely quick and extremely well. And we were reeling just a little bit, trying to play without Tamani Kamara. And it affected us for a while. But then we settled in and realized that we've got to be tough. We've got to rebound the ball. We've got to defend better for longer periods of time. We've got to move the ball better on offense. And so we're still going through a lot of growing pains on really figuring out how to play and how we really want to play. But, I mean, to have the 5-0 record and have 5 wins under our belt is good, but we got a lot to get better at.
Well, you mentioned after the game that you thought it was a character win, and no doubt when you've got to play without Tamani because, boy, he brings an awful lot to the picnic.
He really does, and he's so active defensively. So people see his numbers right now with the points and rebounds, but it's what he distorts and distracts defensively, and then it's the deflections and the activity that he plays with. He's getting 14 deflections a game, and I know it's only 5 games, but that is a tremendous, tremendous number. And to me, that disruption that he creates makes it better for everybody else. But not only do we have to get better on defense, we've got to get better moving without the ball. And there were too many times when we got our break going, we did not have the proper spacing, and we didn't move the ball as quick as it needs to move. And we've still got a lot to learn about that, and it's going to get a lot harder on Saturday night when Cincinnati comes.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit about that because Cincinnati's scheduled to be in Stegman at 8 o'clock tip on Saturday night in a game that we're really looking forward to. And is it fair to say this will be the biggest challenge you've had so far in this preseason?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, without a doubt. And certainly Samford came in with a great system and style and played 12 guys and really tried to create havoc and keep you off balance.
They had 92 substitutions. 92.
Yeah, well, that's amazing. Yeah, I think their first substitution was after the first possession. And so they know what they're doing. I mean, they cause a lot of disruption, but Cincinnati is big and experienced. And like I told our players the other day, I mean, when I'm growing up as a coach at Marquette, every day it started with what's going on at Cincinnati and what's going on at Louisville. And my coaching career began as a measuring stick every day to how do we compete with Cincinnati. So to me, it brings back tremendous intensity feelings for me playing against a game like that. But I can't do anything about it except help prepare the team. They're the ones that have got to go out and really, really be at a high level competitively and toughness-wise, because that's exactly what Cincinnati is. They've been to Tennessee. That game came down to the last minute. They've been to Xavier, or played Xavier at home. That game came down to the last minute and a half. They know what they're doing. They're well coached. They're older. They're much bigger than us, and we're going to have a lot to deal with their physicality and toughness.
Talking with Coach Tom Crean, and Coach, with Cincinnati coming in, and you talked a few minutes ago about things that we need to do better. What do you like about what you've seen here in these 5 wins?
Oh, I like their spirit of togetherness and how much better they're getting, how hard they work. We're very active defensively. We're figuring out the game as it goes along. We're moving the ball. We're just not moving and cutting as well without the ball. And we've got to get more five-man movement in the game. But I like their spirit. You know, I like the attitude that they're playing with. And we're coming down, and I think the biggest thing is when you're not making shots, can you continue to guard people at a high level? And I think that's what we're learning about.
Well, you've got 2 games left here in what I'm referring to as the preseason before the start of the conference schedule. You've got Cincinnati, you've got Northeastern. Northeastern had a nice win Sunday morning over, they had an 11 a.m. tip against UMass and had a nice win there. So both of these teams will be coming in, Northeastern coming in a week from today, I believe. And so my question now is, then the conference schedule starts, and so you're staring at that just 2 games away with Mississippi State in Stegman on the 30th, but then we're going to have to go on the road. We have not had any road games. Are you concerned at all about taking the team on the road and the challenges that'll present?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. But in this world right now that we're in, I'm concerned about taking the team anywhere. And that's just part of it. And I know others have been on the road, but when the schedule changed the way that it did, and the season changed the way that it did, and some of those games fell by the wayside, we decided to do everything we could do to get as many games in as we could. And when you're at home, you know you have a much better opportunity of that. I wish we'd have been able to scrimmage somebody or play an exhibition somewhere against somebody, but it just didn't work out that way. But, I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to have to go on the road here at some point. So there's no question there's concern on that. But the bottom line is you want to build confidence every day and put them in a position where they're feeling better, where they feel like they're improving. But at the end of the day, we're trying to do everything in this world that we're in right now to keep them as safe for as long as we possibly can. And so there's some of that thinking that goes into it as well.
Yeah, and sitting there at 5-0, we like to say, you know, just like losing can be a habit, winning can be a habit too. And you may have had some of the benefit of that on Saturday night.
Well, we've got absolutely. I mean, with 8 new players, you've got to be, and then again, we're playing without K.D. Johnson, who we earmarked as one. We knew he would play when he got here, but the way that he has practiced, he would be playing quite a bit, like a lot. And he's so competitive, and we miss that. And then to not have Tumani, and now we've got to get him healthy so that he can get back. So you deal with a lot of different things, and those are all non-COVID related things. And you just project that you're going to have to deal with that at some point in time during the year as well, or plan for it, I guess, the best that you can. So right now, it's most important is that we build up wins, we build up confidence. But it really, really ratchets up now this week as we get ready for Cincinnati.
All right, Coach, I thank you so much for your time. I'll see you Saturday night, 8 o'clock tip against Cincinnati at Stegman Coliseum. We want a good atmosphere there in Stegman, and let's make it 6-0.
Absolutely. I thought our atmosphere the other night was excellent. I know you weren't there, but we had a really good crowd, and obviously we obviously are limited, but we don't need to be limited in game operations, game management, loud music, not too loud, obviously, but loud enough that people feel it, and fans that are just there making great noise and great passion. And I thought our students the other night, again, were fantastic. I mean, just absolutely fantastic. And I hope that we can get more of them, even with the football game being not being played right now at this point. I hope we can get them to come and stay for that night as well.
Good. Coach Crean, thank you so much. I will see you Saturday night. To all of you in the Bulldog Nation, thank you so much. Again, that's an 8 o'clock tip in Stegman Coliseum. National Signing Day tomorrow. Don't forget the Radiothon for Camp Twin Lakes. And, of course, let's have a great Bulldog Day, everybody.
The cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds. And so to me, that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a good weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I found I was
Tuesday morning, 9:30. It's time for the Home Team in Hamilton show here on The Fan, 680, 93.7 FM. Home Team Brandon Leak with Joe Hamilton, the College Football Hall of Famer, the living legend, all-time leading passer at Georgia Tech, and a man whose heartstrings are pulled today with the rest of the city as we try to help out here on 680 The Fan. The number will be different today because we are part of 680 The Fan's Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon that's presented to you by Taco Mac, and we have some great things to possibly help out with just because you can. We'll get to a lot of that. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by This Stuff Matters, helping you make the most out of what matters most. Go to thisstuffmatters.net. And the Home Team in Hamilton show is presented to you by Wellstar Health System. Wellstar, more than health care, people care. Special day as we do this once a year. Feels good when you're able to help out somebody, and we can help out a whole lot of somebodies today. Joe Hamilton, how you doing this fine Tuesday morning as you get ready for your first 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon?
Yeah, Home Team, I'm doing outstanding. Matter of fact, I'm in a type of mood right now. I've set my mindset to be grateful, to try to energize our listeners, to try to donate, to help out however you can to an outstanding cause. I'm blessed to be a part of it, Home Team, to try to motivate others to be a blessing. We are blessed to be a blessing. So when you think about the kids and what you can do during this time, it's not usually during this time, the Christmas holidays, that you can extend. All right, you can extend your gift giving, not to only just your immediate family and your loved ones, but also carry it out to somebody you don't know, that they can have a happy holidays as well. I'm excited, Home Team. I really am excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, and I think everybody can certainly feel where all of the goodness can go. The number you can call to make a donation or inquire about some of our incentive items is 404-231-9887, and you can go online. You can view the incentive items we have and can donate if you go to 680thefan.com/camp. Some of the things that are incentive items for our time here, there are some things that people can really help out. And I'm bad. Usually not about procrastinating about a lot of things, but when it's for buying things for others this time of the year, I'm usually bad. So for the people who procrastinate a little bit like me, this is a perfect time to help out because there's an avenue, an outlet, in order for us to help people who like to some of the times do things on our own time.
Sometimes you want to spread love. Sometimes you are overwhelmed with how 2020 has treated you. Don't you know, Home Team, during this pandemic, some people have really prospered, doing better than they've ever done before.
That's true.
And this is the point in time where you can show that love. You can be very, very grateful. And even if the incentives online doesn't tickle your fancy, just donate. Try your best, whatever helps. And when you think about you doubling down for the kids, you're not necessarily going out of your way to help somebody that is already established or could do for themselves. We're talking about less fortunate kids with some disabilities that you're helping out.
You help kids do. That's what you do.
That's exactly
when you
right.
Make a donation to Camp Twin Lakes, having chances to go out there over the years, just a magical place where kids who normally wouldn't have a chance to do certain things because of certain limitations, they get the opportunity because of Camp Twin Lakes. They've been doing it for more than a quarter of a century, and there's so many different ways that you can help out. Again, the number to call, 404-231-9887 is the number to donate, and you can go online to view some of the incentive items that we have at 680thefan.com/camp. And some of the incentive items that we have, Buffalo Cafe has a couple of gift cards, $25 gift cards. If you donate $50, you can get yourself a $25 gift card. And then the other proceeds, we help out some kids, that really need some help. And having a chance to go out there, really can change your life and your perspective, especially if you're somebody that has kids. I know you have children. I don't have children, but I have godchildren. And when you see kids that, can do whatever they want to, go wherever they want to, have no limitations whenever they want to do something, it really changes your perspective when there are a lot of kids that don't have those opportunities without the assistance of Camp Twin Lakes.
You're absolutely correct, home team, and it helps me when I am, trying to train and teach my kids about the less fortunate. When they see them, you want to show proper respect. You want to understand sometimes that not everybody has it the way you guys have it, and when the time permits, do things for others. And that's the opportunity, whether you're going to, teach your kids to be grateful and thankful and spread the love, or you're going to help out in ways you can't. And Camp Twin Lakes, what they do when, those kids go there, home team, when I was reading about it, they adapt to all their needs.
They do.
It's not one of those things to where all of a sudden you in society and your everyday living, and now you have to adapt to your surroundings. Maybe it's faster and you don't catch along with the people around you. But when you go to Camp Twin Lakes, they catering to you. It's your world, and they make the kids feel so special, and I think that's needed.
And you can do a double whammy. You can help out, the folks at Camp Twin Lakes, get your hands on one of these incentive items, and maybe, spread a little bit more joy, spread the love around elsewhere. We have some great incentive items that are still up on the board. You can go to 680thefan.com/camp to check those out. If you want to get your hands on a razor, we have a Phillips razor for men, $50. We have more than a dozen of those. You can go check those out. There's a Buffalo Cafe $25 gift card for $50. You can go ahead and check that out. Junior's Pizza has a $50 gift card that you can go up to the website, or you can call in and make a donation to get your hands on that. There's an autographed Jenny Finch softball.
Ooh, that's a good item.
There are 9 of those. So if you want to get your hands on, some sports memorabilia, today's the day to do so as well. There are also some things that are going to be up there, and I'm certainly sure that a lot of people are going to get some of these Braves items. One of them, a Hall of Fame poster. John Smoltz has autographed a limited edition Hall of Fame poster. It is one of a very few that have been circulated, and that is up on the incentive board. So if you want a chance to get those things as well as some other opportunities to get your hands on stuff, all you have to do is go to 680thefan.com/camp, or you can call 404-231-9887. That's the number to get in. We'll get into a little bit of sports, a wild Monday night football game. I hope those teams run it back. That'd be good to see those teams do that again, Joe. My goodness gracious. So many points, so many things to talk about, and 2 fun quarterbacks gave us a little bit of entertainment last night before we went to bed.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, home team, you saw a well-played game. You didn't see many missed tackles, bad decisions by quarterbacks. You saw both teams trying to establish their identity, go about things the way they go about it, and that's what today's NFL is all about. Make sure you do what you do. And if you're the Baltimore Ravens, you like what you see now, Lamar Jackson, and that's the recipe. That's the Baltimore Ravens team, not necessarily giving up 42 points, but offensively run the ball, including with Lamar Jackson, and throw less. And another recipe for the Baltimore Ravens would be something that's obvious. They are not a team that can play from behind. So when they're up on you, and I know they came from behind last night.
2 times.
Well, 2 times, but they didn't play from behind as far as catching up 2 scores away to where they are forced to pass the ball. When you just 1 score down and it's early in the game and not that late, you can still run your basic offense. You can even go back to your dirty dozen, your first 15 scripted, and just play it that way. Lamar Jackson throwing the ball 17 times accurately, making plays with his feet. That is the recipe for the Baltimore Ravens. And when you can beat them or get them behind the 8 ball is if you put Lamar Jackson behind the chains, 3rd and long, 7+, or you have them coming from behind.
Well, we'll get into.
And which you did a good job last night, home team. I don't want to make it seem like
they were down 14 twice. So when you're throwing it, you have a chance to throw your way back into it. But they run very well, Joe. And when you run it, you're not going to throw an interception. Those teams ran 133 plays and had 1 turnover.
Yes.
133 NFL plays, 1 turnover between the two teams, and one of them was a raggedy interception. Other than that, fantastic game between two quarterbacks. And then the story of Lamar Jackson coming out of the training table for whatever was going on with him.
He told you whatever was going on with him.
Yes.
He had to get an IV.
He was cramping up, I guess.
What do you mean you guess? There you go. Here we go again. What's going on, home team?
I'm just saying.
Has he told you the untruth before?
No. I didn't say he didn't do anything.
Why would you? I guess when he's clearly said he was cramping, he went in and he got an IV and he was able to come back out.
I don't know.
What are you speculating here?
I don't know. I've seen people run with cramps. They had a video of him running into the training room. It looked a little different of a waddle. We leave with the facts on this show.
Well, the fact, okay.
I don't have any facts to substantiate. I'm just going by experience. I've had a waddle like that before, and I've seen guys with that. He waddled a little differently into the locker room. That's all I'm going to. And if you saw when the door opened, there was a Ravens official or somebody on the team who was coming out, and he kind of shooed him out of the way. That didn't seem kind of crampy to me, but that's all right. He got the IV. He came out. He gave us a magical Monday night game.
Very much so, man. You really can't script that, home team.
No.
To jog in on 4th and 5, all of a sudden off the sideline and make a play with his legs.
Unbelievable.
Accurate play downfield. So that was a very, very entertaining game. No doubt about it.
Some of the things that you can do today here as we are part of 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, presented to you by Taco Mac, is make a donation, or you can inquire about incentive items. We have all kinds of things and really good food. If you want to get this is a day really to get some cards as well. We have NFA Burger, who has some fine things that they are giving away that you can look online and get. Chick-fil-A Warner Robins has 20 gift cards. So if you're looking to take care of a bunch of people, if you're an office that wants to hand out some stuff, you can go on to 680thefan.com/camp and check that out. If you're a golfer, boy, there's some things for you. Bobby Jones Golf Course has a round of golf for 4, and Joe, with the golf carts included. That's just not some regular golfing.
That's almost
really
first class.
Golf.
Yeah, that's first class.
I like it. First class golfing that's going to be going on there. And some other things that you can look for. Lake Lanier has some really good golf swag bags that they're giving away where they have some Oakley backpacks. They have all kinds of goodies in them, some Target line Oakley sunglasses. They have some golf shirts. Some of these are valued at $55. They have water bottles. They have a couple of dozen golf balls. Those are the types of things. You go ahead, you make a donation, you get your hands on those things, and you are making a fantastic donation and help to the folks at Camp Twin Lakes.
Yeah, you're ultimately making an impact. And you'll feel good about doing it. No doubt about it. You can sleep better. You'll feel like you contributed to society and you was helpful to others. That's really the bottom line about this movement here and this radiothon that we're doing.
Later tonight, you get a chance to be a part of a lot of information as there's going to be a lot of fun, and you can really help out as well when you start to talk about finding your way to enhance the experience. When you think about what happens tonight when we're done today, a kid that might not be able to swim, a kid that might not be able to breathe as well as others because they have asthma. And my brother had asthma, really a bad asthma when he was a kid, where he had several times where the ambulance had to be called and 911 had to show up. And I can only imagine, one, what that was doing to my mother, two, what that was doing to my dad, because my mother probably was not in the best of sorts. And, having a situation where you can have things taken care of when you go to bed tonight, helping out somebody really can make a difference. So if you can, 404-231-9887 is the number to donate. And they do have a camp, they call it Camp Blown Away at Camp Twin Lakes, where you can go and the children that are dealing with asthma can go on certain events and have certain adventures at camp that can help them where they don't have to trigger some of the things that will cause them problems if they weren't at Camp Twin Lakes.
Being in a world of their own. With no worries. That's where we want to try to put these kids, their mindset to doing a lot of things that they're not accustomed to doing.
Yeah, I think it's just an awesome time. If you have a chance, you can go to their website as well. And you can see actually what you're doing to help out. And, it's just it's just something that all you have to do is just take one look, and it's certainly going to change you. You can also give the gift of Braves baseball for the fan of your life. If you go to braves.com/holiday pack, you can help out, and you can stuff a stocking with some Phillies tickets, Pirates tickets, Dodgers tickets, or Marlins tickets. You can save up to 40%, 48% off singular game prices as well if you do that. So when we start talking about children and you start talking about camps, you have to talk about people who help put things together. Not only put them together, Joe, but keep them going together. And when we get back, we're going to talk to a man who's part of a company that's a big part of today's giving. He's Harold Martin, CEO of Taco Mac. He will join us here on 680 The Fan's Holiday Radiothon, benefiting Camp Twin Lakes here on The Fan, 680 93.7 FM.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a good weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. And I just tried the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because,
Welcome back in to the Home Team in Hamilton show here on the Fan, 680 93.7 FM. Home Team, Joe Hamilton. We are here until 11 o'clock, part of 680 The Fan's Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon. It is presented to you by Taco Mac. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. You can make the holidays more merry and fulfilling if you can help out today. 404-231-9887 is the number to call in to make a donation. You can also go online to 680thefan.com/camp to see all of the great things available for you to make a donation towards, and some of the incentive items we told you about, some of the things you can pick up. Piece of Cake has a $50 gift card that is up there for donation. A great place to go and get you something for yourself or for your family for nice treats. And so that's among the things up there that we have to give today. And now we get a chance to talk to a guy who's a part of it, Joe. You can't start something and keep something going without good people. And we get a chance to talk to one of the people who is responsible for the giving today. He is Harold Martin, CEO of Taco Mac and corporate partner of Camp Twin Lakes, who joins us here on the Home Team in Hamilton show here on the Fan, 680 93.7 FM. Harold, good morning. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you very much for having me.
Look,
thank you for hosting this wonderful event.
Thank you for being a part of it. You really are going to help and change a lot of lives, and not just help kids, but help parents as well who need somebody to help reach out from time to time. Talk about the support that Camp Twin Lakes has been getting from Taco Mac since the 90s, because starting something is one thing, keeping something going is another.
I completely agree. So Taco Mac has been supporting Camp Twin Lakes for over 20 years. We contribute through fundraisers. We primarily contribute by contributing 25 cents from each of our kids' meal sales. Over the years, we've contributed almost $1 million, which we hope to eclipse this year. And in 2019, we contributed $100,000, and we're on track to be at a similar level this year.
When you look at becoming a CEO, what is it about Camp Twin Lakes that made you continue your support for the organization?
Sure. So I've been at Tacomac for just under 3 years. And one of the first things we did was evaluate all of our partnerships. We wanted to go spend time with the organizations that we were supporting. One of those organizations was Camp Twin Lakes. And so we took our team down to participate in camp, and we got an opportunity to serve lunch to a camp called Camp Twitch and Shout, which is for kids with Tourette syndrome. And it was just unbelievable to see these kids who were able to sort of put aside what society would focus on, which is sort of their ailments and their challenges, and just be kids and enjoy the time. And then you spend time with the families, to your point, they're able to, relax and watch their kids have fun and also get sort of arrested from the challenge of raising kids with meaningful challenges. And so that had a real impact on me. And we said we're going to go all in, and we're going to support Camp Twin Lakes, as we have for the last 20 years, for the next 20, 30, 40, or 50 years. And so we've been very committed since. And I'll tell you, so on a personal note, I have young kids myself. My kids actually turned 6 today, actually, is their birthday. And the only thing you want as a parent is for your kids to be happy, to be protected, to preserve their innocence as long as possible. And what you realize for a lot of these kids is they're growing up really fast. They've got to understand healthcare. They've got to understand that life isn't fair. They've got to understand challenge. They've got to see their parents deal with pain and anguish, lots of things that our kids don't have to experience. And so if there's anything that we at Tacomac can do to contribute to that cause, we absolutely want to do that.
Harold, what has been your favorite event or activity at the camp that you've observed?
So my favorite is Spin for Kids. So Spin for Kids is an annual fundraiser. It's a cycling event. Anybody can participate. You can ride a mile in support of camp, or you can ride 100 miles in support of camp. And 2 years ago, my leadership team and I, none of us even own bikes at this time, but we decided to buy bikes and ride 100 miles and Spin for Kids. And so we trained for months, and some of us barely made it over the finish line. I may or may not have been included in that group in the first year. Others of us, were a lot stronger through the finish. But we did the same thing this year. Since our second year doing it. So it's a great opportunity for us to support camp, not just with our financial contributions, but also with our time and our efforts, and just to think about all the work that goes into camp from a wonderful team at camp and all the kids and parents, and actually put our own blood, sweat, and tears into that effort. And we have a great time serving wings to all the other riders as well.
And how can our listeners support Camp Twin Lakes by just eating at Tacomac?
Well, first of all, I'm hoping your listeners are going to call in today and make a contribution today.
Yes.
With raising money, you got to do it now, because like anything else in life, you put it off, it's less likely to happen. So my hope is your listeners, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to pick up the phone, or they're going to go online and make a contribution now. But if they want to make the contribution through Tacomac, it's buy the kids' meal. Come in. At the end of the day, Tacomac is a family brand. When we think about Tacomac, you're picturing our guests at the bar and a dining room full of families and kids. And so come in, order a kid's meal, and you'll know that 25 cents of your kid's meal will be going toward Camp Twin Lakes.
Well, Harold, we certainly thank you for your time and your commitment. We certainly are going to look forward to seeing you, because you guys are going to help out a lot of folks today, and we appreciate Tacomac and you being corporate partners of Camp Twin Lakes and trying to help out as many young people as you can today.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's amazing what a difference a year makes. Just a year ago, we were sitting in person hosting a radiothon. Now we're doing it all by phone. So thank you guys for your help.
Harold Martin, CEO of Tacomac, corporate partner of Camp Twin Lakes, joining us here on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line here on the Fan 680 93.7 FM. You got to get it going, but you got to keep it going. And he's one of the guys that keeps it going. And getting in, not just sitting up from the desk, getting in, getting on the bike, and, trying to help out by his example as well. I think that's a very good example and a very good person who is certainly putting his money and his time where his mouth is.
A lot of us are put in positions to help others. And you have to take that seriously. And you have to make sure that you need partners, you need volunteers, you need guys giving money, their time, sacrificing. A lot of kids out there need our help.
9 o'clock hour brought to you by This Stuff Matters, helping you make the most out of what matters most. Go to thisstuffmatters.net. When we get back, now that it's over, is it worth trying to see more of the dogs? We'll get to that. He's Joe Hamilton. I'm Home Team. It's the Home Team and Hamilton show here on The Fan, 680 93.7 FM.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. And I just tried the rock rope a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is V. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to be.
Welcome back in to the Home Team in Hamilton show here on The Fan, 680, 93.7 FM. Proud to be a part of 680 The Fan's Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, presented to you by Taco Mac. You can make a donation and inquire about incentive items. All you have to do is call 404-231-9887 today. And if you want to see what items are available, all you have to do is go online to 680thefan.com/camp. And there are still some great items available. Shout out to a lot of the local businesses that have put things up for us to make available. Joe Hamilton, Big Peach Running Company has a $50 gift card. Junior's Pizza, Brack's Kitchen, Tesla. They have a mini Tesla Model S for kids. Boy, you want to talk
That's
about
a Christmas gift.
Putting some smile on the face of a youngster. Buffalo's Cafe, Garnish and Gather. We have a Jenny Finch autographed softball. We have an Ozzy Albies autographed ball. Hero Donuts and Hot Dog Pete's. I went down there a couple of weeks ago. Fantastic hot dogs. They've put some gift cards up, so there are plenty of donations that you can make and some incentives that you can get your hands on for yourself or stocking stuffers or gifts for others around the city of Atlanta.
And you can only imagine how an individual will feel after he's donated, after he's given to young kids, making sure they're smiling during the holidays. I've seen a couple of interviews from some of these kids with their experience and the smile, the gratitude. It's just an unbelievable feeling because now they're catered to. Now they're being treated special after living out in a world that sometimes is difficult for them to adapt. And Camp Twin Lakes is allowing them to do that and impacting their lives in a way they will never, ever forget. And again, Home Team, I would like to say I'm very, very grateful to be a part of it.
Southeast Mortgage brings you the 10 o'clock hour here on the Fan, 680, 93.7 FM. Kirby Smart was a part of the 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac earlier today. He joined the fine folks on the front row, Brian Finneran, Sandra Golden, and John Michaels. And Sandra Golden asked him a direct question, and he gave a direct answer, as my grandmother used to say.
Well, that's what you want.
Yeah, he'd be direct. They have their game canceled, the University of Georgia against Vanderbilt, due to old COVID showing up and not allowing Vanderbilt to have the minimum number of players required to play for the SEC's COVID protocol. So they are still looking. I don't know what that means or how much time they have. It's going to be a crunch in order to do so. I think there's a double whammy. There's a logistics and time crunch situation that you have as the clock continues to tick. And then there's the who's going to go to Athens to take what's going to be at the end of that trip, which is a pretty good stomping probably by the dogs on whoever goes in to play the game.
No matter who?
No matter who.
And there's another problem, Home Team, and it's this. There aren't anybody else practicing.
Yeah.
Nobody's scheduled to play next week. Or this week. So maybe kids are going home already. You know, they're rushing not to be in protocols. Other teams that know their season is over are denying bowl games. So you have to almost kind of make sure that the teams you are calling to try to get a makeup game or try to schedule a game, they're actually practicing. And it's getting late, home team. If a team hasn't practiced by tomorrow, by today, it is very doom and gloom, because you're going to ask them also to get flights, you know, to Athens, and that's going to be inconvenient because, again, you haven't done that before. Normally these schedules are out how long before? And I understand what BYU and Coastal Carolina did in a number of days, got it together to where BYU traveled and was able to put on a very, very good game.
And BYU's independent, so they can they have a little bit of latitude to do some things.
And I think both teams are trying to actually play for something. So now this is the question I'm going to present to you. What's the end game as far as the Georgia Bulldogs trying to play on Saturday?
I think
is it all about the seniors and making sure they can have their senior day and go out on the right note? Is it about evaluation? Because what can you really, really get done in evaluation purposes against Vanderbilt?
Yeah, I think it was just something that was an oversight, not by the University of Georgia, by everybody in college football. That senior day is usually at the end. It's usually the final game of the regular season. The problem is you don't know when the end was coming. So I think if you had to do all over again, you probably should have made senior day the first game or, maybe earlier in the season. And you just hate that for the kids that have been there, that have, done everything you've asked for them. And then they have their one moment to go out there with their families and get the picture taken on the field. I'm sure you remember your senior day
absolutely.
Down at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, I remember it vividly because it's something you prepare for. It's something you look forward to, saying that I can't wait to jog out on that field for the last time. And I remember me telling my parents that I have something different in store for them. I've worked on something this week that even you guys have been following me all my career. Y'all haven't seen this yet.
Okay.
And that also was against the Bulldogs. Remember, when you're at Georgia Tech, your last game home was going to be against the Bulldogs, and you want to put your best foot forward. So no doubt about it, I remember that game. And home team, they will remember everybody who's not having a senior day. COVID-19, the pandemic, the sacrifices they made. I'm all for it. I'm all for practicing. I'm all for getting extra practices as a head coach during a non-pandemic year. But right now, I want these kids to go home. I want these kids to go see their family, spend some time with their loved ones, and not be out on the practice field if you don't have to.
Yeah, it's got to be a very frustrating situation when you're trying to get into your regimen and you just can't do it because at the last minute or a week before or 2 days before it's thrown off. They probably need a mental break right now, some of the players, and, just focus on the bowl
There's no
game.
probably about it.
Yeah, you're right. They're probably tired.
Kids want to go home.
They're tired.
And you know what?
They're tired.
Coaches want to go home. Coaches want to take a break from coming in 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning, leaving 7, studying film, game planning, getting tested every single day or very, very often, protocols, having to follow that to a T just to get to play on Saturday, satisfying the customers, satisfying us, the fans. Yeah, they've been going through a lot. So home team, if it's not money generated, if you can't bring money to your school and have bowl games or try to play an extra game, I don't know that it's worth it this year. And I'm talking even the rebuilds.
What about the bowl game?
I would decline. I would decline.
Maybe that's something we get into tomorrow.
Home team, I would decline as a coach. I would try to steer my team or steer the athletic director to letting these kids go home. And if I'm on the leadership council or I'm a leader on the team playing football and coach asks us, what do you guys want to do? At this point in time, in my gut feeling, I would be like, Coach, man, let us go home.
Now, that's surprising because
let us go home.
I can understand in the disjointed schedule, you've been at the end, you're now at the end of the season, the end of the schedule. I understand that. But with a bowl game, a little bit further down the line and maybe a set opponent and a set site, maybe that would, quell some of the anxiousness of just not knowing what was coming next. I'm very surprised that you would say, no bowl game. I'm out of here.
I'm
done.
Well, if I'm on the leadership council, I'm telling coach or I'm recommending to coach, not only that I'm out of here, we are out of here.
Oh, the whole team.
Well, we're going to come together. We're going to raise our hands and we're going to have input from everybody, home team. But I would ask the coach or whoever is inviting to play more, why? Why? Where am I going? It's not the same experience from that week that I'll be there enjoying the festivities, going out and enjoying whatever they have for the players.
Taking a tour of the city or the sites.
Yeah, or to the Gator Bowl when I went. You going to the dog track and having fun that way.
I went to the dog track.
Yeah, when the dogs were racing. Yeah, bumper cars, doing all those good things. That's not there. And oh, by the way, you are practicing.
Yes, it still works.
Oh, yes, it still works. So that evaluation, I would be like, hey, coach, I'll make sure we get in here extra in February or next year to make up some more work. But we're tired of playing. We're tired of getting tested. We're fatigued. Bottom line, home team.
I'm surprised that you said that. We'll get into that tomorrow. I'm very surprised that you said that because I would think you want to play. I'm still looking for an item. There are a lot of items here on 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon. List is presented to you by Taco Mac. You can help out, and you can really help out a lot of children, a lot of families. I want to say thanks to just so many of the local businesses that have put some things up for you to go and buy and make a donation and help out kids at Camp Twin Lakes. Mojito Madness is helping out with parties. If you want to have a party of 50, they are able to provide that for you. We mentioned earlier, piece of cake. Ozzy Albies has an autographed baseball. John Smoltz has an autographed limited edition Hall of Fame poster. Not many of those walking around or posted up on walls around the city of Atlanta. You might want to get your hands on that. We talked about Buffalo Cafe being a part of it as well. There is a Jerry Rice autographed football available if you go to 680thefan.com/camp to help make a donation to Camp Twin Lakes. The GOAT, Jerry Rice, has autographed a football, and it is available for somebody to have today or to give away today.
And I'm encouraging our listeners right now to not procrastinate, not put it off until later on. I'll get it done at 3 o'clock. I'll get it done in the evening. Go right now. Make sure you make a difference, because if it's on your chest now, and if you're thinking about it, you're really moved, something is in your conscience to get it done. Is no better feeling than helping out and being in a position to help out. And that's what this is all about, home team, because, again, this will go a long ways, and all of a sudden you're catching yourself each and every year looking to donate, looking to make an impact in others' lives. And when you're talking about kids, like Harold said earlier, the CEO of Taco Mac, I have kids as well, and they are happy, and they take some things for granted because they don't see other kids struggling. So this is an opportunity to make sure that not only you can touch your kids and show them an example, but let other kids know and have fun off of your happiness, off of your ability to be a blessing.
Now, we're looking for one more item. I don't see it on here. Probably have to ride around and find him, Ron Dane, with that Heisman he's riding around with that you should have had your hands on. But see, he might be in his car with it. So I don't see that on the list right now, Joe.
Oh, Ron Dane and that Heisman, huh?
It's my man, too, but I just didn't agree with the voters that year. I just didn't. I did not. A lot of people didn't. You're my Heisman. You're our Heisman.
Ron Dane had 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
They usually reward that.
Yeah, they usually reward that. There was a whole bunch of touchdowns that I saw you throw. Usually reward that, too. When you go over 10,000 total yards for the first time.
That sure would have, if I had a duplicate of the Heisman, would be a nice giveaway incentive for somebody to purchase or to help out Camp Twin Lakes.
Well, they're trying to help out, and you can help out as well. There are some fantastic items where you can make a donation. The number again, 404-231-9887. You can make a donation to Camp Twin Lakes, helping out a lot of kids who really would be appreciative. Disney World has a one-day park hopper pass for $5. Now, I'm hearing this is like a golden ticket.
Hopper?
The park hopper tickets.
So you can cut the lines?
Of them. If you cut the lines.
Ooh, that's the package of the day right there, brother.
Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, Animal Kingdom. It is good for a year, Joe. Expires November 2021.
I don't know, man. That's worth about $500 right there.
You might want to go to 680 The Fan.
If you've ever been to Disney World, you would know that's a package. That's a deal.
Matt Chernoff talks about that all the way, and he's got it down to a science when he's supposed to buy and when he can get in. And apparently this really is helpful to families, especially if you have more than one child. Yeah, Disney World having that one-day park hopper pass for $5 is certainly going to be a hot item. Also want to say thanks to Bloomin' Brands. The College Football Hall of Fame has a family 4-pack of tickets for you to visit. You can go in there and you can see Joe Hamilton up there on the second floor. He's permanently housed on the second floor of the College Football Hall of Fame. Didn't you feel good when you took your son and your daughter up there to see you for the first time, see their daddy, press that button, and see the digital display of what you were able to do? That had to feel good.
No, that was a good feeling. It's an awesome feeling. It's an awesome feeling to know that that's not going to, be erased. That's going to be in history.
Forever.
But let's not make this about me now, home team.
You're right.
This is about this Radiothon and benefiting Camp Twin Lakes. But if I can do anything to help, if somebody can come up with an idea to help me or sign something to give away, I'm willing to do whatever to help the cause.
Shake Shack and Loyal Tavern also have some great gift cards you can give away. And, a lot of times gift cards is the way people are going. So this is a perfect environment. If you're looking to get something that's really easy for you to acquire or for you to give to someone else, these gift cards are an easy way, one, to make a donation, and two, to either get something for yourself or to give something to somebody else where you can just hand them out and say, here.
And I also want to say that although we have items that you can purchase to go to the donation, they can also just donate. You don't have to necessarily purchase an item. You can donate your money. You can donate $50, $100, whatever you want to donate. You contribute to the cause that way as well.
Atlanta Brewing Company, Buena Vida Tapas and Soul, and Glide Pizza. We want to say thank you to them because they also have gift cards that you can get your hands on, and the donations and the proceeds really go to helping a lot of kids who really are going to be thankful and really be helped by your donations. When we get back, this might throw a huge monkey wrench in the transfer portal. We'll get to that. He's Joe Hamilton. I'm home team. This is 680 The Fan. And the Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon is presented to you by Taco Mac here on The Fan, 680 93.7 FM.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. And I just climbed the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. Honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed.
Welcome back in to the Home Team in Hamilton show here on The Fan, 680, 93.7 FM. Home Team, College Football Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion, living legend icon, and influencer Joe Hamilton. We're here until 11. You can make a very special phone call today, 404-231-9887, to be a part of 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. I'm not going to stop, man.
Yeah, you need to stop, man. Living icon, man. Come on.
I'm not going to stop.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, some people think so. We want to say thanks. You have to give a shout out now. Folks are helping out and doing so very, very much today. And we want to give a shout out to the Mill Creek Athletic Association, the 11 and 12-year-old boys basketball team, the Pure Ballers.
Yes.
They are making a donation today to help out with the 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon today. And we want to say thank you to the Athletic Association, to the boys basketball team, to the Hawks at Mill Creek High School. We want to say thank y'all for helping out.
Thanks. You know what, home team, and I wish those guys on that basketball team know exactly what they have done. They are part of it. You know, maybe they didn't donate their money, they didn't purchase anything, but they are part of going out there and doing what they need to do, their role in helping others out. That's an outstanding gesture.
Tomorrow will be early signing tomorrow, and it'll be interesting to see who's signing, where they're going to go, which stars go where, what coaches get the guys they want, what programs fill in the holes that they need in the program. And there are going to be a lot of people who are also going to be in the transfer portal, Joe. And I don't know if the transfer portal this time might be the best place for somebody who's already left the program to be.
Yeah, no, not at all. Matter of fact, home team, you must do your homework. And you're going to have to trust that head coach to tell you exactly what the truth is. Because if you're in that transfer portal and you ask that coach, where do I stand in this program? Whatever your head coach is, and he tells you that if you continue to get stronger, if you continue to work on your craft, we need you to gain more speed or have more agility, but we have you in our plans. You go back and work. I'm not a huge fan of the first time of adversity. You want to try to go in the transfer portal. However, I do understand that sometimes that position group room is stacked and you don't have an opportunity to play, so you want to move elsewhere. But what I would tell these athletes that's going to put their names in the transfer portal, you better have a suitor. Somebody better show you some confidence that they might sign you, because it's going to get after tomorrow. More people are going to join the portal.
Yeah, you can get in the portal and stay in the portal.
Well,
there's no requirement for somebody to pluck you out of there.
And that's the deal. How did you leave your program, or how did you stand, or where did you stand with that head coach when you entered the portal? Because we talked to the College Football Hall of Famer Matt Stinchcomb, and it's very seldom that you're in that portal and you go back to the same team that you were trying to leave from. And the only way you do that is transparency. Coach, I'm kind of upset with my playing time. You didn't tell me the untruth, but I want to test the waters and see where I stand somewhere else. And if I don't get a chance to go somewhere else, I would love to come back. Would you allow me to come back?
Well,
so those are some of the things you need to get done or ask before you go into that transfer portal,
a guy
dude.
Who everybody around here is happy didn't go anywhere. Monty Rice is up for the Butkus Award, which is handed out by the Downtown Athletic Club to the nation's top linebacker. He is now a finalist, and Kirby Smart had a chance to talk about that. Very, very consistent young man. 49 tackles is what he's working on this year. He has a sack, a couple of forced fumbles, one fumble recovery. Just a guy who's just all over the field, done everything that's been asked of him. A difference maker, a guy who's always around the ball, a very good dog. And here is Kirby Smart saying no bigger smile can come to his face than seeing a guy like Monty Rice being up for that award. There you go, Coach. Like that quote from Coach Kirby Smart. Monty Rice, certainly a solid. He's what you want to be. A guy who comes into a big program, gets better, gets consistent, becomes a leader, and then leads with nothing but good things and a whole bunch of tackles and a whole bunch of busted plays that he caused because he was coached, he wanted to play, and he was talented.
Yeah, but you do need stats to win that award. And I understand that stats really don't matter when you're talking about team aspect and how do you go about playing defense each and every Saturday. but he needs a little bit more stats, forced fumbles, fumble recoveries, maybe interceptions to win that award. But his impact for the Bulldogs is special. In the middle, communicating up front, communicating on the back end, and the secondary, lining guys up. Yeah, and you know what, with Coach Smart, everything he does is somewhat tied back to recruiting. If you hear a coach bumping for his players like that, bumping for a guy, speaking highly of somebody like that, you would want to play for that guy.
We'll hear from Matt Ryan, who joined the front row as he does every Tuesday here on the Fan 680 93.7 FM. We'll hear from him in about 5 minutes. He was very honest, and he talked about the loss and his interceptions that were a big part of the losses. He also talked about one of his teammates where he was very honest, who doesn't look like he is getting the job done. Folks that are getting the job done today on 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, presented to you by Taco Mac, are the fine companies that are providing a lot of the opportunities for you to have incentives to make these donations. We want to say thanks to Big Peach Running Company, Junior's Pizza, Brack's Kitchen, Tesla, Buffalo's Cafe, Phillips Razors for Men. They have some fantastic gift cards and some fantastic products that you can go check out. And if you want to see what items you can look at to make a donation, all you have to do is go online and go to 680thefan.com/camp, and we will all be helping out the fine children at Camp Twin Lakes. I'm just excited looking at some of these items coming off the board. There's still some time to get in on some of these. I got a feeling this John Smoltz autographed limited edition Hall of Fame poster, that's going to be moving soon, Joe. Ozzie Albies, his autographed baseball, I can see that going pretty soon.
Well, why not? Why wouldn't you jump to those things and just remember the cause, remember the why, trying to help others out. And you know what, home team, at the end of the day, during the holidays, it's a perfect gift for somebody sometimes you don't even know. But, I love to pay it forward. Well, in this case, you don't necessarily want to expect anything back.
Right.
You're doing it out of, the graciousness of your heart. But if you do that, you can imagine how many people are going to look at you and say, well, he bought this or he donated that. Let me one-up him or let me do a little bit, more. Whatever moves you, whatever's on your heart right now, this is a big-time cause to donate to.
And like I said earlier, it's a double whammy. You can help out the children at Camp Twin Lake by making your donations, or if you get your hands on some of these items, you can give those out too. A double whammy.
Wow.
Right around the holiday season.
Yeah, especially the golf pack. How's the golf pack doing?
I'm trying to see if the golf pack is still available. The golf pack is still available.
Oh.
I know you like to look good when you go out there, Hamilton. The Bobby Jones Golf Course, round of golf for 4. This is the beauty. This almost brings a tear to my eye, with the golf carts included. You can go ahead and still get that one as well. Some other things that you can get your hands on, gift cards, the Bloomin' Brands family, they have gift cards for Outback, Carrabba's, Fleming's, and Bonefish Grill, Shake Shack, Glide Pizza, Loyal Tavern, and Loyal Q and Brew, and Atlanta Brewing Company have gift cards as well. So make those donations. Like I said, if you're a parent, then you can understand if you have a child that has had to deal with some medical issues, and you can empathize with that. I was telling you earlier, my brother, when he was little, had asthma, a really tough go of asthma, and I can just imagine the parents that have to go through that. We had some tough times where some 911 calls had to be made, and they had to come to the house. So I'm sure that tore my mother's nerves all to pieces. And, Camp Twin Lakes provides a camp for children who have, acute cases of asthma, and they have a lot of fun out there down in Camp Twin Lakes.
We shouldn't wait. We should do it right now. We should make sure that if we have an opportunity, don't procrastinate. Don't put it off until later. Make sure you impact a life of somebody else right now.
If you want to call and see what the items are, the number to call, 404-231-9887. That is the number to call to be a part of the Radiothon today. Matt Ryan joined the front row earlier today, and I appreciate Matt. He's always been very honest. He doesn't run and hide when there are bad games, and he had a bad game. His worst game of the season, no doubt, with 3 interceptions. Very honest about what he was talking about, and he didn't try to sugarcoat some things. He was put into a situation where he had a chance to win the game 2 times, and he was unable to do so. So, as a competitor that he is, he probably hasn't slept well the last 48 hours.
No, he hasn't. And how is he going to kind of right the wrong from last week? I know one thing on that last throw, all he could do is have his fundamentals correct, make sure he's not floating the ball, making sure that his lead foot is facing to the sideline, and he rips it like he ripped the ball two or three throws before. That's all. Those are correctable mistakes. However, home team, we are seeing it. We are witnessing it right before our very eyes. The decline of Matt Ryan.
It's just
and I'm not basing that off of just the last, game in the final minutes of last game. It's reoccurring, and he doesn't have the ability to make the throws consistently for an entire game. And with that being said, the new GM, whoever's leading this team, whoever's putting together this roster, they have to be thinking about your next quarterback.
And, that will certainly be a topic of discussion. Yeah. Do you do it this draft? Do you do it next draft? Do you draft a stopgap guy? Do you draft the heir apparent? Would a guy we're seeing now that Jalen Hurts is getting the start in Philadelphia, and the spark that caused in Philadelphia, albeit it was just one game, but it was against one of the better teams in the National Football League. Certain questions do have to be answered. And he talked about him. He was asked about, his frustration that he was showing. We saw him slam the helmet down because he was really upset with himself because it was just a bad throw, the second to last interception. And he talked about showing off that frustration after the late interceptions started to come.
You don't get it done. It's disappointing because you work so hard to be successful in those situations.
Yeah, you knew he was mad. Just a competitor that he is, and he knew it. And like you said yesterday, as a quarterback, as soon as it comes out, when it's a little short or somebody's going to jump.
Yes, as soon as it comes off of that pointer finger, you know that I floated it out there. I didn't have my legs into it. And you can imagine Matt Ryan has made that throw millions and millions of times, and he knows exactly he has to get it outside or maybe high where only his guy can catch it. But here you go, home team. How do you come back? How do you bounce back against a very, very good and difficult defense to run on and pass on and with the Tampa Bay Bucks? Matt Ryan, I think he's going to bounce back. Will he have the weapons? Will he have everybody around him playing at a high level? When I say the decline of Matt Ryan, I'm only talking about his ability used to be to where if somebody is deficient, somebody's not playing well, he can make up for it.
Scoot to the side, get out of the pocket, maybe throw it 17 yards down the field.
And he can,
in the clutch.
The game-winning times, the clutch moments, he can deliver. Right now, home team, you need everything working around him, everything working in his for him to be successful. Not in a long time have we heard that the offense is not pulling their weight. We don't hear that. And now the defense is the one that's doing a really good job at the latter half of this season.
They held the team to 21 points.
And the offense is sputtering.
Well, 20 points. Hey, 680 The Fan has partnered with Carriage Kia in Woodstock and in Gainesville to give away 4 of the most sought-after Christmas items of this year, the PlayStation 5. If you want to register to win a PlayStation 5, all you have to do is test drive a car from Carriage or get an appraisal either in person or virtually on your vehicle by Monday, December 21st. Go to 680thefan.com to register to win a PlayStation 5 from Carriage Kia. And it's still time to get a lot of goodness out there into the world as we are part of the 680 The Fan's Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented to you by Taco Mac. And there's some Taco Mac gift cards that are still available if you want to go ahead and get some of those. You can always stop around town, hand those out to people. If you are a business owner, hand those out to folks in the office. You can always use a Taco Mac gift card.
And remember, if you want to stop by any Taco Mac near you and get a kid's meal, that some proceeds will also go to Camp Twin Lakes as well, and you'll be helping out and contributing that way as well.
Garnish and Gather, Jenny Finch's autographed softball is still out there. Hero Donuts and Hot Dog Pete's have a gift card. I've been to Hot Dog Pete's and, very good hot dogs that they have down there. Tesla has a mini Tesla Model S for kids. Boy, that looks like that would be fun to have under the tree. Ride around, and those Tesla batteries, they ride all the way, I guess, to the next year. Philips Razors has some razors for men that you can go online and see if you can get your hands on. So all you have to do is just go to 680thefan.com/camp. You can see the full list of items and incentives that you would have to be a part of the Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon. Monday Night Football was certainly entertaining last night. 47-42, the Ravens beat the Cleveland Browns, and Lamar Jackson left the field, had cramps, had to go get an IV, was off the field, and then has to come back into the game as he throws a majestical pass on a 4th down and 6 after being in the locker room to keep his team in the game. Keeps going up and down the field, and then Justin Tucker boots a 55-yarder to give the Ravens a win in a wild affair on the road in Cleveland, where they're really trying to keep their playoff hopes alive in Baltimore.
Absolutely, and they played like their backs were against the wall. And please don't look at them giving up 42 points like their defense, what's happening to them. They took a day off. It's not that. That's not the case at all. Cleveland Browns and Coach Stefanski is calling an outstanding game, able to protect Baker Mayfield a little bit. And he's come back around. Baker Mayfield this entire year, I can't complain about how he's acted. He's not been a jerk. He's been a team leader. When it's time for him to pat his chest and say, my bad, I have to do better, he's done that.
He had a good game. 343 yards, 2 touchdowns. He did throw a pick, but 343 yards, 2 touchdowns. You know, his defense needed to make 1 or 2 more stops, and they didn't. So Baker Mayfield played well enough to win the game.
Yeah, it was a well-played game by division rivals, and you look to see those teams match up in the playoffs or be in the playoffs. And I felt last night like I was watching a game with playoff ramifications, and they played like it. And you don't see guys having that many plays like you mentioned earlier.
133 plays were run by both teams combined, 1 turnover.
And not many mistakes by either team. And when you don't beat yourself and force somebody else to make sure you beat you, you can live with 55-yarder by a kicker, opposing kicker, Justin Tucker, who's the best in the league.
He's the best.
I think you can live with that.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson said, this wasn't a regular game; it was a big game.
I didn't put that in my mind at all. It's crucial games for us right now. All I'm thinking about is winning that game. We had enough time on the clock, and 0. We had enough time on that clock, and it was like, it's go time. It was just go time for us, and it's our time, I feel. Our team fought hard. Offense played great today. Still got a little things to clean up. We didn't play a perfect game, but we where we want to be right now. We excelling right now.
Fantastic game by him. Trace McSorley comes in and gets hurt, and then Lamar Jackson has to come back in, and he comes back in and he does his magic. And now there's jokes, reports that he didn't go back in for cramps or for IVs, that he might have had something else going on that he couldn't wait to get out.
That's you with the jokes.
That's not me.
Yeah,
Rich Eisen was talking about it. Lamar Jackson just tweeted about it.
Because he's hearing you talk.
Y'all tripping. I definitely wasn't taking, and then he has an emoji that looks like something.
I want to say this about Lamar Jackson and the box score home team. I can not watch a Baltimore Ravens game, and I can just look at the passing attempts of Lamar Jackson, and I can tell you whether they won or lost. Because the Baltimore Ravens can have Lamar Jackson throwing that ball under 25 times, really preferably under 20 times.
He threw it 17.
That's the recipe. That's the recipe. I don't need him this season to try to be a pocket passer. He doesn't need to sit in there like Tom Brady or Dan Marino and act like he can throw the ball all over the lot. No, now it's time. It's go time. It's time to put the team on his back. And however it's done, whether you rush it 41 times and throw it 17, that's who Lamar Jackson is right now.
He can thumb his nose at the critics. They were down 14 points twice. He left the game, and they were still able to come back and win.
I don't remember them being down 14 points.
Yes. They found a way to come back and overcome deficits. That's what they were able to do.
No doubt about it. You were still able.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The Browns were down.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. But no matter how you slice it, though, home team, they only threw the ball 17 times.
Well, he ran it for 124 yards.
That's the recipe.
He ran it for 124 yards.
It seems like you're trying to still say Lamar Jackson can do it with his arm.
Well, he doesn't have to.
Exactly. That's the recipe.
That's the point that I'm making. You still have a chance to make a difference with your arms, with your fingers, with your phones. Call 404-231-9887. Be a part of 680 Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon. A lot of things starting to move. We want to say thank you to Taco Mac, who is presenting sponsor for this great event. They are moving some Taco Mac cards. You can still get your hands on those as well as some fantastic other items programs and incentives that you could be a part of this holiday season. We'll tell you about more of those and how Nick and Chris are going to help out later on as they're coming up next on Domino and Cellini here on the Fan 680 93.7 FM.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how do you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness, so but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So, like, it's just a girls' weekend, and, like, honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So, like, honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. And I just tried the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my...
Welcome back in to the Home Team in Hamilton show here on the Fan 680 93.7 FM. Home Team, College Football Hall of Famer Joe Hamilton, happy to be a part of the 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. We will hand the keys to the bus off to Nick and Chris. Nick Cellini in here, and you guys have been a part of this Radiothon for so many years. You know all of the good work that comes from a day like this.
As Kirby Smart said earlier this morning, of course, his brother dealt with leukemia when he was young and in high school. You realize exactly what this camp means to families, to the people that are dealing with the disease themselves, and it gives the families a break as well. And you know, most importantly, exactly where all of your money is going, all of it, to a T. So it's the cause of the year. It's something we've rallied around for years, and Domino says it all the time. They're the nicest people you hope to never meet if you have kids, but unfortunately, these are some of the things we have to deal with, and I know it's challenging right now around the holiday season, but still, give what you can because we'll itemize stuff. Every little bit counts.
I want to say thanks to everybody who's made a donation during this show and throughout the day on the front row. More to come. I'm sure you guys have some great stuff to tell people that they can help by doing just a simple thing, just doing what they can if they can. And I think that's the bottom line. And I think a lot of people are helping out, and that's a good thing. We're starting to see some of the results come in already.
And unfortunately, to begin the show, I have to apologize to Chris Domino. I've slandered the great Chris Domino this morning.
Good. That's good for you, Nick.
Oh, good for him.
I'm a big man.
Oh, man. I'm standing out in the hallway.
I'll admit when I'm wrong.
Say thanks to Big John. Thanks to Nerney. Thanks to everybody for listening and donating. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 to 11, here on the Home Team in Hamilton show on the Fan, 680 93.7 FM.
I was saying about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness, so but we've really just embrace everything, the entire
11:03 on a Tuesday morning. It's the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM. Domino and Cellini with you till 1 o'clock. Also continuing the 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon. It's all presented by Taco Mac. Plenty of items you can still bid on. 404-231-9887 is the number to call to view the incentive items and to donate online. You can go to 680thefan.com/camp. We'll go over some of those items in just a few minutes. But like we said, Camp Twin Lakes is something we've been involved with for a long, long time, providing over 10,000 children with that opportunity to experience the joys of childhood and grow in their confidence and capabilities. We're talking about children facing serious illnesses, disabilities, and other life challenges, and every little bit counts. Any amount donated, appreciated, as we give the gift of camp for the holidays. And, we'll see what's going on this weekend. By the way, in about 30 minutes or so from now, we'll talk about what many are calling the game of the year and the baddest. I know you're a gambler, Domino, and you felt it with every fiber of your being, the ending of that NFL game last night. The baddest of bad beats occurred last night in the National Football League.
I think what's being lost in the bad beat lore and where this game actually ranks, let alone being a really, really entertaining football game with, two teams, 9 rushing touchdowns. That's never happened in an NFL game. Both teams had at least 4. That's never happened.
There's never been a
NFL
47-42 final in an NFL game until last night, thanks to that bad beat.
Well, but the other part that nobody's kind of talking about when it comes to the Vegas part of this thing, there could have been an absolute middle. That's the play. Everybody's talking about, well, look, it goes from 3.5 to 5. The play is there was an actual bona fide middle to be had. That doesn't hit because of the way the game ended.
And we'll talk about that a little bit later on. You can follow along at the Ameripress Fresh Off the Press Twitter feed. Listen via the TuneIn app, also 680thefan.com, at Chris Domino on Twitter, at 680thefan, at Cellini Nick, at JohnRad450, at Sean Nerney. Today is National Cupcake Day, and I asked the question. It's a poll, in fact. is the cupcake overrated? Because I stated that you, sir, believe that the cupcake is overrated. You responded in kind with, I've slandered you, because you don't necessarily feel that way.
No, as a matter of fact, I don't feel that way at all. I will tell you what is insulting is a $6.50 cupcake. And there are people who charge $6.50 for cupcakes, and I just found that to be appalling. The cupcake, as I said, all capital letters, I'll roll with the cupcake every day. As a matter of fact, I roll with multiple cupcakes on any given day. Trying not to do that now. But I've had them for breakfast, I've had them for lunch, and that's all been in one day.
Well,
but it's the $6.50 insult my intelligence cupcake that really bothers me.
The interesting thing is a lot of people feel, according to our poll so far, 366 people have voted thus far, 53% feel that, yes, indeed, the cupcake is overrated.
Well, it's a hard-to-eat item, and it's a finger food. By the way, I've also
I got
seen
it backwards. No. The 53% responding say no. 43% say yes, the cupcake is overrated.
Do you know what they give you with $6.50 cupcakes? A fork, and that's not how you eat a cupcake. You might as well just go buy a cake, and for $6.50, you can almost buy a whole cake. I got a whole thing on this. But how you eat a cupcake, when you take off the bottom and put it on the top and make an icing sandwich, is how you actually eat it. People, I think the cupcake's overrated because it's kind of worky.
Yeah, so
It's
43%
crummy.
feel
Stuff's
like
falling all over the place.
it is overrated. 53% say, though, that they favor the cupcake. John Radcliffe, our resident foodie, you have an interesting theory when it comes to the cupcake as well, do you not?
Yeah, the cupcake's overrated because people expect you to eat just one. But if you eat two, they kind of give you a side eye. You eat a half a dozen, then they're looking at you like, what are you doing? Just go get a big slice of cake. No one looks at you if you go get a big chunk of cake.
He's right.
Well, I've been around people.
When you're
who
right,
look
you're
at-
right, John.
I've been around people who look at you. No, I just want a little piece. No, a little bit bigger. I don't want just make it a little bit bigger. I've seen those people too. So those people do get side eye. The point about the cupcake
But more
is how
people
you
will get
eat
the
it.
side eye if they eat more than one cupcake, as opposed to eating a big piece of cake.
I'm going to tell you the other problem. A lot of times people have these parties and they count the cupcakes. One cupcake per person. That's where the problem comes in. We had a situation many years ago. We don't like to talk about it. We had, I think it was fight night at our house, and the meatballs ran out. And then all of a sudden you go, oh, my goodness.
You can't do that.
This is horrifying. Well, we had more people show up, and quite honestly, what happened is, John, the cupcake thing, a couple of people made 3 meatball sandwiches, and you go, well, you're not supposed to make 3.
You have to account for those people, though. Growing up in the
Well,
house that I grew up in.
I should have accounted for them by not inviting them.
Well,
I
I
said,
mean-
I've now accounted for you. You're not invited.
Either way, it's all your fault. The 11 o'clock hour brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. As you know by now, Georgia does not have an opponent. They're working vociferously to find an opponent. And before I finish, Domino, we're on the YouTube channel, the 680 The Fan YouTube channel as
hey,
well, so
what's up?
people can actually see you raise your hand
I
this
do
morning.
that.
Your hand was raised. What's on your mind when it comes to that?
Please listen. I've had a month of telling the truth. I've just felt like I've got to cleanse 2020 like a lot of people. So a lot of people have been in the crosshairs. I'm telling you in advance. It's not because I'm cranky. I'm just tired of stupidity. I'm tired of the adults being dumber than the kids. I'm tired of Dan Mullen going, I didn't see it. Oh, yeah. I'm tired of a guy like Kirby Smart actually bumping for a guy that plays for Dan Mullen more than Dan Mullen did after a disastrous moment on Saturday night. So let me just do this now. Please. Is this my camera? I'm going to Ferris Bueller this. I'm going to break down the third wall. Is this it? This my solo?
So entering the fourth wall and breaking that down now, in fact, is Chris Domino.
Hey, if you want to make a suggestion who Georgia should play this Saturday, stop typing Ohio State. They're busy.
Unless it's a jamboree.
How do you call yourself a college football fan, giving one rip about Georgia and just type, well, they should call Ohio State? And do what? You've got a better chance. I don't know why Indiana-Purdue was canceled. They co-canceled. I don't know if Indiana's got a problem. You'd be better off, even if you didn't know. They were supposed to play Friday, but that game is canceled now. Type Indiana in before you type in Ohio State. Type in almost anybody before you type in Ohio State.
They're kind of busy this week.
They should play Notre Dame again. They're busy too. Do you want me to give you the list? I'll write it down on this piece of paper. I'm going to hold it up later. Stop getting on social media and looking like a boob by typing Ohio State or Notre Dame or Clemson.
Well, it's one of the pitfalls of social media. It helps us so much as we do some research for our job. We get immediate information, but there's a lot of stupid people on there as well. I'm sorry. I got to call it like I see it. I am, after all, the umpire of Sports Talk Radio.
Who's America's favorite coach right now? It's Mr. Allen up in Indiana. I don't know if they have the COVID problem, if Purdue did. I know Indiana canceled things for a couple of days this week. Call Indiana. Indiana, call Georgia. But just Just write a team, type a team that's not playing on Friday or Saturday. Please, for the love of God.
Makes sense to me. So Vanderbilt has a new coach. They're not playing this weekend, but even they can mess up what they messed up via social media yesterday. Speaking of which, Clark Lee, the Notre Dame defensive coordinator, is going to stay at Notre Dame throughout their postseason should they win the ACC championship game and so on and so forth. But they tried to introduce him and tag him on social media, Clark Lee. Unfortunately, they tagged a young lady named Courtney Clark, whom I don't believe is the new coach. But she was tagged by Vanderbilt instead of their new head coach.
There's kind of a give up, it seems, at Vanderbilt. I mean, I'm not saying that things don't happen. There was an episode I asked you about The Mandalorian, that Disney Plus show, all the rage.
Is it a Star Wars prequel? Is that what it's called? Does it stand on its own? It's involving Star Wars in some way, shape, and form.
I've seen 3 episodes. Do you know what the Game of Thrones coffee cup moment is? Do you even know what that is?
I don't.
There was an episode of Game of Thrones. Somebody left a cup of coffee, like the styrofoam. Might have even
Oh,
been a
yes,
Starbucks.
I saw
So it was
that.
on.
Right. It was on the
It was
set.
on TV.
And back then, they didn't have a Starbucks. So somehow it got
Or
overlooked.
styrofoam.
Somehow the crew overlooked it.
Right. So The Mandalorian just had one. I told you Carl Weathers is in it. He is. He really is in it. Apollo Creed's in The Mandalorian. There was a moment that got on TV where it's him and 2 other people, guns drawn, whatever the guns are, pre-Star Wars, post-Star Wars, I don't know, laser beams of some sort. But you see a half a guy standing there in a T-shirt, still in sight of the camera, and that got on TV. And that's Disney. They don't really give up. They just made a mistake. Vanderbilt, I don't think there's much in the way of quality control happening
It's
right
not
now.
supposed to work that way. As we said, 680 The Fans Camp, Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, presented by Taco Mac, rolling on all day long. These are some of the things that we have to give away. And to donate online and view all of the items, go to 680thefan.com/camp. We've got an Ozzie Albies autographed baseball for $200. Now, remember, these are all, first of all, tax write-offs. Secondly, Christmas is coming. The holiday season is here, and some of these would make great gifts for somebody, like a Braves fan, and a signed Ozzie Albies baseball.
Well,
keep all of this in mind as we announce what we are prepared to auction off today.
Well, that's 3 parts of goodness. Somebody gets something that you think they might want. You get a tax write-off, and Camp Twin Lakes gets money.
How about this? Mojito Madness. You can drink mojitos and margaritas
What?
with 50 of your closest friends while enjoying the fine cuisine of Eclipse de Luna. That's for $3,500. So food for $50 with rum and tequila, cocktails, wine and beer also provided. Summer of 2021 is when you can use this. $3,500.
I've got to do the math
at
on
Eclipse de Luna.
I got to do the math. I know some
Dare
people...
I say it's going to cost you more than that if you invite the right people to this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know people every once in a while, and I'm pretty good at it. I know people. I don't know much, but I know people. I can figure out who beats the buffet line and who the buffet line beats. That sounds like there's a possibility you're going to beat the system.
Correct.
You're going to beat the number, as they say.
$3,500. I would have charged more than that, but those are some of the things we have up there right now if you want to check it out. Again, 680thefan.com/camp. You want to make a donation as well and ask about more items, 404-231-9887. Holiday is here, great gift items, and everything is a tax write-off. So we talked about Georgia looking for an opponent. Georgia Tech's not looking for an opponent. They are done, despite the fact that the NCAA amended the rules. If you have a losing record, you could play in a bowl this season, this postseason. And Georgia Tech said because of health and safety reasons, they will not do so.
Yeah, go home and hug your family. Go home and have Christmas with your family. I don't know if I don't think they were getting invited. There's not going to be enough bowl games, and I don't know. Well, maybe. Who knows?
There was talk. I mean, they had a bowl earmarked for them, the Gasparilla Bowl, December the 26th.
I'm not doing that
in Tampa.
Let's see.
ESPN's
Hold
bowl
on.
projection.
Hold on. The 26th. Is that like the 26th of December, the day right after Christmas?
Yeah, I think that would be a
yeah. So I'm
going to
Saturday. Here's what I think I want my team to do. This goes back to what I said a couple of weeks ago. Take the initiative. Step out in front. I'm not having my team fly on Christmas Eve to spend Christmas Eve night, Christmas night in Gasparilla, and then play on the 26th.
It's not Gasparilla.
I don't really
It's not
care.
the city. It's Tampa.
I don't care where it is. It might as well be Gasparilla. It might as well be Sausalito. It might be any.
Could be Gasparilla. Could be Godzilla for all you care.
And they might even tell you, let's drive down there too. No, everybody's going to go home. Hug a family member. That's what you're supposed to be doing if you're a head coach.
So for what it's worth, a bunch of ACC teams have already, including Georgia Tech, said thanks but no thanks to bowl season. Virginia, Duke, Boston College, and Pittsburgh. Plenty more to come when all is said and done.
This is one of those things where you just sit here and you go, I got actual blowback. What about the extra practice? You know what actually would serve these kids better? Not having a swab shoved up their nose. Not being told what to do and what not to do. Oh, wait, that going home to see your family thing.
Now, the good news is, looking ahead to next year, you have two players, key players, coming back at Georgia Tech for their second senior season, as it's now called.
Senior 2, I believe, is what it's known
Yes,
as.
the sequel.
2.0.
Tariq Carpenter, the safety, is coming back, and guard Ryan Johnson. They are both coming back. So some good news yesterday for Georgia Tech.
I'm going to break every rule. I know we got to break. Do those count against your scholarship count for this year's recruiting day, signing day that's coming? What's the exemption?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I am no
I'm just a
recruiting
thinker.
expert.
Listen, I think out loud.
You're a thinker, not a
both,
stinker.
It's both a blessing and a curse.
Rusty Manziel from 24/7
Somebody.
Sports, who's hosting the virtual National Signing Day tomorrow on this YouTube channel that we're on now, would know the answer to that. And by the way, speaking of that special tomorrow night, both Kirby Smart and Jeff Collins will be a part of that show on the Fans YouTube channel.
Performing? I mean, is this like the lighting of the Christmas tree type show?
I don't think they're going to be juggling or doing magic tricks, but they will talk about their class as National Signing
Me,
Day is
personally,
tomorrow.
I'd rather see him belt out a tune and maybe tap dance.
I understand.
Ready for the day? Yeah, neither are we. It's time to rip and read.
Poops, cramps, doesn't matter. The NFL MVP was a hero last night. Hugh Freeze might be back in the SEC, but not where you think. Sorry, broccoli. And two huge storylines from the world of boxing, only in the year 2020. All of that is ahead. But when we come back, a record-setting night in the NFL, that after Domino takes you around the world of sports. A couple of special guests coming your way as well, as it's the Camp Twin Lakes and 680 The Fans Holiday Radiothon, all presented by Taco Mac. It's the Fan 680 and 93.7 FM.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. Honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weeks.
It's Domino, it's Cellini, it's the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM. If you went to bed early, you missed the game of the year, as many are calling it last night. We'll get to that in about 5 minutes or so from now. As the man said at 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, all presented by Taco Mac. Every little bit helps. We know it's challenging this time of the year especially, and in the year 2020 even more so, but anything you can give, please do. 404-231-9887 to view some items up for bid. 680thefan.com/camp is where you need to go as you are watching us as well, with that information listed on the Fans YouTube channel. In the meantime, grab a brew. It don't cost nothing. And that's what they said in Animal House. Now, this is going to cost you a little something, but it's a great collaboration between the Fan and Wild Heaven beer called Fanfare, a mixed six-pack available at the bigger package stores like Total Wine and Greens, and some of the smaller package stores like Max and Pops. You can get them there as well. It's got an IPA, a Pilsner-style ale, a hard seltzer. Try them all. The Fan and Wild Heaven coming up with Fanfare.
Domino's got the wheel and taking us on a drive around the sports world. Presented by Marietta Toyota. At Marietta Toyota, every new Toyota includes our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. Family owned and operated since 1975. Stop in for a test drive or visit MariettaToyota.com. It's better in Marietta.
All right, I found a few of what I would call my favorite numbers from the weekend. Peter King had this one. In the first 14 weeks of this NFL season, playing 12 games, Cam Newton has how many touchdown passes total? Played 12 games. How many touchdown passes does he have? Say 5.
5.
He's got 5. Peter King pointed out 3 different games where Cam Newton had 5 touchdown passes in a span of 27 minutes, 45 minutes, and 30 minutes in games. He's got 5 and 12 this year. That's an incredible number. Here's another one. Jalen Hurts. This is my favorite number from the NFL weekend. He was pressured 14 times on Sunday. Do you know what they did on those downs? The Eagles gained 82 yards and took 0 negative plays. Now, again, I'm biased. I like the guy. I hope it works. I think Peterson just said, yeah, Jalen Hurts is going to start.
He didn't say it initially, but now he openly admitted that when the Eagles travel to Arizona, Jalen Hurts will be his starting quarterback.
I know. He couldn't say that the other day, though, because he had to look at the film.
Correct. You have to analyze things, Chris, before you come up with an answer.
14 pressures, 82 positive yards, and didn't lose a yard on any of them. That's where the quarterback in the NFL better be. He better be able to use his mind, even if he's starting his first game, use his legs, and take care of the football and not do anything dumb. Nick Saban, he has played 37 games where the next week, Nick, he had a top 10 opponent. Okay, he's played 37 games at Alabama where the next week he's had a top 10 opponent.
Okay.
He is 15-2 in games where they've been favored by 20 or more in that game. The point is, we talk about peek aheads. Who gets burned? Maybe Florida got burned. They were peeking ahead.
I think they were.
15-2 when favored by 20 or more, covering the spread.
Didn't Joey Galloway on one of those pregame shows on ESPN say this one's going to be a laugher? LSU has no chance in this game. Needless to say, he's received a lot of flack on social media.
If I would have told you when the ACC started and they said, hey, let's have 2 divisions, you want to know why? You know the SEC, by the way, in case you don't know, they were the first one to have a championship game. It's a copycat world. Hey, that makes them money and they're
Way
in
back
buzz.
when in Birmingham, Alabama.
The ACC did it. If I would have told you the day they started the ACC divisions, hey, you know what the most important game in ACC football history is going to be? Clemson against Notre Dame. Because the Clemson-Notre Dame game is the most important game in ACC history. Sorry. Don't at me. Don't tell me about some Virginia Tech game. Don't give me. This is the biggest game in the history of ACC football.
Because if it works out right, you're going to have 2 ACC teams in the playoff.
Ding.
From a business standpoint, that's why.
All right, let's do a real quick pop quiz. Can you name 3 running backs who led the league in rushing in the 1980s? So I have from 1980 to 89 the rushing leaders in the NFL. Can you name 3 of the rushing leaders?
Marcus Allen.
Marcus Allen. That is correct. He did it in 1985.
Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders did not.
Eric Dickerson?
Eric Dickerson did it 3 times.
Thurman Thomas.
Missed out. There's a guy who was more of a 70s guy. Earl Campbell led the NFL in rushing in 80. George Rogers, Freeman McNeil in 1982. No. OJ was a big 70s guy. I think he led it 4 times in the 70s.
Poor Earl Campbell.
Christian Okoye, Eric Dickerson, Charles White, Eric Dickerson, Marcus Allen, Dickerson, Freeman McNeil, George Rogers, and Earl Campbell.
That's how everybody, I think, now treats the running back position. We're just going to ride this guy into the ground. 2-3 years, he won't be the same anymore in so many different ways, but we're going to get literally everything we can out of him. That's what Bum Phillips did with Earl Campbell back in those Houston Oiler days.
Well, he was ahead.
By the way, that turf was really soft back then in the old AFC Central, in Cincinnati, in Houston's old Astrodome.
Well, let me give you another
and in
thing.
Pittsburgh. Just like landing on a pillow.
Let me tell you the other thing they did. They launched themselves like missiles. I hit you with my helmet in your knee, your hip, your head, That's the way the game was played. So certainly a lot of those guys pay the price. But it was interesting. It's not that long. Freeman McNeil is sort of an outlier name.
In a billion years.
And Dickerson did lead the NFL in rushing 4 different times. Last thing, I know it doesn't really much matter to you. Do you know what's going on in the virtual winter meetings right now?
In Dallas?
Yeah, well, not really.
Virtually?
Yeah, virtually. The winter meetings, I don't know if I would have been there or not, but you know what started yesterday and continues today? It's like an early Christmas. It's the half hour with every manager on a Zoom call.
Now, you could still be a part of that.
Oh, yeah.
And you are going to be a part of it,
yes. Right? Dusty Baker yesterday. He's not sure if he's going to manage beyond this year. Joe Girardi. Girardi was 12 o'clock. We were doing this show. So I missed the Girardi.
I'm surprised you didn't.
I know. Dave Martinez is 12 today.
Sean, sit in for 10 minutes.
You know, I wonder if Gabe Kapler will be able to see me through Zoom and sort of shame me.
Oh, he can't shame you now, thanks to soda.
Well.
You're losing weight. You look
I
good.
Know, thank you. Oh, appreciate it.
State of the art.
Soda. But I've told that story.
You're welcome.
That Gabe Kapler, I know when I walk in a room, I know he's assessing me going, that guy's had fast food 3 times this week. And then you know what
That's
I
what
do?
People like us do.
I know. You're a lot like Gabe Kapler. You know what I do? I assess his little refrigerator in the manager's office that has the clear glass in front of it. And you know what I say?
Yeah.
Carrots.
It's very much a two-way street.
Some juicy looks in me. I can judge every bit as easily as you, sir.
The mix of kale and carrots, not as bad as you think. Give it a whirl. That's all I'm saying. Maybe I've said too much. Now you're looking at me like I usually look at you.
He's judging me, but I'm judging right back.
I understand.
All right. So that is what's going on virtually. All these managers are either fake backgrounding it. I got to tell you, Torey Lovello looked like a homeless man. It's winter, I guess. I guess I didn't have to. Aaron Boone decides to put the camera really low, and he's got this sort of empty file cabinet thing above his head, and I can't even figure out where the hell is he.
You get distracted.
I don't know what's going on
during some of these Zoom
no
calls
doubt.
with everything going on in the background, which is kind of surprising. Why was an NBA legend's name all over the world of social media for all of the wrong reasons based on the NFL game last night? We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. But like we said, 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac continues. Usually we're at Camp Twin Lakes in the summer, but with everything going on, we moved it around a little bit. And Dan Matthews, always a guest of us each and every year. Not our Dan Matthews, but Dan Matthews, the COO of Camp Twin Lakes, father of a camper as well, joining us now on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. Dan, always a pleasure to speak with you. And for those that don't know your story, talk about why Camp Twin Lakes is so important to you and why it's so important to so many.
Absolutely. First off, just thank you guys for always having us and just being in our corner and such great supporters of Camp Twin Lakes. 680 just goes above and beyond all the time, and we are just so grateful. Camp, it's a crazy time at camp right now. We have had to go to some virtual programs, and we've done some family camps. But we're really looking forward to 2021 and life getting back to a little bit back to normal, to hopefully have camp and have campers here, just like usual. I can tell you from our perspective, my family, my daughter Hannah is a camper. She goes to Camp Courage for kids with craniofacial differences, and she goes to Camp ESP for children with developmental delays. And Hannah has really struggled through this pandemic. Luckily has stayed healthy in terms of COVID. We haven't had an illness there, but back in the spring when school, went virtual and we were at home for weeks and weeks on end, this little 12-year-old girl who, weighs 100 pounds lost 25 pounds because she was lonely, she was depressed, she couldn't express what was going on. We finally got her to her developmental pediatrician, and the pediatrician said this is what's happening to kids with developmental disabilities. They don't know how to handle this. They thrive on being able to go to school, on being in the community, on seeing other people, and the way that Hannah dealt with it was she stopped eating. She just, that was, according to the pediatrician, something she could control. And so that's what she did. And so she lost a lot of weight and was very thin, and we were really nervous and afraid, frankly, she'd have to go on a feeding tube. But luckily we were able to get her through that and get some weight back on her, and she's doing well now. We are far enough outside of Atlanta that she is actually in person school right now, so that's been a blessing this fall, is for her to go back to school, to be with her friends and to see people and to interact. But we were scared there for a while in the spring because we weren't sure how to handle it.
Well, that's what Camp Twin Lakes means, and you talk about your lovely daughter, Hannah, and her experience not being there at camp. Can you imagine other kids never getting the chance to go to Camp Twin Lakes? And that's why we do the 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes, in this case, Holiday Radiothon, all presented by Taco Mac. Give what you can. 404-231-9887. Check out some of the items online. Donate online as well at 680thefan.com/camp. It means so much, Dan, obviously for your daughter. It means so much for others and their families as well. The chance, and you don't want to say it to sound cruel, but the matter of the fact is sometimes families need a break as well, do they not?
Oh, absolutely. My, I have an older daughter too, and it's rough growing up with this sister with a developmental disability. It's she kind of gets known as Hannah's sister, and when Hannah's able to go to camp, it gives us an opportunity to do things we can't do typically as a family. Even going to the movies, going to a movie theater is really difficult for Hannah. She can't sit still. She doesn't know to be quiet, all of those things. So we don't typically do movies as a family, but when camp comes, we're able to do that. We're able to go to some of the nicer restaurants that we can't go to with Hannah, some of those kinds of things, and really make Mary Catherine, my older daughter, feel special. It's an opportunity for us to focus on her, and for her to kind of have her parents to herself, which is I would say it's a treat for her. She's now 16, so she probably doesn't like it as much as we do, but it's worth it for us for sure.
Hey, Dan, real quick, the one thing I do want to mention is how many of the counselors give up their college break time during the summer. It's the most amazing thing to me. And by the way, some former campers obviously come back to work as counselors as well, which is a great sign on so many different levels. But the idea that you have college volunteers coming all times, all weeks during the course of what is a normal summer, to me is maybe the biggest tell of anything that I've seen up there.
Yeah, and it's really incredible to see their growth over the summer, and to see them really get it. And these kids come in, and I'm so blessed to be able to work with this younger generation, because they are optimistic about the future. They are not cynical at all, and it's just marvelous to see. And when they recognize that giving to others is really where happiness comes, whether they're majoring in business or in child and family development or education or whatever it is, it really helps them in their career, because it helps them to relate to people very, very differently than they did before. So it really is a remarkable thing to see. And, we serve, in the typical summer, we'll serve 3,500 children, but 2,500 volunteers support them in coming to camp. And those volunteers, as you mentioned, a lot of them are former campers who, had the experience. But a lot of them are college students or, people who have been affected by the illness. They had a sibling with the illness, had a sibling with whatever it was. And one of my favorite volunteers who's been coming for years now, I actually met her when she was a camper, and she had leukemia when she was 7. And she came to camp every summer through high school, and then worked on the Camp Twin Lakes staff during college. And now she comes back every summer as a volunteer in a cabin. She happens to be a pediatrician now, but she comes back to the cabin isn't a doctor in the cabin. She's just Stephanie. And Stephanie has campers who are just like her, 7-year-old girls who have leukemia. And it's really gratifying, and our staff make fun of me and say that I cry at the opening of a Coke, because I tend to tear up a lot around camp, but seeing Stephanie walk hand in hand with a young girl with cancer, and know that young girl has somebody to look up to who knows exactly where she is, exactly where she's been, and is a role model for her like no other. is really life-altering.
Well, that's what it's all about, and that's why we do things like the Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac, so you can give and ensure that kids and campers come back and have these experiences. Dan, thanks for coming on with us. It's always a pleasure. Wishing you and the family nothing but the best this holiday season.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. Thank you for everybody for giving back to Camp Twin Lakes so we can pour into these children who richly deserve this experience. So Thank you, gentlemen, so much. We look forward to seeing you next summer.
The pleasure is ours, and we will see you in the summertime. 404-231-9887. Donate online at 680thefan.com/camp. How can you have more money to donate to great causes? That's where our guest right now comes into play.
It's time for financial advice from the financial wizard himself. Tom Gandolfi from Three Bridges Financial on The Fan.
Mr. Gandolfi is here from Three Bridges Financial. You can go to social media, utilize the hashtag 680AskTom. He'll answer some of your financial questions and post them so that you too can live long in prosperity. Challenging times for everybody, Tom. General advice that you can give to somebody right now with the holiday season and the new year right around the bend.
Well, times are certainly challenging, but let's take a look at the positive. We do have a new year right around the corner, and there's plenty of opportunity to sort of get your financial house in order. One of the things I've been really recommending to everyone that I've had a chance to talk to is that we do have great opportunity in front of us, and it's a really good time to take a look at your finances, make sure you have things in order so you can take advantage of the good times that are certainly in front of us.
Tom Gandolfi is here with us. So at year's end, what is the one thing financially you probably need to assess more so than anything else?
There's a few things you should look at, but number one, you probably should take a look at your tax situation. And tax planning is much different than tax filing. Everyone files their taxes on April 15th, but we're sort of at the time of the year now where you can really take a look at what your tax liabilities will look like next year and how you might be able to address those now, do some things, make some adjustments, maybe set up some different accounts to lower your liability, and maybe you'll have a little better day on April 15th than you were expecting.
I was going to say, if you do it right, there's an opportunity where you're actually going to be, and I'll use the word gifting yourself money at the end of the year through the tax benefits that are allowed to be taken.
Yeah, well, certainly, a penny saved is a penny earned. And, we all pay our fair share of taxes, but if we can find efficiencies within our financial plan, and those efficiencies are there, you might want to talk to a CPA or a tax professional and see what they can do for you along those lines. Sort of on the coattails of the taxes is taking a look at your investment accounts. There's opportunities to maybe get rid of some of the things in your portfolio that haven't performed as well. Maybe you've taken a loss on them. Tax loss harvesting is something that people focus on sometimes at the end of the year. You take losses now, you write the losses off on your taxes next year. Perhaps you've had some gains because the market's run up quite a ways here since March or April. And maybe you've got some things you'd like to take some profit off the table on, but you don't want to pay tax. Maybe you'll get tax loss harvesting as an option too, and that's something I could certainly help you with.
Tom Gandolfi is here with us. A lot of people are obviously in business for themselves, running their own companies, corporations, and with taxes, the LLC. What are the upsides and maybe the pitfalls if you're going to set up your own LLC?
Well, an LLC works really sort of as a pass-through, and again, I would defer people to a tax professional for direct tax advice, but when you set up a corporation in general, you want to try to do so in a way that accomplishes your specific goals, not just today, but looking down the road. There are different types of corporations you can set up. An LLC is certainly one of your options, and there can be some tax efficiencies there. So worth taking a look at, probably a better option for many, many people than something like a sole proprietorship would be. But again, it's sort of a customized personal thing, and you'll have to see what your situation looks like to see if an LLC makes the most sense.
It is interesting because if you have somebody and you're just getting a quarterly report, you talked about maybe getting out of some things that have not performed. Mm-hmm. A lot of times if somebody's got a business, your business that they're running, and it almost seems like, well, I'm not going to tell Jimmy and I'm not going to tell Sally because there's so much other work being done. But one of the things that's supposed to happen is somebody like you is supposed to say, okay, we've run this one long enough. Let's make sure, and letting people know where it's going instead of there becomes a big thing. That I don't think those conversations, quite honestly, happen enough between the people that handle money and the people whose money it is.
No, oftentimes business owners, and I can be guilty of this myself, we get so caught up in running our business that we don't look on the horizon to see if we can maybe take a few steps or make a few adjustments to how we're doing things to create a better overall result. And that can certainly happen. 2020 has been a really funky year for many people and certainly for a lot of businesses. We have, on one hand, businesses that have really, really struggled. Some people have lost their businesses. Some people are on the verge of losing their businesses. Yet there are other industries or other companies that are thriving in this different environment that we've had. So different ways that you can maybe look at things towards the end of the year here and try to help yourself out, whether you're on the positive or the negative side of that equation.
Last one, if you've had a good year, that's something that might be different for you because, windfall is the easiest word that I think people can relate to. But if you've had that type of year, there really is an advantage pushing that money forward. In other words, what to do with that money that's never really been in your hands at this time of the year. That's another thing you might want advice on.
Well, absolutely. Sometimes when money hangs around, it either becomes lazy or it just gets spent, and neither of those are good results for a good financial plan. And on the business side of things, again, if you've had a great year, and I've talked to some people who have had a very, very good year this year because their industry was not affected by the pandemic, you might want to take a look at what your company's going to need next year and maybe incur some of those business expenses in 2020 to offset some of the quote-unquote windfall profits that you might have seen due to an unforeseen circumstance.
So if somebody wants to pay you a visit, somebody wants to talk to you virtually, somebody wants to give you a call online, what do they need to do?
Well, whether you're a business owner or an individual, or if especially you're a retiree, I'm kicking off the new year with an offer of a free retirement review for anybody who wants to come in, take a look at their finances. It doesn't mean you need to be 70 years old and already retired. It could be someone who's planning for retirement. They're looking down the road. They want to make sure that they're doing the things today that are going to benefit them tomorrow. All they've got to do is contact us at our office. They can certainly visit us on the web and set an appointment there as well. The website is 3bfg.com.
And again, it's no cost, no obligation. This idea that a free set of eyes, trained eyes, are going to take a look at what it is you have. And I say it all the time. If you're not being asked the right questions, and there's a good chance if you're in a system where you're just getting that quarterly report every 3 months, you're probably not going to be asked the questions you need to be asked.
Absolutely. And people who don't do this for a living sometimes don't know what questions to ask. So it really does behoove everyone who has some questions about their finances moving forward to get with a financial professional, ask some questions, and if you don't know what questions to ask them what you should be asking. Find out where you're going. You can't get a good result if you don't know where you're going.
And Chris keeps yelling at me. I've gone into Tom's office 3 times now. Oh, I forgot my paperwork, but I was hungry, so Tom has good food there, too.
Well, I have some John Elway rookie cards I had forgotten that Tom was going to ask. Tom, tell me what you think of this as an investment before you get out of here today.
Tom Gandolfi, Three Bridges Financial. Utilize the hashtag.
I really do.
680 Ask Tom. Always appreciate him stopping by with some sage financial advice. If you went to bed early, like we said, the game of the year happened last night in the NFL. Some details when we come back on Domino and Cellini, the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
Because, my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness, so but we've really just embraced everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall, and I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So So, like, it's just a girls' weekend. And, like, honestly, Corona, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So, like, honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. And I just tried the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still, like, we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes, and I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
.55 on a Tuesday. Domino and Cellini, 680 The Fans Camp, Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac continues. Every little bit helps. 404-231-9887 or 680thefan.com/camp. Still have that Ozzie Albies autographed baseball up there for $200. And for a party in your life, how about this? You can drink mojitos and margaritas with 50, count them, not 15, 50, 50 of your closest friends at Eclipse de Luna. So food for 50 with rum and tequila cocktails from Bacardi, among others. Wine and beer provided as well in the summer of 2021 for $3,500. Dare I say, you are going to spend more than that if 50 of your friends go for all you can drink and all you can eat at Eclipse de Luna. I think that's a safe assumption. And maybe I'm crazy. I don't know.
They got a little bit of a party reputation in that place. So, listen,
every day's a party.
I'm not telling you to go crazy. Go a little crazy.
Yeah, why not? So that's all up there, among other things. Check it out at 680thefan.com/camp. Don't forget, we continue to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Georgia's national championship team. We did it all season long. Buck Bellew was the host of 8 episodes of Academy Sports and Outdoors presents UGA 40 #champions, all presented by Superior Plumbing and Southern Link. Check it out at the podcastpark.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Subscribe and like. Speaking of which, we are on the Fans YouTube channel all day long as well. Like and subscribe while you are there. What a game it was last night. The Ravens outlast the Browns 47-42. Lamar Jackson leaves for the locker room in the third quarter. You see him running in there, and everybody starts to wonder, what is going on? Here's what Lamar Jackson had to say after the game.
I started cramping on the field. The 2 passes I throw, like right before those 2 passes I throw to Willie and Mark, the overthrows, I was cramping my throwing arm. And I'm telling coach, I'm like, man, I need to get some salt in my system real quick. And, you know, we punt the ball. I'm on the sideline. Titans end up catching the pick on my interception. We go down to score, and right after that, I get a ball to JK, and my legs just start cramping. And I'm like, bro, like, I need something now, like, to help me get better real quick, because this is a crucial game right here, you know.
And what does he do? He comes back in on 4th and 5. First play, he comes back in with under 2 minutes left, and he throws a 44-yard touchdown pass to Lamar Jackson. They get the 2-point conversion to take a 42-35 lead. Baker Mayfield leads the Browns back down the field. They score on a 22-yard pass from Baker to Kareem Hunt. Great play to tie it at 42. Then Justin Tucker knocks down a 55-yard field goal as Lamar Jackson does it again. Gets them in field goal range, 45-42, and the line is 3 in this game. As the Browns try a bunch of laterals, it ends up with a safety for the Ravens. 47-42 is your final. The Browns lose, and if you had the Browns and you had a situation where you were thinking, okay, I'm going to have to pay the VIG, well, you won.
Well, it could have been a real middle. It was 1, and it went up to 3.5. Whatever, all that stuff aside, Lamar Jackson, I sent to somebody asked me this morning, what do I think really happened? I said, I think he had hiney cramps. I think he had hiney cramps. I don't know. Maybe it was his arm. Maybe it was his legs.
He said, I didn't pull a Paul Pierce.
Maybe it was everything in between.
He included Paul Pierce in his post-game comments. So Paul Pierce started trending all over social media.
And usually that means that you get carted off a field and then you come back miraculously when it looked like you were actually, you know, the Grim Reaper had met and spoken to you just a few minutes before. I don't know what happened. I know that it was sort of a Willis Reedish type moment. Willis was at the beginning of the game. This guy is late in the game. And I could tell you that Harbaugh was listening because that's the Lamar Jackson. Now, it's kind of amazing they gave up that many points. Cleveland's a good offense, but Baltimore's defense, you know, they got a little bit exposed. But the only way they're going to win football games is by scoring points. That version of Lamar Jackson, which hasn't been around a lot this year, has been back for the last couple of weeks.
Lamar Jackson, before exiting the game, 6 of 11 passing, 81 yards. After returning to the game, 5 of 6, 82 yards, and that touchdown to Hollywood Brown, who had a couple of big drops in this game as well. Redeemed himself, needless to say.
Yeah, they gave him an IV. It was called the Joe Montana IV. Just be better at being quarterback when it comes to throwing the football. But his legs, they're going to rush for more when Lamar actually spreads it out. 54 across. You got to cover more guys. It doesn't look like 11 on 11.
9th triple-double in his career, or double-triple, I should say, not the NBA. That means 100 yards rushing and 100 yards passing for Lamar Jackson. 163 passing, 124 rushing. That's 9 in his career, breaking the tie that he had as far as the NFL record is concerned of 8 with Michael Vick. So it's now Lamar Jackson at 9, Michael Vick at 8.
And yeah, Michael Vick's done. He's, as they say in the clubhouse, this guy's got time. You couldn't
He's
save
only 23,
him.
Lamar Jackson.
You couldn't save him. You have to let him do this because it looks like you're playing with more guys when he can go 54 across, tuck it and go. He's not careless. You know, but he even understands the best way to win a game is to play football like that.
Well, the reality of the situation is they tried to make him stay in the pocket at times earlier this year.
Ridiculous.
It didn't work. This is how this offense operates. I don't know how long he's going to last. I know you want to protect him, but if you want to win games in the here and now, and they're in a desperate spot because they want to make the playoffs, they're now 8-5, this is the style you have to play. You have no choice.
A couple of weeks ago, he came in here and said, "I don't know what they're thinking, but it's not smart. They can't win playoff games if that's the version of Lamar Jackson that's in the game plan. That version you can win. Don't know how long he's going to last, but your best chance to win games is with that guy." The
11 o'clock hour was brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. When we come back, it's time to broaden your minds, BTG style. Domino, what do you have in store for the people?
A great moment in American history. I'm not even denying that. A pretty good movie that I liked better than you debuted on this day, and there's some stuff in between because there's about 200 years of in-between that needs to be talked about.
I dig it. Beyond the Goatee is next as we come to you on a special day at 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. Give what you can, 404-231-9887. Look at the items up there. It's the holiday season. Some of them make great presents, and it's also a great tax write-off. Look at the items, and to donate online as well, you can go to 680thefan.com/camp. Domino and Cellini.
I want to say one other thing.
Yeah.
I want to tease this. You're going to play the How Well Do You Know Your Toy History?
How well do you know your toy history? A new game born during Beyond the Goatee next. It's Domino and Cellini on the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has
12:07, happy holiday season. Domino, Cellini, The Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM. It's 680 The Fan's Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon going on all day long. It's all presented by Taco Mac. Want to thank everybody for giving what they can. It continues all day long. 404-231-9887. Look at the items up for auction. Some great Christmas gifts for the sports fan and beyond in your lives out there at 680thefan.com/camp. Again, every little bit helps. And don't forget, speaking of the holidays, 680 The Fan has partnered with Carriage Kia in Woodstock and Carriage Kia in Gainesville to give away 4 of the most sought-after Christmas items of 2020. It's called the PlayStation 5. To register to win one of those PlayStation 5s, all you got to do is test drive a car from Carriage or get an appraisal, be it virtually or in person, on your vehicle by Monday, December the 21st. Go to 680thefan.com to register to win a PlayStation 5 from Carriage Kia.
Have you ever wanted to venture into the vast landscape of Domino's mind?
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, neither have we. But we're still going beyond the goatee.
All right, do you know what the guesstimate is for the largest single sales of all time? Record. One song. You know what the guesstimate is? You know what song it is?
Is it White Christmas?
It is, but do you know what they think the number is? Now, they didn't have the tracking the way they do now.
I'm dreaming.
Yes, that one.
Of a white Christmas.
Bing Crosby, Holiday Inn. Yeah, that's the movie and everything. Give me a number now. Young David, how many singles
let him go first.
do you think they guesstimate that White Christmas is sold to make it not only the number one Christmas song of all time, but the number one selling single of all time?
I'm going to guess 1.7 million.
4.2 million.
50 million. Gentlemen, 50
Both.
million. That is the number. All right, we move on now. You know what?
50 million.
You know what happened on this date in 1775? I said a great day in American history.
The Bears won the Super Bowl.
No, 1775. That would have been 1985.
Oh,
we're talking about.
I got my
just a
fives
little
mixed
bit
up,
off.
yeah.
All right. Do you know what the first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution is called? That's the Bill of Rights. It was ratified on this date in 1775. And as we said, we started to feel ourselves a little bit as a country.
We have the right to drink beer. We have the right to watch football.
It's not really that, but sure. Look, it's 2020.
We have the right to mix mustard and mayonnaise. So just 3 of them, right?
You don't have that right. As a matter of fact, you should be arrested immediately. No, there's 10 of them. There's 10 of them in the original Bill of Rights, ratified on this date in 1775. I wonder why. Young David, I'll look at you. First life insurance policy is issued in the United States in what year? Somebody just said, well, eventually I'm going to die. How about you insure me on that? What year do you think the first life insurance policy was issued?
I'm going to guess. This is going to be a wild one, but 1884.
I'm going to go with 2004.
People were they were much more ahead of you guys. 1792, it was issued in Philadelphia. I don't know who it was for. I just have the number. 1980 on the state. Dave Winfield signs a 10-year deal with the New York Yankees. How much was it for?
It was like $20 million.
$15 million, $1.5 million on average. The highest paid player in
Crazy.
baseball.
How could you
$15
sign
million.
someone of that kind of money? And then George Steinbrenner called him Mr. May.
Yeah. Do you know
Never
what?
really saw eye to eye for a guy that's signed that type of money. Again, why sign him at all if you feel that way about him?
What year and where did it premiere? Gone with the Wind. What year did Gone with the Wind premiere?
Go ahead, young David.
And where did it premiere?
1972 in Atlanta.
Okay. You're gonna have to. The Atlanta part is right. 1972. Gone with the Wind, huh? I didn't say Blazing Saddles or Young Frankenstein. I said Gone with the Wind.
1927.
1939. Premiered in Atlanta.
I knew
Best
Atlanta.
Picture,
I just didn't know the
1940.
year. Margaret Mitchell, her house.
Yes.
Still down there in Midtown.
Was it the Fox
wonder if,
Theater back then? I don't know what the theater was called. If it was known as the Fox
As she looks
Theater
around
back
Midtown right now, wherever she is, I wonder if she thinks it's changed.
then. No, I'm going to tell you what she wishes. She had
Since her
bought
time.
She had bought a lot more land than just that
that's,
house.
That's very true. I mean, Club Anytime used to be right down the road
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Back Street. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's the Margaret Mitchell that lived in Atlanta at the time, what she knew, but it changed.
Yeah, and again, the property was worth a lot. 2004 on this date, $1 Million Baby comes out. Again, not upbeat. I'm not telling you it's upbeat, but a very underrated movie, even though it won Best Picture. You can be an underrated movie because guys like you look and go, Hilary Swank was amazing in that movie.
No, I thought that movie was good.
It's not what you said in the past.
I thought it was a little too long, that's all.
That's not what you said in the past.
Just kept going.
ESPN has signed a deal to do the first round of Major League playoffs. What's the problem with that statement? There's no first round yet.
Yeah,
there's
nothing's
there's no initial before let's add this. ESPN is negotiating to televise games that don't even exist.
Nothing's been finalized
Why wait till the
yet,
end?
and they're going to fight, and they'll come to an agreement because there's too much money to be made. Eventually, they'll come to an agreement.
All right. One other thing that we're going to do you know your toy history? Is Matt Edgar back there? Did I see Matt Edgar?
Yeah, he's there.
Got kids. I'm going to name some oldish toys, Matt. You're old enough to probably remember some of these. We're going to ask the question. What year did some of these toys actually come about? But the aluminum bat. Do you know what year the aluminum bat got its patent? The aluminum baseball bat. What year do you think it was patented?
64.
What am I looking at you for? It was patented.
Young David lost his privileges. Gone with the Win in 1972. Yeah,
I got the city right. Give me that.
It wasn't the French Connection.
Not forever, David. Just for the day.
For now, you're off.
You've lost your privileges.
You're off.
They've been temporarily revoked.
Patented in 1924, but it was first used in 1970. Manufactured by the Worth Bat Company, which is still around, I believe. Your kid plays baseball. The Worth Bat Company's still around.
I don't think they're quite as prominent as they once were.
But 1970,
I think Worth bats are now being used as weapons in certain towns.
Goodness. Well, I don't know if that's really what should be happening. All right, you guys ready to play the toy game? All right, this is...
As ready as I'm going to be.
What year did the toy actually come about? If I say G.I. Joe, what year do you think the G.I. Joe... And do you know what was different about the G.I. Joe? Do you know what was physically different about the G.I. Joe
Kung
doll?
Fu grip? And it talked?
No. Well, you could pull a string. That was a little bit later. But you can bend the knees and bend the arms. It was sort of an action figure. It was the precursor to all the other action figures because all of the other dolls like that. And they thought, by the way, boys don't buy dolls. G.I. Joe was going to bomb. They thought this was going to be a disaster. It was issued during the Cold War, and then it took off because you could stand it up, put it in a fight pose, or do something with it. So the G.I. Joe was one of the more populars, but it's a lot younger than you think it is. It's not a World War II thing.
No, like 57, 58?
Yes, closer to 60, but that is absolutely right.
I had the talking G.I. Joe, and
Yeah.
I held it underwater, and I pulled the string, and then it didn't really talk anymore. Everything sounded like that after
Yeah.
that. I kind of ruined it.
Do you know what the Little Red Wagon is and how many it sold? I can tell you it sold millions upon millions.
The Radio Flyer?
The Radio Flyer. Do you know why it's named the Radio Flyer?
That I don't know.
An Italian immigrant, Antonio Pazan, that's his name, I swear to you, in 1923, saved enough money to create the Liberty Coaster Company. He made them for $3.
I tell you what I do. I take a steel piece, I put it on the wheels, and I call it the wagon.
No, he didn't call it the wagon. He named it after...
You didn't let me finish.
He named it after his two favorite inventions. What were young Antonio's two favorite
I like
inventions?
the radio. I like to listen to, ¿cómo se dice? The serials.
Yeah.
And I like the airplane.
Yes, Radio
One
Flyer.
a day. Antonio is going to be a pilot.
Radio flyer.
You'll see.
Do you know where the what's the thing called? The ViewMaster. Do you know where the ViewMaster was first seen?
Which,
by the way,
no one
Matt,
knows,
you're old
but
enough.
Young David has
Young
no
David,
idea.
you don't know what a ViewMaster
I've had a
is.
couple of those in my
Matt,
lifetime.
you know what a ViewMaster is. Do you know where the ViewMaster was introduced for the first time and how it became wildly popular? 1939 World's Fair. People who couldn't get to New York, they said, "Oh, Statue of Liberty, 3D it." Then Disney said, "Well, hold on." Disney was the one who said, "I think that they're onto something." 1939 at the World's Fair.
And then
That's
some
when
other
that toy came
people in
about.
some other fields, they took advantage of that as well.
When did the yo-yo become
for
immensely?
kids.
When did the yo-yo become immensely popular? As the yo-yo manufacturing company was formed in what year?
Now, as you know, I had quite the yo-yo collection.
I know you told me.
The Duncan yo-yos.
Yes.
Growing up, the butterfly that
Yes.
lit up. The Duncan
What
Jewel,
year
the
did the
Duncan
yo-yo
Original.
manufacturing company come about?
1927.
Not bad. 1928. It became known as the Wonder Toy. They were making 300,000 yo-yos a day.
Rock the baby, you make it sleep, you make it walk.
By the way, in case
Did
you're
all
wondering,
those things, man, around the world.
Much like young Antonio Paisan, another Filipino immigrant named Pedro Flores.
Good
He
for
was
him.
the one who just said, "You know what I'm going to do? 300,000 yo-yos a day." The Slinky. What year did the Slinky actually come into being?
Slinky, a slinky, for fun it's a wonderful toy. A
What
slinky,
year?
Slinky, it's
A,
fun for a girl and
mechanical
boy.
engineer. He was working on a project. A spring fell onto the floor, and you know what it started to do? Walk. He said, "Well, hold on now. What year was that?"
1938.
1943. You know what happened? There was this old company called Gimbals. They were like the Macy's, but not. They were Gimbals in Philadelphia. They let him bring some over to show around Christmas time. 400 were sold within minutes. The man said, "I'm on to something." He went back to his shop.
I mean, you get it, and the first time it walks down the stairs, it's kind of fun.
Well, then they bamboozled you saying it could walk upstairs.
Yeah.
No, it couldn't.
The second time it walks down the stairs, it's kind of fun. By the third time, you're finished with it.
The Matchbox car. When was the Matchbox car
Now,
invented?
I had, again, much like the yo-yo, quite the
These are the
Matchbox
Brits,
car
by the way. The
collection, yeah.
Brits came up with this original concept.
Not to be confused, they were the rival of Hot Wheels.
Well, and it is kind of funny because Hot Wheels Matchbox then came up with racing tracks in the 70s, but they were invented in the 1950s. Why was it called a Matchbox? The guy who invented it and made the first one of the Queen's carriage made one small enough for his daughter to bring to school in a
Matchbox.
In a matchbox.
You see, you put it right in the matchbox. It's a miniature vehicle.
And how many Barbies have they said they've sold in the history of Barbies?
Have they sold more McDonald's hamburgers?
No,
or
more
Barbies?
more McDonald's hamburgers. Do you know what year Barbie made her debut?
1951.
59. She's had over 150 careers. They claim, the Mattel company claims that a Barbie is sold every 3 seconds around the holidays. 1 billion Barbie.
You ever
dolls.
take the clothes off of Barbie just out of curiosity when you were a kid?
Hold on. Let me think about this. Nope. Again, I didn't play with toys. I wasn't trying to.
I didn't play with Barbies. I'm just saying. Did you ever
Did you do
that?
the same with G.I. Joe? Were you curious?
I mean, listen. You have a lot of questions at that age.
Yeah, well, I didn't. You know why? Because I was making out with chicks. You were thinking about it. And then doing whatever that sort of.
Like Howard Stern,
lechery.
puppet shows.
Matt, is Barbie still a big thing? You have daughters. Is Barbie still a big thing? Or are they like the American Doll? What was that one that they charged you like $900 for when you went to the mall? Then they did the bears, make a $900 bear. I don't know these people. I got nothing
The
against
Build a
them.
Bear Workshop. Like you said, you can't knock the hustle, but
American Girl, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
Right? Aren't those like hundreds upon hundreds of
I
dollars?
would imagine so, yeah.
You know, the Cabbage Patch Kid. It is funny when you look at the craze.
Not to be confused with the Cabbage Patch Dance.
No, not to be confused with the Beanie Baby, which was very hot for a while as well. There's a lot of things going on in this conversation, but there's a lot of toy things that you should know.
The Furbies, they would start talking. They would have their own language at first, then they would adapt to you and speak your language.
Don't think I know that one.
My son had one of those, my oldest boy.
Your oldest son had a
Yeah,
Furby.
not when he was 22, when he was a kid.
All right, listen. There's a lot of weird crap going on in your house, man. You're stripping down Barbies. Your 18-year-old son's getting a Furby. I mean, what in the holy hell?
Yeah, not now.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Years ago. We didn't have cable.
Do you know that most people in this seat would say, "Hey, man, what did you find out when you stripped that Barbie down?" I'm not.
Well, nothing. You didn't find out anything.
Were you hoping to?
No, I just didn't know. I only did it once. 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac continues. Like we said, we're doing it all day long. 404-231-9887. You can donate online. Check out the incentive items up there. Great Christmas gifts left to right at 680thefan.com/camp. When we come back, big words spoken by this Gator leading into Saturday's SEC championship game. We go on campus next. It's Domino, it's Cellini, it's the Fan 680 and 93.7 FM.
And then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how do you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness. And to them, this is the wilderness, you know. So, but we've really just embraced everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like it's just a girls' weekend, and like honestly, Corona. Honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just climbed the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is V. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real.
12:28. Happy holiday season. Domino and Cellini with you on a very special Tuesday at 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, all presented by Taco Mac, raising just under $17,000 thus far. We need your help. And every little bit, like we said, does indeed help at 404-231-9887. Look at the items that you can bid for online as well. Great Christmas presents, tax write-offs at 680thefan.com/camp. Also, remember, you can join 680 The Fan at Fox 5 Atlanta tomorrow for the virtual National Signing Day show. It's all presented by Georgia Power, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Georgia Farm Bureau, Duffy Realty of Atlanta, and AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. Both Jeff Collins and Kirby Smart will be a part of the show from 7 to 9. It's hosted by 24/7's Rusty Manziel, 680 The Fans High School insider Doug Conkle, and Fox 5 Atlanta's Cody Chaffins. Again, live at the YouTube channel from 7 until 9. We're on the YouTube channel right now.
What?
Like and subscribe. Yeah, we're on television right now, or at least a version of television.
It's on?
Yeah, there's a camera.
Hello?
Pointed at you, and that's the camera that you're on right now.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's your own personal camera.
I tell you all the time, we're on someplace every day. Now it's tripoded, as they say. I think the cameras are a little bit smaller usually in the world.
He's a tripod.
Normally, we try to keep them away from kids.
Oh, rim shot!
But it's time for Nick and Chris to go on campus. Presented by Tip Top Cocktails. Classic cocktails at your convenience.
This is your fault.
No.
You said it.
No, believe me.
You know how my mind works, and you said that.
Yeah, people now know how your mind works because I've gotten 4 texts about the last conversation we had about the Barbie doll.
Anybody that says they didn't do that as a kid is a liar. Yeah. It's a flat-out liar.
All right. Well, again, some of us had other things to do. Not necessarily that. My question is, I want you to think about it. We'll go on campus in a second. What's the one thing? I think every parent is given into a kid's I'm not getting that. We're not getting that. No how, no way that's happening. Then all of a sudden it was there on Christmas morning or Hanukkah day 3. Think about the one that you just said, no.
That's a good Twitter question of the day. Maybe we'll save that for tomorrow.
Okay. I once built a dollhouse. When I tell you this wasn't a dollhouse, this was I looked at my, no way, no how, can't do it.
Not to be
It's
confused
big.
with the dollhouse.
No, that place I had no problem with. Random Tuesday in June.
Eventually, I had a lot of problems with that place, but that's neither here nor there.
All right, well, let's go on campus, and I want you to think about the one thing that you ended up being the sucker, and it was there where it was supposed to be on, again, Hanukkah day 6 or Christmas morning.
All right, let's talk about some changes. Some jackets are going to be back, and this dog is headed up north. We'll get to those local stories in less than 5 minutes. Trevon Grimes on being an underdog. He's a Florida player to Alabama in the SEC championship game. And I quote, "We're looking forward to the challenge, and we're going to come out victorious." Okay. Oh, really? Are you?
Yeah, it's not much. He's no Logan Paul or Paul Logan or whoever the hell this kid is. We didn't even play yet. Can we play? Are we allowed to play that?
I think there
How
has to be
edited is that?
It has to be heavily edited. And
So
we'll get to that to end the program.
Which one of the idiot brothers is this? Is
I
this the
wanna
one
say
who fought,
it's-
or is
no.
this the one who has not fought?
This is Jake Paul, the one who knocked out Nate Robinson. He says,
Oh, he's a winner.
There's a $50 million deal on the table.
Right.
And they sent it over, in fact, to Conor McGregor and his representation.
Purple 50s, yellow hundreds.
So monopoly money, in other words.
If there was a $50 million offer, let me tell you what Conor McGregor would have done. He would have swam here. And I mean ocean.
When we finish on campus, before we take a break, we'll play the cut.
Let's make sure we can.
I think we can.
Because this kid started to smell himself.
David, have that cut ready at the end of On Campus. Anyway, what are the games going on this weekend in the SEC aside from that championship
Do
game?
you agree, though, in the world of guarantees? Look, I know it's a story, but did he really go out of line? He's not out of line.
He said they're going to win.
What's he supposed to say?
If you're Alabama, you know you're going to use it, though. You see, they don't respect you. They want to win. Well, I mean, that's why you go into a game. You expect to win.
Alabama doesn't seem to have that problem as much as other people. They just enjoy, as I said, to the tune of 15-2
To me,
when favored by 20 or more the week before playing a top 10
look,
opponent.
to me, history is going to repeat itself this year. What we saw one SEC team do last year and LSU steamroll everybody, Alabama's going to do the same thing. They're going to steamroll everybody. You're not stopping them.
Okay. All right. You know what it is? You just turned into that kid from Florida.
Maybe.
That's what you just did.
Maybe I did. What do I care? I got no skin in the game. LSU taking on Ole Miss this weekend as well at 3:30 in Baton Rouge. And Ed Ogeron feeling pretty happy, and he offers this quip when it comes to footwear. You see how we won that game.
How's he
boy.
talking
At least we won that game in a large part due to somebody throwing a shoe. So now I'm getting a bunch of shoe offers. I may have a shoe endorsement, me and my lady friend, when all is said and done. Shoes.
All right. You know the kid who kicked the field goal, the 57-yarder? He's lost in the whole thing. His shoe is it's not the only shoe that matters in that game. There was another shoe involved, but that shoe, that's an all-time record at LSU. And by the way, look, LSU beat a team, and I know what they did to Florida, but as you said, Florida's going to lose to Alabama anyway. So what does it really mean in the whole scheme of things?
What's your favorite Beatles song? Mine's Old Brown Shoe. Going to the shoe show, maybe to celebrate. Yeah. I've got to ask Joe.
So now Ed Orgeron is Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
When it comes to the word shrimp.
Correct.
He's going to find every way possible to work a shoe reference into everything. It's going to get old, Ed. Win some games next year.
All right, here is Lane Kiffin, of course, the head coach at Ole Miss, has a funny...
Or is he?
Well, as of right now, he is. Has a funny story to tell about Ogeron. Don't forget, Steve Sarkisian replaced Lane, who then was replaced by Ed Ogeron as the interim coach.
Can you imagine if those walls could talk? Think about that. Those three guys, if those walls could talk. Look, I know what one guy was doing. I know what I think the other guy was doing. And Orgeron was probably doing everything and then some.
He was leaving no stone unturned. Here's Lane talking about that situation. He was there way back when. He knows Bobby Hebert very well. And I remember doing that Falcons post-game show with Bobby Hebert. Sometimes it was a pregame show, and he said, I'm telling you, my cousin's at Ogeron, and he is saying he's got guys there, and they are going to be back. He's making me that promise. And at the time, they were a 500 team. You're going, all right, Bobby.
And Bobby was drinking during the post-game show.
Sure, Bobby, sure. Guys like Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart, well, he was right. Everything he said was right.
Uh-huh.
But at Ogeron.
Yeah.
Great recruiter years ago at Southern Cal. Can he turn it around again at LSU? He says, I've done it before, I'll do it again. Time will tell.
Oh, you know what I know? He's getting paid a lot of money whether he does it or not, because that money's guaranteed, as they say.
Now, what's going to happen to the future of Hugh Freeze and the future, perhaps, of his in the SEC? Well, a lot of people are saying now it's not going to be Hugh Freeze at Auburn. He's sitting back and waiting for that Tennessee job to open. That's the job Hugh Freeze wants. So let's see what happens after this weekend if Tennessee makes a coaching change and then Hugh Freeze becomes the head coach of the Volunteers. That's the word making the rounds now around the Southeastern Conference.
And then Lane Kiffin was attached to Auburn, where he actually got asked about it as he's getting ready to coach another game. So, yeah, look, the do-si-do of the SEC, as I like to say, is going to be ongoing for at least a couple of more weeks.
John Swafford going out the door as the commissioner of the ACC. He said that Greg Sankey's complaint rings pretty hollow of the ACC protecting their top two teams. That's what Sankey said over the weekend.
Fight.
Does it really ring hollow? Because I don't think it does, and I don't think anybody else does. You did what you did. You protected your teams.
Yeah.
Because as you said earlier, from a business standpoint, this is the biggest game by far in the history of the ACC.
Yeah, they didn't want a Florida situation. They didn't want any situation. How do I know? What's the only way? Hold on. I want you to think about this. Close your eyes. I know we're on TV. Close your eyes.
It's a good visual now. We're on the YouTube channel, 680 The Fans YouTube channel. Like and subscribe.
Even though I know the answer, I'm going to play along. I'm going to close my eyes as well. Okay, what's the only way to guarantee that neither team lost this past weekend?
They don't play.
Yeah, that's it. So again, it's just like, sorry, maybe I don't even know who's in charge of the committee now.
Chris, would you say it was smart from a COVID standpoint, though, just not to take a chance? One team traveling and all that ancillary stuff?
Yeah, the idea, if you believe that you've sort of held your water on this whole thing.
But if you could play, you play.
That's what I'm saying, Nick. You hold them off a week just to make sure everything is good, copacetic with the COVID stuff.
Right, because
with one team, both two teams playing two other teams the week before, who knows what it could lead to.
But again,
it's rationale, then Florida shouldn't have played.
It's all business. It's all business. The whole thing is business. It's the COVID business. It's the business.
And look, if that's what you want to do, I can't dispute that, but don't insult our intelligence.
Well, then, I
use that term over and over?
Can I tell you
we know why you did it.
I'm assuming they're going to have the Elite 13 are going to speak tonight, are they not?
They're supposed to, yeah. This is a big meeting tonight.
And then they're going to speak again after
Sunday.
the games are played this weekend.
Yeah.
Right. They're not going to wait till Tuesday.
No.
We got to get a TV showing on Sunday. Okay. Here's what I would suggest they do. If we would have liked the ACC to go, hey, man, it's just good business if they don't play, so we're not going to have them play. What should happen Sunday night is if you pick Ohio State because Ohio State beats Northwestern by enough, whatever enough is, I don't know. We picked Ohio State because they're Ohio State. You're not. Jimbo, you're not. Cincinnati, you're not. USC, you're not. Again, I know the adults have to fudge. Happens all the time. I got kids. I know when you got to fib it. But there is a moment when if you're going to pick Ohio State, what does Ohio State have to – is there a number they can win by that's not enough?
That's a very good question. That's why I think, much like they did to Wisconsin years ago in year one of the playoffs.
Watch what you say.
Well, they're going to try to do it again. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but they're going to do their best to run up that score.
Against Pat Fitzgerald and Northwestern?
Yeah, the Fighting Reese Davises might be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Oregon's... Hold on. Let's make a bet.
Yeah.
You want to make a bet?
Sure, why not?
I'm going to become the big board in a Vegas casino. Let's all pretend they're open and flooded with people.
All right.
Who wins by more, Ohio State or Alabama?
That's a good question.
Well, I wouldn't have asked a bad question.
Well, I don't want to rush to an answer. I'll give you one by the end of the show.
Because
I'm not playing the game on your terms.
You're telling me that my friend, Pat Fitzgerald, is going to get it in the shorts. And
Here's
then
the
some.
thing. I don't trust Ohio State's defense. That's the only thing that worries me. They're going to score. I just don't know how much they're going to give up. That's why Alabama might destroy them. I mean, it might be really bad.
All right,
when they take on Alabama.
Have a little respect come out of your
if
mouth.
I may look ahead.
Okay.
I'm looking ahead to Friday. Oregon's in the right place at the right time. They're replacing Washington against Southern Cal in the Pac-12 title game. A lot of people aren't happy about that, saying, why should they be rewarded? They should just give the conference title to Southern Cal. But unlike the ACC, they're deciding to actually decide something on the field.
Well,
It's a novel concept.
USC is not getting in as an undefeated without playing that game. Now, Oregon losing to Oregon State. Look, I can give you the dominoes of all this stuff. It's like I told you. Texas A&M was not helped by Florida losing. Everybody was so stupid jumping a gun. There's Texas A&M's entry. No, because your win against Florida doesn't look as good. So there is a trickle down when it comes to this stuff. USC has to play a game. You know what they wish? They wish Oregon was 42-0 right now. That's what they wish, that Oregon was 42-0 going into that game, because they need points, as they say in the business.
All right, so Georgia Tech's not going to play in a bowl, but 2 players are coming back for senior year 2, as we called it earlier.
I don't know if they were going to be invited to a bowl. I know.
Well, they put out the preemptive strike.
Before you break up with me, I'm going to break up with you.
ESPN had them playing in the Gasparilla Bowl the day after Christmas down in Tampa. Their bowl projection index had them playing there because a bunch of teams are backing out. But they're not going to do that because they're saying our season is done.
Because that game is when? Give me the date again.
December the 26th.
Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to load up buses with 18 to 22-year-olds on Christmas Eve, send them to sit in their hotel room in Tampa, let them go through a walkthrough, go back Christmas night, sit in your hotel room Christmas night to play a game on the 26th. No thanks.
Just go home.
I don't even know if go hug somebody.
Tariq Carpenter, the safety's coming back to play a second senior season, as his guard Ryan Johnson. And DeJuan Mathis put it out on social media yesterday. He is transferring to Temple.
Did we find out if you have seniors coming back, what's the scholarship count? Is there an exemption, as in if you had 23 available, do you still have 23?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure you do. I don't know that answer, but I'm not sure
Matt,
you're
do we know anybody we can call on that?
It's something to consider, I think.
I don't think you want to take away scholarships because, again, the idea that people can get into school is something that's really important.
So we're being told by our digital director here, Brandon Joseph, no exemption will be granted.
So that is correct. The scramble's on for every team, really knowing who's leaving and who's not.
Okay, listen, calm down. We're not landing a plane right now.
It does not count towards your incoming scholarship.
It doesn't?
No, it does not.
Right, so that's good.
Yeah, if you can
so
afford
you get 23,
the
you get
scholarship,
23. Okay, right.
Keep
all
the
right,
kids
well, that's good.
All right, well, there you go.
Because you know what it would have been like in some schools? You got to leave now, and you got to leave now. You don't have a scholarship.
Matt Egger's saying that's not the case. I'm getting conflicting stories here.
Well, let them fight it out.
I just heard Rusty talk about it because all the coaches, like, they're going to, the gray shirt, Hudson talked about it, the gray shirting the other day, and how this is going to come into play because there is going to be an overlap that somebody's going to mess up.
Well, that's what I thought it was going to be.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like a lot of people are not really.
This is why you don't ask questions you don't know the answer to. I know. This is all your fault.
Well, I got to be honest, though. Do you think Descartes or Socrates actually spent their life thinking, I can't ask this question?
That is not how Socrates thought.
You asked
Not
the
at
question. We need to have discussion. In 2020, when we can't be physically close to each other, can't we
Fair
be
enough.
mentally close to each other?
Well, it's good business, some would say. Some would say it's bad business. Speaking of which, every Thursday we do something called the Small Business Spotlight. We've been doing it since the pandemic came in way back when in March. If you own a small business, email us your contact info at smallbusiness@680thefan.com. We'll try to get you on the air each and every Thursday, each and every show here on The Fan. In fact, we'll try to do that. It's all brought to you by Georgia Primary Bank, your community, your bank. Check them out at georgiaprimarybank.com. So let's talk about Jake Paul. Knocked out Nate Robinson.
Yeah. Yes.
And now he wants to fight.
I think he's 2-0.
He is 2-0.
Yeah.
And now he wants to fight Conor McGregor, and he put this out via the miracle of video.
Oh, there you go. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right, here's what I'm going to say that contract is worth. Wait, it doesn't exist. Never mind.
He did that while sitting in his $350,000 Lamborghini smoking a cigar as well.
Yeah, well, if you're going to do it, you got to go all in.
I mean,
props
Maybe
included.
a heel. I mean, you got to get the heat. That's how you get the heat.
I hope Dana White says he wants to fight him now.
Dana White
Let's
says,
turn
I'm
this
thinking
into a
about
win.
having Amanda Nunes just knock him out. That's what his initial response was.
Hey, by the way, don't
to
forget
the
at 4
challenge.
o'clock, if you want to join me, I'm going to be Zooming with Derek Shelton, the manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates. I don't know what you're doing later today.
Listen, never mind.
Chris Woodward's 4:30 too.
Not that.
Never mind Jake Paul
I'll give you
fighting
$1.
Conor McGregor. Put that on pay-per-view.
I'll give you $1 if you could tell me who Chris Woodward's the manager of.
He used to pitch for the Braves or play for the
Plays
Braves?
the Rays. Yeah, he's the manager of the Texas Rangers.
Oh,
He's
there
up
you
at
go.
4:30.
All right, when we come back, we won't talk about that, but could this guy be coming back to college football? That after Domino does his thing, as in
One more thing.
To wrap up a very special Tuesday at 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac, going on all day long. To bid, 404-231-9887 or go to 680thefan.com/camp. It's The Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just climbed the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Wrapping up a Tuesday. It's Domino and Cellini, the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM. We'll talk about the possibility of this man returning to college football when all is said and done in 1 second. But Domino, it's your turn to fly.
Yeah, every once in a while I just get into a YouTube rabbit hole, as we like to say.
Sure,
you know
we
what,
all do.
You know what it was late last night? American history. You know who the highest-ranking military man in American history is? And
General MacArthur.
No. George Washington. Gerald Ford, before he left office,
Captain
declared,
Kangaroo.
Do you know the idea that I have to be the highest-paid guy by $1 in
General
college football?
Electric.
No, none of those people. You're just being silly. Just being silly. General Mills. I could play the game, too. George Washington, Gerald Ford said, here's what's going to happen. 5 stars is the most you can get. I think it's only 9.
Where's Colonel Sanders fit in?
Lower. I'm dealing in 5-star generals. Gerald Ford said, Commander of the Army, where nobody could ever be ranked higher. So in theory, he's a 6-star general, which will never happen
And we know
again.
Captain Crunch doesn't count. He's a cartoon. Let's not be
Well,
ridiculous.
how dare you?
Trying to have a conversation.
Again, have a little respect come out of your mouth when it comes to the captain. It's the greatest cereal ever.
Well, he's not really decorated any longer. He's disgraced. One-time Baylor head coach Art Briles resigned at his high school in Mount Vernon, Texas. 20-6 in the last 2 years. And there's talk that maybe, just maybe, he's getting back into college football. What do you think about that, Hudson Mason?
I like that. Look, I was never really one of the guys that followed the whole Baylor incident up closely, so I'll be very, honest that a lot of people, ask, does he deserve to be back in coaching? Does he not? I'm a fan of second chances in life. When you admit things, you learn from it, you confess it, and you move on.
Read the transcripts.
That's the problem. But if you win, someone's going to give you a chance. And nothing surprises me anymore. Let's put it that way. I've seen and you've seen everything.
Oh, yeah. When it comes to the employment ability of people, you take a little less money than you would have gotten in your heyday, and you slide right in and you just go, we're good?
Yeah.
We're good.
Now, I don't know if he's going to be in the SEC this year, but I think he'll be somewhere in
Maybe
college.
Liberty. Can you imagine Liberty going from hiring Hugh Freeze to Art Briles?
Makes sense, doesn't it? We're giving people second chances here.
Here we
At
are.
Liberty, yeah.
Here we are.
We're second chance you.
Yeah.
They say you're never more like Christ than when you're forgiving and giving. Guys, coming up on this show today, the number one thing.
Hold on. Give me that one more time. I want to make sure I leave. I
This
must
is
say,
right, and this is right from your heart with Hudson Mason.
I did not expect to feel uplifted.
Yeah.
Give it to me one more time so I don't get it
You're
wrong.
never more like Christ than when you're forgiving and giving. But also, coming up, besides Old Testament scripture on Buck and Hut today.
Are we on?
The number one thing I'm looking forward to, guys, is this one coach went on a rant yesterday. And it made me realize how much we undervalue a good rant. Like, there is characteristics and qualities to a very good rant. And this guy just check.
I'm not a fan of the guy who is just spitting to spit. Like, he loses his train of thought and everything else. You give me a
focused rant.
It was prepared, but it still has venom attached
All right,
to it.
that's coming up. Buck and Hut.
I'm going to sit out in the little waiting room here
Very
to hear
much
this.
looking forward to that. Want to thank everybody on the other side of the glass. Young David,
By
Big
the way,
John Engineering.
Take a lesson. That's how you do a tease right there.
I know.
That's how you do it.
It was sexy. Want to thank the Suit Matt Egger and Sean Nerney for producing this program we call Domino and Cellini. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. We're back tomorrow, 11 a.m. sharp. Domino Cellini, again, is the name of the show. It's the Fan 680 and 93.7 FM.
Not at Whitewood, but in Rwanda at Fort Yago, and it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall, and I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, Corona. Honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes, and I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I said about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
All right, Buck and Hut, get you going on this beautiful Tuesday in Atlanta. We appreciate you making this show a part of your daily destination. Got a lot to get to throughout the program today. You can listen on the 6A The Fan mobile app, stream us online at 6athefan.com. And today, because it's a very special day here at The Fan, our Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, which is presented by Taco Mac. We are live on the 6A The Fan YouTube channel. So I made sure to shave, Buck. I made sure to brush my teeth, comb my hair. Well, I got a hat on today, but...
yeah, so you're lying to us is what you're doing.
I made sure that our beautiful faces that got us this job in radio, since we're going to be on camera today on the YouTube channel, shutting up, look at the camera, look good, and then wave at the people so you can like and subscribe to that as well.
I want everybody to see I've got my 680 gear on, too, which... is encouraged.
Yeah, you're better at that than I am. I always get yelled at by management everywhere we go for not wearing
you're a rookie.
Yeah, it's a rookie move. So you're going to hear us talk about a very special thing today on the program that's close to our hearts. It's the Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. And to make a donation and inquire about incentive items, you can call 404-231-9887. Buck, I know you, me personally. I have a very, very good friend whose son was a part of Camp Twin Lakes. He was a camper there, Camp Sunshine, which is the camp specific for campers with cancer. But this is a important day to us here at The Fan. It's important to people here, and it's important to people in the community that have had kids be a part of it as well.
Yeah, and look, it's a tough time of the year, obviously. We've all been affected by COVID-19, the impact there. Getting near Christmas here, but just remember this, that any donation that you make today, any level, $5, $10, $20, will be going to a great cause for these kids that just love the summer camp, Camp Twin Lakes. They love it so much and get so much out of it. So anything you can give today would be greatly appreciated.
94 cents for every dollar you donate will go to helping a kid get to Camp Twin Lakes and participate in the camps. And
you guys did this at Georgia, right? Coach Rick got it started?
Yeah, we would go to Camp Sunshine. And for those that don't know, I mean, Camp Twin Lakes is kind of the, all the rest of camps fall under the umbrella of Camp Twin Lakes, but Camp Sunshine specifically was for campers who were battling cancer. And like I said, I've got a family friend who, when I was even at Georgia, he was a part of the camp there. And just people always talk about, Buck, what it means for the kids. And it does mean a great deal for them, but also the parents. I mean, they do an outstanding job of making the kids feel normal. But I had a family friend tell me this morning, he said, Hudson, parents show up worried about kids going off and leaving them for a week. But at the end, it's the parents who feel more confident with kids at the camp than really even at home because of how much care the folks at Camp Twin Lakes provide. So,
yeah, we're going to have Kyle Eggleston on a little later. He's one of the campers that enjoys Camp Twin Lakes, and I was able to have the privilege of getting to know him and Coach's brother on our travel baseball team. Connor is his brother, and Kyle was there all the time. His father, Andrew, and his mother, Debbie, got to know them very well. And looking forward to having him on in that 2 o'clock hour.
Yep. Can't wait to talk to Kyle. Let's get to the biggest story of the day in the lead.
Let's get started with the biggest story of the day. It's time for the lead.
You know what it is.
Presented by Outdoor Makeover and Living Spaces.
What is it?
You know what the biggest story of the day? It's Georgia. But first, let me tell you about the great folks over at Outdoor Living Space and Makeover. Folks, it's that time of year. You're spending more time at your house. And if you've got that dead space in your backyard, Outdoor Living Space can turn it into a dream space. Landscape is usually the first thing you notice, but it's the last thing you think about. Go check out their website, outdoormakeover.net. Tons of before and after pictures, design ideas, interactive design maps, and 3D models, outdoormakeover.net. Okay, Buck. Vanderbilt backed out just like you and I thought they would.
Well, goodness, they played under the limit last week at home against Tennessee. But now a week later, they don't want to make the trip to Athens.
It's a little fishy.
Under the same circumstances. So what they're going to do, Vandy's going to finish the year 0-9, and that will be the Commodores' first ever winless season.
A historic season, none the least, for the Commodores. The wrong historic season. Buck, I saw this coming from a mile away. You and I did. We all said, hey, if they're not going to play Georgia the first time, what makes you think they're going to play him the second time? And it's an awful look for Vanderbilt, first off. How much can Greg Sankey do to step in? And at this point, Buck, I'm not even convinced and for sure that the SEC really even cares about Vanderbilt's existence. I mean, especially football-wise. I mean, the reality of it is they bring a academic cachet to the conference that I'm sure Greg Sankey admires and likes. And that's probably one of the main reasons why they continue to get away with not spending $45 million in their football facility and things like this. But the COVID opt-outs,
that's what upsets me. They're cashing this SEC check every single year, $45 to $50 million. And where does the money go? They don't reinvest in their program. It's not going to football facilities. It's not going to the coaching staff. So where's the money going? I just don't understand why they remain in the SEC. They're not a good fit. Maybe they like the fact they got the academic institution in there, but this is embarrassing from the way I'm looking at it here. Where does the money go? Why not reinvest in their program?
And it's frustrating, immensely frustrating for the Georgia players. That's who I have sympathy for, because now Georgia's seniors, Buck, are going to be robbed of a senior day. And we asked Greg McGarity last week, and look, he's going to join us again tomorrow as he does every Wednesday. Can't wait to have him on. But seniors don't get an opportunity to be treated the right way, going out the right way.
Well, yeah.
I mean, remember this
fans are upset about this too.
Yeah, remember this senior class needs to play 2 more games to become the winningest class in Georgia football history. And I mean, I'm not.
Well, there's been talk about Georgia trying to find a replacement game, and time's running out on that. I checked with some sources, my 2 most reliable sources at Georgia this morning, and was told that they're pushing on this. They're trying hard to get a replacement game in on Saturday, but I quote here, it's not looking like it'll happen.
No.
Tell you, the fans are upset. I know they've made some recommendations. Let's get Georgia Tech hooked up. Want to play Tech?
The only problem is Tech can't play this week because of COVID. So
Texas A&M, let's get them lined up. Understand they've approached Colorado State.
Yeah.
Obviously, that hadn't really worked out. So this is frustrating for the Georgia coaching staff, the Georgia players, the Georgia fans. You feel like you've been cheated here.
Yeah, you it's a disgrace, and it's embarrassing to Vanderbilt. It's embarrassing to the SEC. And, the SEC does have that protocol, Buck, where they haven't allowed teams to play other games that weren't already on the schedule. So
the next time we see Georgia play will be in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, most likely against the Cincinnati Bearcats on New Year's Day.
Last thing on this, I've been told to watch out for that LSU Ole Miss game. If for whatever reason Georgia hasn't played Texas A&M this year, they haven't played LSU or Ole Miss. So that game, if that was to get postponed or canceled because of COVID, then Georgia may be able. But this is really the last day that you have time to make a decision on this. It's already Tuesday.
They're not playing Saturday.
The other big news, and we'll be covering this extensively throughout the week, is where does Auburn go in hiring their new head football coach? They announced it over the weekend that they're moving on from the Gus Bus. And, Buck, to me, there's a lot of big names out there, and we'll get to that later in the program. But the guy that's catching more and more steam as every day and every hour goes by is a guy in-house there, defensive coordinator Kevin Steele, who you've been a big fan of for not only, in this immediate moment, but leading up to this moment. You've always been a Kevin Steele supporter and a Kevin Steele believer.
Well, I've gotten a chance to get to know him, seen him a little bit over at the Jimmy Rain Charity Golf Tournament over in Alabama on an annual basis, and really impressed with him as far as his communication skills, really an easy guy to talk with, and then really impressed with the job he does with the defense. And look, he's been around the SEC as far as the defensive coordinator goes, LSU, Clemson, Alabama, now Auburn, does an outstanding job. And he's on the staff. We talked to Stan White, the Auburn broadcaster and former quarterback, yesterday on the show, and asked him about Steele, and it's hard to really get a feel on what Stan thought about that because there are all this A-list that we were talking about yesterday. I mean, it's about 20 names deep.
Well, they're doing a national search.
I mean, my goodness, how many names can you have on an A-list? It's just unbelievable. Steele already on site, already with a relationship with these recruits, doing a great job with the defense. I think the one negative with him, though, is the head coaching experience that he had at Baylor. It did not go well at Baylor when he had that head coaching shot. I tell you, the other guy that's getting a lot of love, too, a lot of play as far as who's going to be the next guy is Lane Kiffin over at Ole Miss. He's been there 1 year. Look, he was at Tennessee for 1 year and left. But he's a guy that looks like he would be a really good fit. He needles Nick Saban really well.
Which he did again today.
He recruits really well. And also his offense is dynamic and explosive. So those are three positives right there as far as Lane Kiffin goes.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin was asked about it in his either presser last night or this morning. I saw the video, and he said, "I'm not taking the Alabama job, so quit asking." Isn't that that's so Lane Kiffin right there. Not only telling you he's not interested in taking the job, which, look, you make that own decision. We saw Scott Satterfield say he wasn't interested in an interview at the South Carolina. So it's all lip service from these guys until you actually see that they've turned it down. But you mentioned Kevin Steele's record, Buck. Not very good at all. 1-31 in 4 years at Baylor.
I don't think Saban could have won at Baylor at that time.
Yeah, that's a fair point. What about his age? Do you think that he's 62 years old? Do you think that and look, not that I want to compare him to Nick Saban.
That seems young to me.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, the older you get, you always say the age. You never seem as quite as old as you
calling
are,
me
right?
old?
I'm not calling you old, but I'm 29, right? 30 sounds just old and washed up. So this is the last year of my 20s, and I usually used to think 30, 31, and 32. Oh man, middle age. Now you get closer to 30.
Let me give you a little hint. Ever since I passed 39, we keep celebrating candles on the cake at home. We celebrate another 39th birthday. This A-list, though, Hugh Freeze doesn't look like he's really in play. Billy Napier is an interesting name. Keep an eye on him. He's head coaching experience. He's been successful. He's worked for Saban and Dabo. That's a name to keep an eye on. Brent Venables, Matt Campbell, Tom Allen, Mike Gundy, Tony Elliott, Sarkisian. Cristobal is another one I'm seeing his name come up a lot too, the Oregon head coach.
Well, we'll talk about that later in the program because there's many candidates, some of that you just mentioned, Buck, that all have a common denominator and a common theme. And plus, to me, this is going to come down to a business move or football move, but we'll be talking about that not only today but throughout the rest of the week. Coming up next, can Florida get it together to give Alabama a good game here in Atlanta for the SEC championship game this Saturday? Buck and Hutt, we'll dive into that next here on the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
The entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds. And so to me, that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really loved this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So, like, it's just a good weekend, and, like, honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So, like, honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. And I just tried the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still, like, we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today. And I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I was saying about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how do you want to get in?
Buck and Hud on your dial, 680 and 93.7 FM. We'll be with you till 3 o'clock as we are every day. Coming up in 10 minutes, what's different about the ACC rematch between Notre Dame and Clemson Part 2? We'll dive into that next. The 1 o'clock hour is brought to you by the great folks at AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. And Buck, to me, I'm a guy, which it means I'm always a procrastinator. And I
You're
always,
a guy?
did I just figure that out? I'm a guy. And with coming with a guy probably means it's in your blood, it's in your DNA that you wait to the last minute on a lot of things like Christmas gifts.
Oh, no.
I don't know if that's you, Buck, but that's me.
Well, I don't really buy any of those. Kelly takes care of that for us.
Okay, well, if you are a guy or girl, or, and I keep reminding people out there with 10 days to go till Christmas, here at The Fan, we were giving away a lot of things. And one of them is, because it's a special day with the 6A The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, you are going to have an opportunity to not only make a difference in the lives of a kid to go to camp. 94 cents for every dollar donated will help a kid go to Camp Twin Lakes. But you are going to get a tax write-off, and you could use it as a Christmas gift. If the incentives include, hey, you buy something for $300, you'll get a Grand Hyatt Buckhead one-night stay. You'll a $100 donation, you'll get a $50 gift card to Boca Lupo. So there's a wide range of opportunities and incentives. And to view those, you can go to and donate online, 6athefan.com camp. And don't forget about the Atlanta Braves Holiday Pack. It's a great gift also if you got a Braves fan in your life. It includes, and it went on sale November 9th, and includes 4 exciting weekends: opening day versus the Phillies, the Pirates, Dodgers, and Marlins. You'll be able to choose between 3 sections. You can save 48% off single game prices. To purchase, head to braves.com/holiday pack.
Yeah, and I think to me, though, the primary benefit for the fans' Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac is the feeling you get for supporting these kids that love Camp Twin Lakes so much. It's the feeling of making a positive impact is the greatest benefit you can get.
It is. And for this time of year, we should all be thinking about other people. It's been a tough enough year, let alone Buck. I mean, you forget that amongst, death and sickness and all the things that we all have to deal with on a daily basis, throw the pandemic on top of that, and furloughs and pay cuts and job loss.
The isolation.
Yeah, it's been extremely tough on people. And so we encourage you here at The Fan to continue to give. And it
doesn't have to be a lot, $5, $10, $20. It's all going to add up for us here today.
Yep, 46 donations from you, the listeners, and we have raised $17,712 so far. The credit all goes to the listeners at 680thefan.com.
404-231-9887. Give us a call. We'd appreciate it.
That's correct. SEC championship game coming up this weekend, Buck. And
yeah, man, looking forward to it. I think that ACC one, though, has a little more sizzle to it.
Yeah, sizzle. I like that word. You're definitely right on that. Sizzle, a little bit more attraction to the game. Obviously, with Florida losing to LSU, it's taken a little bit of the luster and shine off this game, but not so much. I mean, you still got
yesterday you were saying you were wanting to talk about how the Gators could win this game, and you made me laugh with that one.
No, I don't recall saying I think the Gators are going to win, because I don't. I don't think the Gators will win. In fact, Buck, I was thinking about this.
If they won.
Yeah, if they did, hypothetically. And I don't think they win. But let me just paint this canvas for a second, because I was thinking about the different scenarios of how Florida could win. And my conclusion,
Alabama
Buck, is
doesn't show up?
Well, that's one. Okay,
the bus
so 2.
breaks down.
So 2. Okay, so 3. Really, though, seriously, the only way I see Florida pulling off this upset, Buck, is a shootout. I don't like Todd Grantham's defense right now. They haven't been able to get things fixed. Unlike, Alabama's defense, really since the Georgia game, they've been playing much better. Buck, in a world where everybody throws the football, Alabama's pass defense has only given up 11 passing touchdowns this year, and that's the strength of Florida's offense. So as I was sitting here thinking about how can Florida pull off this upset? Can they do it through special teams? Can they do it through trick plays? Can they do it through running the football? Can they do it through turnovers on defense? The only one I legitimately believe in when you say it out loud is the path for Florida to win, most realistically, is going to be a shootout. Very similar to the Alabama-Ole Miss game. High 50s.
All right, well, let's go with that premise. And so how does Florida do that? How do they make it a shootout? Well, to me, number 1 on the list is All-American tight end Kyle Pitts. Didn't play against LSU. I thought the Gators probably believed they could win without him. But you can bet on, and I'm predicting you're going to see Kyle Pitts in there playing against Alabama on Saturday night. So Trask to Pitts, the Kyle show, they're going to have to get off. Now, a potential problem there, you brought up the Alabama secondary. We've got some really good pass defenders. Patrick Surtain is an all-SEC cornerback in my NFL caliber player.
Yes.
You're going to see Surtain at one cornerback spot. Josh Jobe at the other side at cornerback has really developed into a quality cornerback on that side of the ball. And then you talk about their nickel cover guy, Malachi Moore, has really played well too. Those 3 guys, I would assume you're going to see those 3 guys, a combination of the 3, are going to spend some time trying to D up on Kyle Pitts. And that's the first thing that Nick Saban and Pete Golding are focused on this week on this side of the ball, is controlling Kyle Pitts. Number 1 on the list. And Alabama's got some guys back there that can do a good job covering him.
They do. And the other thing Alabama does really well, and we haven't really seen a team. I mean, Georgia got after Kyle Trask a little bit. We didn't hit him as much as we could. But it's, the best coverage for a young secondary or just any coverage is really a great pass rush. And that's what Alabama has as well. And the just night and day transition that Nick Saban has made. I mean, people are going to talk about Coach of the Year candidates this year. I think Eli Drinkwitz and Sam Pittman kind of cooled off last weekend. Their campaigns have kind of fizzled out.
So did Mullen.
So did Mullins. I mean, Nick Saban, what he's doing, this is kind of a topic for a different time, but 10-0 in a year in the SEC, winning point margins, dominating. but what he's done for this defense alone, Buck, what he's done for them. People talk about Coach of the Year candidates. What do you take into consideration? Not only performance, but to me also improvement. And there's not a greater testament to improvement in college football this year than what we saw against Ole Miss on the field for Alabama's defense and what we've seen the past 7, 8, or 9 games.
Yeah, I'm going to put on my coordinator's hat and think, you know what, the best thing Mullen can do here is have a great plan to get it to Pitts. But the second best thing that Dan Mullen can do here offensively is to figure out how to run the football successfully a little bit. Because they have been pass happy all season long. This is a one-dimensional offense. Yeah. They don't even try to run the football. Now, they run it better than Mississippi State does, who doesn't even try to run it. But to get a little bit of the run game going, because you know what Alabama's doing? They're ignoring Florida's run game. They're not concerned about the Gators running the football. Gators have a couple of legitimate running backs. And so shouldn't you think Mullen should be trying to design a little bit in the game plan a way to take advantage of that? The fact that Alabama's totally focused on Kyle Pitts and their passing attack. Try to run the football a little bit. That would help you tremendously.
I just don't think they can, Buck. I don't think it's a part of his belief that this is really how they believe they can move the football.
Well, then he's going to get Trask killed.
He might. This could be a game where not only I think Kyle Trask goes over 45, 50 pass attempts, because, again, I think this is...
Dude, you've played the position. Shouldn't you be implementing the draw play to offset the pass rush that Alabama's going to have? Shouldn't you implement a screen pass or two that can help you run the ball a little bit? I would consider that sort of a running play, the screen pass. I wouldn't expect Alabama's going to play total man coverage. You're going to see some zone. You're going to see some drop 8.
Yeah. No,
so those are two areas that could really help your passing attack.
If you ask me, Buck, besides throwing the football, obviously, that's the number one option for Florida's offense. If you said, what's the second best way or most realistic way for Dan Mullen to approach this game or most realistic way to beat Alabama, I would say your defense shows up better and performs a little bit better than, the chances of Florida's run game showing up. They're not going to have a 100-yard rusher. They probably won't even collectively run for 100 yards as a team.
I think you're helping Alabama then.
Yeah, and that's been the problem. That's always the problem when you face good teams like Alabama.
They don't need any help.
No, they don't need any help either. And then the other point of this is the other storyline is, oh, by the way, and everybody stinks against, Nick Saban, but Dan Mullen's 0-9 against Nick Saban. Only, 2 of those losses were one score. One of them was actually in 2014 when Mississippi State was number 1. Dan Mullen was there, but
this is his first shot as the coach of Florida.
Yeah, and I don't think he, I don't think he does away with that winless record against Nick Saban. Would
you want to trade places with Grantham this week because you got to face this high-powered, dynamic, balanced Alabama offense that can pound you with the run game. Got a great running back, Najee Harris, has got over 20 touchdown runs this season. So they can run it, they can ground and pound you with that offensive line that's the best in college football. Mm-hmm. And then they can also carve you up with the passing attack. And Devontae Smith has just been unbelievable, especially after Waddle went down with the injury. He has totally taken over and taken the lead in this passing attack. Mac Jones, highest-rated quarterback in college football. How does Grantham hold up against that?
And he can't. I've always thought Grantham's biggest struggle, and you still saw it. Saw it a couple weeks ago against Tennessee. This guys barely can get lined up. I just, I don't get that. 8-9 weeks into the season, and your defensive line still can't set their front and get lined up. So it's. I expect it to be a long day again. I think the only path to victory for Florida is if you get 12 possessions in this game, Buck, Florida better score on 10 of them.
Well, I think Grantham, too, to last point on this, is Grantham defensively. You got to find a way to gang up against Najee Harris in this run game. Because if Alabama's in third and short situations all day long, they're going to score 50 on you.
Yeah.
You need him in third and long, and that's where Grantham really he thrives. His defense thrives when you get the opponent in third down and long. Multiple blitz packages he's going to throw at you there. They're going to get pressure on the quarterback when it's 3rd and 8. So you got to find a way to hold up against that run game and force some of these third and long situations. Otherwise, this thing, Alabama's going to get out of hand.
The other big game this weekend, ACC Championship Part 2, Notre Dame-Clemson, will not only have college football playoff implications, but, Trevor Lawrence, probably a long shot still at the Heisman at this point, but what's interesting to me about this game, Buck, is obviously in the first matchup, you didn't have not only Trevor Lawrence, but Clemson didn't have a couple starters. Mike Jones Jr., Tyler Davis. Now they're adding not only the best overall player arguably in the country and Trevor Lawrence back to their arsenal, but a couple starters. And if you remember that multi-double overtime game in South Bend, you got to think, and this is just my opinion on this, but I assume that Trevor Lawrence and getting a couple starters back, I mean, right there, that's at least 7 points worth.
Well, who's going to argue that he's not the best player in college football? Seriously.
An Alabama fan.
Who's going to argue that?
An Alabama fan.
Trevor Lawrence is the best player in college football, period. And Clemson didn't have him in the first game. And what jumps off the page to me in this matchup is Clemson went out against Notre Dame in South Bend, or is it Notre Dame, Indiana now?
It is the city of Notre Dame,
well,
right?
So they're playing on the
City
Notre
of
Dame
South Bend.
campus. All right, let me simplify that a little bit. And Clemson, ETN, 18 carries for 29 yards, 28 yards, 18 for 28. They ran it 33 times for 34 yards. With Trevor Lawrence in the lineup and Tony Elliott running all these RPOs, the run-pass options, you're going to see Trevor Lawrence run with the football effectively in this game. And that could help Travis Etienne get more opportunities to run successfully, too. Clemson can't win with that formula, with Etienne rushing for less than 30 yards. That's a losing proposition for them. Now, Notre Dame's stout on that defensive front. Their front seven, they play the run extremely tough. Having Trevor Lawrence back to help you run it with those RPOs are going to help them big time.
Yeah, and look, that game earlier in the year, Notre Dame won 47-40 in overtime. I'm not a crazy man, Buck, to say that the best player in the country is worth at least 7 points on the second go-around, right? I think Notre Dame played their best game that they can potentially play. The apex of who Notre Dame as a team is this year and their potential, to me, we saw that on November 7th. I think Clemson's better than what we saw. Obviously, they're better, not only because of other starters, but just Trevor Lawrence coming back. So if...
Well, look, Notre Dame pounded them with their run game, and I love the quarterback Ian Book. He's a playmaker. He can hurt you in the passing game, extending plays, getting big plays there. But they ran the football against Clemson for over 200 yards in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so Clemson, I'm not sure they'll be able to slow that down because, look, these freshmen like Breesy, they've had to have hit the wall by now. And that's who they're relying on. I know Davis is back in there, and that's going to help. But Clemson, if they expect to beat Notre Dame, they're going to have to play that run on defense tougher than they did the first time.
The other narrative and topic of conversation heading into this game is Notre Dame's place in the college football playoff should they lose. And I think they're going to lose. I like Clemson in this game for the reasons I just mentioned. And if that plays out like I think it will, I mean, you wouldn't have any pushback there that even if Notre Dame loses, they're not getting in.
I would say if Notre Dame plays them tough, they keep it close, and the score is not one of these blowout things, Notre Dame's getting in the playoffs. Go ahead and count on it.
And if they do get blown out?
Well, then there's a chance they don't make it.
Yeah. So you would think then that Texas A&M would get in. Who would be the other team you think that the committee would look at if Notre Dame gets blown out? Because I think you bring up an interesting point. The committee could look at Notre Dame and go, well, wait a minute. It was only a close game the first time because Clemson didn't have the best player in the country.
And that's not fair. It hurt Clemson big time. You're on the road. You don't have your go-to guy, and that's a huge impact. But come on, give Notre Dame a little more credit than that. Not you, but the fans out there, the listeners.
That's the one part of the committee and the fans that I can't stand is like we hold teams hostage as a college football society. This is a very popular mindset out there for teams that they win, but they don't win enough. And this is what drives me nuts, Buck. It's like people don't understand how hard it is to just win. Like it's like winning to the committee and the eye test and sexiness. It's like
or going undefeated. I've been a part of a team that had to go that route, undefeated, and to show up every single week playing in one of these Power 5 conferences and getting the job done every single week. That people don't put enough credit into that.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't win by enough. It's like, does winning still count anymore?
Are you saying that about Coastal Carolina now? They're not winning by enough?
Yeah, no. I'm talking about teams that actually have a chance. And you brought up a point that people will – and no, it's not fair to look at Notre Dame and go, oh, they didn't beat Clemson by enough. But it is a pretty popular but annoying, mindset that We see from the committee, and we also see from fans.
Let me ask you this. Are you getting ready for the trilogy?
The trilogy?
Yeah, we see Clemson and Notre Dame face off in the playoffs.
See it maybe in that. So that's what's interesting, too, is the seeding, right? I mean, surely the committee doesn't want to see, let's say Clemson wins.
Well, they both have to win. They wouldn't match them up in the semifinals.
No.
But in the championship game, there's a possibility.
Yeah, you're right.
Somebody's able to knock off big, powerful Alabama.
So you're saying if Clemson, and I'm saying this too, if Clemson wins, you'd probably get Bama as the number 1 seed, Ohio State as the 2 seed, Clemson as a 3 seed, and 4 would be Notre Dame. So 1 and 4 play each other in 2 and 3, correct? So, and then guess what? The other news is that game may be happening, Buck, as I read this morning.
I noticed you didn't give USC any love out
no,
of the Pac-12.
I'm sorry. 5-0. They haven't beat a top 25 team. Good for Coach Helton and
the
USC
UCLA?
Trojans. They did, barely, yeah. Mm-hmm. But that last time I checked, I didn't think Chip Kelly's Bruins were
I don't know.
something
I've
to brag
always
about.
loved that game. It's just a college football fan.
Yeah.
I was always intrigued by the Pac-12 because they throw that sucker around.
Air raid, huh?
Yeah, they spin it, baby. It's a different kind of game out west.
Pac-12 after dark.
There was a time I was thinking, I might like to go out west. Arizona State.
Did you get recruited by?
UCLA, USC. I flirted with that idea for a little bit, and then it sort of settled in that I know nobody out west.
I was about to say, going from Valdosta to Georgia.
Be crazy.
Going from Valdosta, Georgia to Atlanta, let alone Valdosta, Georgia to L.A. That'd be a culture shock, none the least.
Yeah, I still love Valdosta, though.
Let's get to a dog beat.
There's no one in the Georgia beat that's more connected than these dogs are. Time for the Dog Beat, presented by Reliable Heating and Air with a next-day installation guarantee, or we pay you $500. Visit ReliableAir.com.
With Georgia's cancellation of Vanderbilt in the Vanderbilt game this Saturday in Athens, Buck, Georgia's looking around. They don't have much time left on the clock to find an opponent. You say there's 2 possible opponents still out there for Georgia.
Well, look, I'd heard it was Colorado State they were working on. I didn't hear another one.
I actually heard Colorado State. Colorado and Colorado.
That's what I said. Colorado State, I was aware of that. I wasn't aware of the Buffaloes they were working on.
Yeah, because their game this weekend, I think it was against Oregon, got canceled due to the Ducks' numbers of COVID, so Colorado's open if you wanted them.
Now, is it because they were under the number, or they just didn't want to play?
That's
because, look, Vandy was under the number last week when they played Tennessee. So
I think
did they just figure out they didn't want to play this week?
Yeah, here's what happened, Buck. They woke up Sunday and they go, okay, we don't have a chance. We're going to get boat raced by Georgia, so we are going to predetermine that we're going to be under the numbers. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and then they had the SEC cancel the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't Vandy that canceled it. It was the SEC that canceled it. Come on,
give me
man.
a break. They thought they could beat Tennessee. They really did. Look, that's a slap in the face to Tennessee's program and Jeremy Pruitt. And they beat them, I think, the past 3 years in a row. Yeah. So good for them. They probably should thank. And
now, some of the fans out there hoping that maybe Georgia could schedule Georgia Tech and keep the rivalry alive.
Not going to happen. The SEC's already shot that. And I mean, Georgia Tech's game was canceled this week because of Tech's COVID number. So that doesn't make sense.
And then Texas A&M, I saw some of the Georgia fans bringing them up as if Texas A&M would want to risk a shot in the college football playoffs by taking on Georgia. That wouldn't make much sense from their perspective.
Right. That's the same thing I said about Ohio State. I don't think Texas A&M has to play necessarily to get that extra data point.
Georgia's not playing on Saturday.
No, I don't get the sense that they are either.
And the coaches are a little upset about it. The players are upset. The fans, Georgia fan base is upset about it. It's just, life's not always fair. The next time we see Georgia, it's going to be in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl against the Cincinnati Bearcats on New Year's Day.
Well, does that mean Georgia's players get to go home for Christmas then? Because a lot of these teams, and that's why you're seeing them cancel bowl games, is, they are just COVID fatigued. They are tapped out. They're not playing, not interested. I mean, obviously, Georgia Tech announced yesterday that they won't be playing in a bowl game either. And with all these weeks off, the Georgia team's going to have, about almost a month, a little less than a month, 3 weeks.
I would imagine the players are chilling today.
Yeah, and it gives...
Coaches are getting ready for that big day tomorrow, National Signing Day 1.
Yeah, which we'll have extensive coverage here on The Fan tomorrow, so make sure you're dialed into that. It gives Kirby and his, coaches an opportunity to just solely focus on the early signing period. I don't know what to expect out of that tomorrow.
So they call it Moving Day.
Moving Day. Okay.
And then for the parents and players, it's called Decision Day.
Is it sponsored by Georgia Pack and Load? Moving Day?
Well, they're doing championship weekend this weekend on The Fan.
Oh, that's right.
ACC
Yeah,
and
yeah.
SEC.
Yeah.
And we appreciate them very much, plus
We do.
Georgia's own credit union, also supporting our championship week here on the College Football Voice of the South, The Fan.
I feel bad for the seniors at Georgia Buck because this was a class who needed to play 2 more games to become the winningest class of all time at Georgia in Georgia football history. I mean, that is. Don't skim over that, folks. I mean, as long in the rich history of Georgia has been playing football. Now, you can make a different argument. You and I talked about this. The most accomplished is that 81 class that won a national championship.
Well, no. It was the 83 class.
Oh, excuse me, 83. Okay.
Yeah, 83 who won 3 consecutive SEC championships. Were involved in 3 potential national championship games. And I believe they would eclipse them by 1 game.
Yeah.
So look at both this year's seniors. They should be extremely proud of how they've represented the University of Georgia football-wise. And that class in 83, I know they're proud of what they were able to put together.
Yeah. Not even up for debate what they accomplished. I feel bad
that's
for those
amazing.
seniors. I don't know how they're going to choose to honor the seniors that have said they're not coming back this year. We'll have Greg McGarity on tomorrow. We can
It was
ask
sort
him.
of messed up anyway because the fans, the parents couldn't even go down on the field with their sons.
Yeah. Couldn't go down on the fields. And
I couldn't imagine that part. You know, having mom down there to give her a hug before the last game. And we played Auburn on senior day at home at Sanford Stadium with the SEC championship riding on the outcome of the game. And boy, it was not an empty seat in the house. It was packed. The atmosphere was unbelievable. And then to see your parents down there before the game.
Did you have
and be able to hug on them a little bit. It was so memorable, and I really feel bad that these seniors won't be able to experience that part of the deal.
Did you go out as a winner on your senior day?
Yeah, we whooped Auburn that day and
'cause
won
I did
the
not.
SEC championship.
Actually, one of the worst memories of my college career was senior day. So against Georgia Tech. That was I've never been so high and so low, Buck, within 60 seconds. Losing to Tech at home on senior day. That's as low as it gets in terms of memory of senior day. So, hey, the Atlanta Festival of Lights at Atlantic Station. I've been down there with my family. Took my wife down there a couple weeks ago. You can check them out. The Atlanta Festival of Lights, if you're looking for something to do that's COVID-friendly, and it'll be fun for the whole family. You show up. We waited about 30 minutes in line. You drive through. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes. They did a great job. It's very family-friendly. You can check it out. It runs December 4th through mid-January. For more details and tickets, check out AtlantaFestivalOfLights.com. Coming up next, we got one Heisman voter in the building here. But is he truly about giving it to the best player in the country? We'll ask him next here on Buck and Hut on the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. How good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall, and I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. Honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came
Buck and Hud on the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM. Thanks for making the college football voice of the South part of your drive and a part of your day. I want to continue and encourage you guys, 680 The Fan listeners who make everything go here. We appreciate y'all's support, specifically on a day like this, the 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, presented by Taco Mac. For every dollar that is donated today, 94 cents will go to helping a kid become part of the Camp Twin Lakes camp. To donate, and remember, people, every dollar counts. It doesn't matter the amount. Every donation makes a difference. 404-231-9887. And, of course, you can view incentive items at 680thefan.com/camp online. You'll see a wide-ranging option of prices. $400 donation will get you around a golf of 4 at Bobby Jones Golf Course. Carts will be included. $300 will get you a one-night stay at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead. Couple different options that you can go check out again at 680thefan.com. Let's get to a nugget.
Tasty. Time for the College Football Nugget. Presented by your locally owned and operated Ace Hardware. Find your neighborhood store at acehardware.com.
All right, Buck. Saturday will not only determine the SEC championship game, but most likely, it will, not even most likely, scratch that, it will determine who wins the Heisman. The thing is it's not just between the two quarterbacks, Kyle Trask and Mac Jones. You got Devontae Smith in there that's, not even option 3 at this point. Option 2, really, after Kyle Trask performed poorly and they lost last weekend. But as a Heisman voter yourself, you're looking for and trying to determine to give it to the best player in the country. What is that? I'm interested in knowing, just picking your brain. What does that look like for you? What will you be looking for on Saturday to determine who is the best player?
Well, in the contract, you agree not to divulge who you're going to vote for.
Okay.
Prior to the announcement. Now, I can come in here after it's announced and tell you who I voted for, but not before.
Right. But you can
I can tell you who I'm considering.
Right, or what you value, right?
And I've always been a guy that's considered the football player to be in the running for the Heisman Trophy, the football player that represents his university in a first-class manner. Factors into it, too. I've never been a guy that just looked and saw which quarterback or running back had the best stats and then voted for that guy.
You voted for defensive players before, haven't you?
I went Roquan Smith one year. I thought he was the best player in college football. So, look, I'm considering Devontae Smith, the wide receiver at Alabama, seriously considering what he's done this year. I mean, the guy leads college football in receiving yards. There I go mentioning yards. Touchdowns he scored. It seems like in every single game he's scoring a touchdown. 15 touchdown receptions. So impressive. And he's done it with Jalen Waddle, too. His running mate has been out since the injury, and so that gives the defense more of an opportunity to lock down on Devontae Smith. And guess what? He's still thriving, brother.
He sure is.
I mean, you look at what he's done here. 2 games over 200 yards, 6 games over 140 yards. The guy's just been tremendous. So, yeah, I'm seriously considering Devontae Smith, but I don't underplay what Mac Jones has done at quarterback for Alabama. And, look, he was behind Kyle Trask when you look at all these voters and what they were thinking going into last weekend. Now, Trask fell down. And Dan Mullen was quick to point it out in the postgame press conference. And I believe Mullen downgraded Kyle Trask by saying he made a bunch of bad decisions. All 4 quarters of that game, and he threw his quarterback under the bus. But I'm still considering Trask. I'm considering Mac Jones. I'm considering Trevor Lawrence. I'm considering Justin Fields. Heck, I'm even considering Kyle Pitts. So, look, there are a handful of guys that I'm still considering. And I can guarantee you Devontae Smith is on the list.
But it'll be fun to see if a wide receiver can take home, what is considered college football's top award.
Well, every year I try to determine who's the best defensive player in college football. And I've got that guy on the list. And I'm still researching that. I don't have an answer for you right now.
Now, we have established that you have not already made your mind up. So, and that's the right thing to do. There's no reason why
I
out
want to
there.
see all the games. We've got the votes got to be turned in electronically on Sunday. Correct. Is the deadline for the vote. So I'll watch the games all day Saturday and place the vote on Sunday.
Kyle Trask going to have to work some major magic to pull this off, and obviously he'll need a win. But Devontae Smith, mentioning him, Buck, his special teams touchdown last weekend against Arkansas, that 84-yard punt return, that matters. And if he can it feels like if he can have one more special teams touchdown and a big day receiving, he may be able to win this thing, really, because if you recall.
And he's such a class guy, too.
He really
and
is.
The Heisman should be about more than just stats. I mean, how do you conduct yourself?
Correct.
This guy is a first-class football player. I'm sure the Alabama Crimson Tide fans are so proud of him and Mac Jones, for that matter.
Funny enough, the last receiver to win the Heisman, Desmond Howard, 1991, if you recall, he actually clinched it on a punt return of his own at the very end of the season. And that's the replay that everybody always shows on ESPN. So Heisman voters can, often become victims of the moment. I don't say that as a dig. It's just oftentimes it's the last impression that matters the most and resonates the most in the minds of the voters. So it usually has come down to the biggest day on the final week. And there's definitely 3 guys in contention, 2 on one team for Alabama. So we'll obviously be diving into that more and talking about that at
length. What happens if they split the vote?
Can you tie?
Well, no, as far as it devalues one of the two. It devalues their chances of winning.
That's the it really does. That's a phenomenal point. I haven't thought about that. But it's this weird conundrum of, if Alabama's just blowing Florida out in the second or third quarter, Buck, we know Kyle Trask has probably been eliminated. And at that point, you got 2 guys on one team competing in the second half for the same award. I mean.
Now, would you be upset if I voted JT Daniels?
Yes, I would be. I would not recommend to come in here and divulge that. Those emails you always complain about that you get? Yeah, I think
there are a lot of haters out there, man, especially on Twitter. My goodness, there's some haters out there.
Oh, hey, it's the cesspool of Twitter. It's the cesspool of negativity and hater. But yes, I would not recommend coming in here. If you want the Georgia homer or the Georgia hater, you can't win because you compliment Georgia, you're a homer. You knock on Georgia, you're a hater. But if you really want to put it into the Georgia homer narrative, which I know you don't purposely try to feed, but yeah, I wouldn't publicly state that JT Daniels for Heisman. Definitely wouldn't.
Yeah, and typically what you get for voting for the Heisman is you get a program of the event. And a lot of that is just sponsors in there. But it shows some really good photos from years gone by or a T-shirt.
Yeah. Coming up next, none of these options all seem that sexy for Auburn. They're just different for the sake of being different in the SEC. Buck and Hut, we'll talk about that next year on The Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
See some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today. And I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I said about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Buck and Hut on this special Tuesday with you. We appreciate you making Buck and Hut a part of your day. I say special because today is the 6A The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, and it's all presented by Taco Mac. Folks, to make a donation, and remember, every donation does count. Every dollar, $5, $1, $100, it all makes a huge difference for the lives of the kids who will be able to participate in a Camp Twin Lakes holiday opportunity. 94 cents for every dollar donated will go to helping a camper partake in a Camp Twin Lakes camp. To make a donation and inquire about an incentive items, call. Write this number down, 404-231-9887, or to donate online or check out the incentive items, go to 680thefan.com/camp. That's 680thefan.com/camp. You'll be able to see all the different incentives there for different prices, $100, $300. You can check them out. One night stand at the Grand Hyatt, a couple different restaurant opportunities, gift cards. You can play golf, endless opportunities. 404-231-9887. All of it is for Camp Twin Lakes and making the difference in the lives of kids. The 1 o'clock hour is brought to you by the great folks at AquaGuard Foundation Solution. And, of course, you know, here at The Fan, we're into giveaways, and especially with Christmas right around the corner. 6A The Fan is giving away and partnering with Carriage Kia to give away the PlayStation 5. We've partnered with Carriage Kia in Woodstock and Carriage Kia in Gainesville. We're going to give away 4 of the most sought-after Christmas items of 2020. It's the PlayStation 5. To register to win one of these, all you have to do is test drive a car from Carriage or get an appraisal. You can do it virtually or in person on your vehicle by Monday, December 21st. That's next Monday. So go to 6athefan.com to register to win a PlayStation 5 from Carriage Kia. Okay, Buck, let's dive into extensively more about this Auburn search, because one of the things that I feel like Auburn fans and Auburn administration cannot get caught up in, and it's easy to get caught up in this, is winning the press conference, is, you know, we got to get the sexy hire. And when you think sexy and you think hot, Mario Cristobal, the head coach at Oregon, comes to mind. Well, he's got an $8 million buyout, and they just lost to Oregon State. But I've got a front runner, I've got a hot and sexy hire, and I've got a dark horse. But Auburn has to decide, is this a business move or is this a football move? Because sexy doesn't always – it may appease the fan base temporarily, and you may feel good about yourself because you'll come in the next Monday and be like, wow, man, he won that press conference. But last time I checked, you don't get any points and you don't get any wins for winning the press conference. My front runner is Hugh Freeze. Now, sources are also telling me he's holding out for the Tennessee job. The hot, sexy hire, I think, is Mario Cristobal. Again, he has that $8 million buyout, so economically he may be a little bit outside of their price range. And then the dark horse for me is Kevin Steele, defensive coordinator there already. But I think the most important thing for Auburn fans and Auburn administration is don't get caught up in feeling like you have to win the press conference or like this has to be the big, sexy, hot name guy.
Yeah, look, I think they got to get a guy in there that's sexy because they got to sell the program, man. How do you sell the recruits out there when you're going head-to-head with Alabama? That's number one basically every year in recruiting. If you don't have a sexy head coach in there, a guy that can appeal to the recruits out there, the 4- and 5-star players, I mean, you got to have a little bit of sexy when you're trying to do that, right? Because you're not beating Alabama. You're not beating Georgia with the players that Gus has been bringing in.
You know, 42nd in recruiting is what they are right now.
Yeah, you know, and you look at the the lack of sexiness that Gus had, I think that factored into it. Recruiting-wise, I'm talking about. Now, it's sexy to win. And so I think that's what fans look at as far as sexy goes. Is my coach winning or not? I mean, these Arkansas fans are all fired up about Sam Pittman. Now, is he a sexy dude?
No. Well, hey, some people say he's sexy.
When you're winning, they went like 20 games in a row with Chad Morrison, these guys coaching Arkansas, without getting an SEC victory. Man, I tell you what, Sam's looking really sexy out in Arkansas these
days.
Was
Dabo Swinney sexy when they hired him and promoted him within? No. Everybody was like, this guy?
Sure is sexy now.
Sure is sexy now. A couple national champions. That's, to me, when I
think recruiting, is a big deal at Auburn. They've fallen off recruiting. And that's the lifeblood of any program. So they better get a coach that's sexy enough to be able to go out and get more Bo Nixes and Tank Bigsby's, because I think those are the only two big-time players they've gotten here over the last two recruiting classes. So, that's what I have to say about that. But they need a guy that can coach, too, because, look, they're 0-3 against Georgia over the last 3 years, and this Gus Malzahn offense has averaged 10 points a game. So they better get a coach that's sexy with the X's and O's on the offensive side of the ball.
When I say sexy, I think that's a term loosely thrown out there. But I'm saying, everybody just wants the big name just to have the big name. Mario Cristobal. And it's funny because you start to look at...
I don't look at him as a big name, though. He's an under-the-radar guy.
Well, he's at Oregon, and he's making a lot of money, and I'm sure when you think sexy, that's what you... And that's the thing, Buck, is like...
his buyout's $8 million.
Yeah, his buyout ain't sexy.
So that might come into play, too. Recruiting coordinator at Alabama, offensive line coach, that would certainly help his cause if he got the Auburn job.
That's the theme. So I'm looking at really what I would consider the top 5 candidates for this job, Buck, and 4 out of 5 of them all have an Alabama connection. Mario Cristobal, you just mentioned. Billy Napier, head coach of Louisiana, used to work at Alabama. Steve Sarkisian is another guy that's, I think, a top candidate for this job. Don't think he would take it, but I think he'd definitely get an interview. Lane Kiffin, we know his roots. The 5th one is Hugh Freeze. Now, he's not a former Nick Saban assistant, but nobody, and I mean nobody, has had a direct effect and has direct credit to changing Nick Saban's and making Nick kind of rethink his offensive philosophy than
defense
Hugh
too.
Freeze. And defense, too. I mean, after Hugh Freeze beat him 2 years in a row at Ole Miss and what Ole Miss was doing offensively, you see how quickly he adapted and how quickly he changed. Now, again, Hugh doesn't have that connection, but he's obviously, and you could throw Hugh maybe in there to that sexy hire with Mario Cristobal, but there's not a lot out there.
Well, look, with Hugh Freeze, he beat Alabama twice at Ole Miss. He's a top recruiter. He runs an explosive offense. Now, he's got some baggage calling those hookers up. Maybe he was just dialing the wrong number.
Yeah. Maybe he meant to hit 8 instead of 7.
Sarkisian, he's got some baggage, too. He's got some baggage, too.
At what point do you look
concerned
past
about that also?
Hugh Freeze's baggage is a little different than Sarkisian's baggage. And look, the difference, too, is Sarkisian's baggage was, man, wasn't that almost a decade ago, 6-7 years ago? I mean, Hughes is a little bit more recent. But
there were some reports out there about Sarkisian during his tenure with the Falcons that they had to go find him a couple times.
Do you really want to go with the run that Nick Saban is on right now? Is Auburn the next job you really want to take? Like, to me, I just don't think Steve Sarkisian wants that headache, having to see Nick Saban every day. Because here's the reality of it, Buck, and I talk about expectations a lot with Auburn. I mean, you go 10-3 at Auburn, you're up for a contract extension. Now, maybe not 7 years and $49 million worth, but going 10-3 at Auburn's not going 10-3 at Louisville or, even Tennessee. That's the toughest job in America.
Well, and you look at Auburn, man, you can get that 7-year, $49 million extension by losing 4 and 5 games a season.
Just beat the 2 number 1 teams at the end of the year. And this isn't...
Kevin Steele looks like a good alternative to me. Second chance, it didn't go well at Baylor years ago. But he's been around the SEC as a defensive coordinator. He's highly respected in the conference as an excellent X's and O's guy. He is a guy that could keep a lot of the staff together, like Rodney Garner, some of the guys that can recruit on this Auburn staff. He's a likable guy, a good football coach. Wouldn't cost a fortune to plug him in there. That would be a good fallback for Auburn.
Well, he's definitely... Okay, put the resume and most deserving aside. If you wanted to go the economical and feasible route, he would be your guy. Because people forget, the 24 million they're going to owe Gus. That's just for one coach. That's not even considering the more millions they'll have to pay to coaches and coordinators. Like, what's their offense coordinator name? I'm having a brain fart on this. Auburn, that just came from Arkansas. They're going to have to pay him a couple more $1 million to walk out the door. So Chad Morris, thank you.
Morris, they forgot about him in Arkansas.
Yeah, he's getting money from Arkansas. He's going to get money for Auburn. So if you want to go the Kevin Steele route, and I like what you're saying, Buck. I mean, recruiting's tomorrow. National Signing Day's tomorrow. Now, they're not going to make a decision that quickly, but...
And their class stinks right now.
It's 42nd in the country. I mean, that is amazing that Auburn has fallen. And that was the biggest knock on Gus.
I would think, too, you got to look at and interview Brent Venables, right? I know he's got two sons playing on the Clemson team, and that would complicate things. But he would be a guy, if I was an Auburn man, I would want to see Auburn get in front of. And then also Tony Elliott.
Yeah,
I think is a really good candidate, too, that runs the Clemson offense. They've been really successful. He has done a great job recruiting and a good X's and O's guys. I think he would be a guy you'd want to interview also. Now, Q's another story, and I saw Quinn's name associated with this. And we spoke about it yesterday. For a minute, he was at Florida, down there coaching with the Gators. But other than that, he's been all NFL.
Yeah.
And it hadn't worked out very well there either. So I'm stunned when I see Q's name on this A-list.
This isn't like the South Carolina job, right? I mean, this is the toughest job in America. And everybody says that they want to coach in the SEC, right? Everybody, I want to get the $4 million. I want to get paid $6 million. It's the most passionate fan base, and it's the best conference, and all those things are true. But what you're about to really find out with this job, Buck, is are you about that life? Do you really want to coach in the SEC? Because I think there's going to be a larger pool, and there's going to be coaches that are interested in this job just for those reasons and those reasons alone.
You know, the one thing that scares the guys off is you got to compete with Alabama.
And Georgia.
365 days out of the year.
That's just one school. And Alabama and Georgia. I mean, you're talking about going up against Nick Saban in Georgia every single year. In recruiting, I mean, look at Georgia's roster. How many guys come from that southwest corridor in Georgia, the Albany, the LaGrange area, 45 minutes down 85 from Auburn, Columbus. I mean, there's so many of them. And then that's not even to mention LSU, Texas A&M, what Sam Pittman's doing at Arkansas. So,
yeah, but they do have that Pat Dye cabin, which I assume they hadn't been using a lot on the recruiting trail, because normally if they get a recruit to visit that Pat Dye cabin at Crooked Creek, I think is the name of it, then they typically sign that guy.
Well, look, I would say they're assuming, Buck, that they're knowing that Auburn's ranked 42nd in the country in recruiting right now. I don't know if Crooked Creek has just been locked down or they can't find the keys to the cabin, but based on the numbers in recruiting right now, I don't think they've been taking too many recruits to Crooked Creek, because it's not, or either Crooked Creek's on fire, the cabin's on fire on lockdown.
Look, the positive thing about Auburn is they're willing to pay, and they're willing to pay top dollar.
Yeah, look at his contract.
So the challenge is great, staring down at Alabama, and then it's Georgia, as you mentioned, but they're going to pay well.
Yeah. Hey, we'll see. We'll see who wants it. There'll sure be a long list of it. Home Team in Hamilton will be live from Rocky Mountain Pizza this Friday, as they are every Friday. You can join Home Team, Brandon League, Georgia Tech superstar, College Football Hall of Famer Joe Hamilton as they broadcast every Friday on Tech's campus at Rocky Mountain Pizza Company. It's presented by Low T Nation. Come by after the broadcast at 11 a.m. and you can enjoy a cold drink and some Rocky Mountain Pizza. Delicious pizza, burgers, and some of the best wings in town with Joe Ham and Home Team. You can talk some Tech football with Joe Ham. Get the weekend kicked off with Home Team in Hamilton, all presented by Low T Nation. Check them out at lowtnation.com. The incompetence of these leaders in this one conference, it's being highlighted. And it's being highlighted by what the ACC and the SEC are doing this weekend. Buck and Hut, we'll talk about that more next here on The Fan. 680 and 93.7 FM.
Now she just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like it's just a girls' weekend, and like honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today. And I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
Buck and Hut on the Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM. Thanks for making the college football voice of the South and the most comprehensive and complete college football coverage, Buck and Hut, a part of your program. Today's a special day on the Fan because we're partnering with Camp Twin Lakes on the holiday radiothon. It's all presented by Taco Mac. To make a donation and inquire and look at the incentive items, you can call 404-231-9887. There's a long list right there. Every donation counts, people. It's the holiday season, as Buck is pointing. If you're on our YouTube channel, which go ahead and check out the 6A The Fan YouTube channel. We're streaming live today. We can wave at the camera, say, hey, you can look at our pretty faces. Keep your comments and your remarks to yourself about pretty. That's why we're on radio. But 404-231-9887. And to donate online, to make a difference, and every donation counts, folks. It's $1, $5, 94 cents for every dollar will go to the difference of making and helping a kid get to and participate in a Camp Twin Lakes camp. 6athefan.com/camp to donate online and look at the incentive items. If you're like me, you're a procrastinator, and holiday and Christmas is right around the corner. You can use one of these incentive items not only as a gift to somebody else, like a one-night stay at the Grand Hyatt Buckhead, a couple different restaurant gift cards that you can use as great stocking stuffers, a round of golf for four at Bobby Jones Golf Course. Again, 6athefan.com/camp. You can check those all out. And you're streaming us online or the mobile app or even that smart speaker. Thanks for the great folks over at South Point Financial Services as well of that. Buck, have you been paying attention at all to the Pac-12?
Of course I have.
No, to the Pac-12. I know you've been paying attention
Well, yeah,
to...
I saw that USC-UCLA game last Saturday. Wasn't it Saturday night? I think it was,
yeah. But have you been paying attention at all to what they're doing with their Pac-12 championship game?
Well, I saw it's been canceled. The Huskies don't want to be a part of it. They're below the numbers.
Yep, below the 53.
Yeah, the COVID really hit them, and so they're not going to have the Pac-12 title game.
They are. They are going to have it. Now, whether you and I will be watching and whether it'll be relevant will be is up for debate and a whole nother topic of conversation. But the Pac-12 football conference this year it's been a failure of epic proportion. I mean, the commissioner, Larry Scott, and some of the decision makers in that conference.
Has it been handicapped by the governor out there? Newsom, I think his name is.
That's part of it. But Larry Scott has been a joke from the get-go. Every high-ranking official has just showed their total incompetence. Buck, a 3-2 Oregon team, okay? Yeah, I didn't mention that wrong. A 3-2 versus a 5-0 USC team, and I'm going to put this in quote, for the Pac-12, quote, championship game, if that's what you want to call it. Like, at least the Big Ten, Buck, changed its rules for Ohio State, and as bad as they've had to scramble to have a playoff participant, like, at least the Big Ten's there, right? They've made it to the finish line. Ohio State's going to be in, most likely. They should beat the Fighting Reese Davises of Northwestern. But the ACC, the SEC, the Big 12, not only, Buck, are they going to play and crown a legitimate champion, more deserving of a national championship, in my opinion, but they did it in a COVID pandemic, and they've all those conferences done it with fans in the middle of a pandemic, a COVID pandemic, with fans in the stands. I think the Pac-12 has taken this whole route of, and they've played this card the whole year, like, well, if we don't play, then that gives us a greater chance of making it to the Pac-12 championship game. Again, USC, I don't think has a chance at all to make it. I think the committee had them ranked 15th or 14th last week. They're not going to jump that high up. The strength of schedule, I don't think they have a top 25 win. But I was just curious to know if you were going to be watching at all from afar the Pac-12 championship game. 3-2 Oregon, which they have slid in there in replace of Washington.
Well, are they still going to give the trophy to USC because Oregon's not deserving?
Well, if they win, they'll get it. If Oregon wins, it doesn't say most deserving. It just says Pac-12 champion on it.
Yeah, I'll still probably watch a little of it just to see USC throw it around a little bit.
Yeah. No, they say.
I can't help but think about Jim Mora Jr., though, when we bring up the Washington Huskies. He was the coach here with the Atlanta Falcons when he made a big mistake and admitted that his dream job was being the head coach at Washington.
Did he really?
And then when they ran him here in Atlanta, he took the UCLA job.
That was still a relatively young whippersnapper at that time.
A little bit of him now as a college football analyst, which seems a little odd.
Yeah, but he's a West Coast guy, and that UCLA, USC job for a lot of those guys. I mean, look at Lane Kiffin, California guy,
but
left
you
Tennessee.
Would think he'd go after his dream job, which was Washington. UW, as they call it.
Was it available? I don't know.
Well, yeah, that thing's been available a few times.
Can we just make sure to hire the next Falcon coach that isn't looking over his shoulder for the grass to be greener on the other side? Bobby Petrino, Jim Mora Jr. Like, can the Falcons be the dream job for the next candidate?
Thing was a tremendous disservice to the Falcons fan base. That hire.
Oh, you're telling me they didn't hire one of those committees?
That was the worst hire Arthur Blank and Rich McKay and those guys have ever made.
They didn't hire one of those committees that do all the background search and background check for character.
They had a search committee then, but they still hired him. They did a little video conference call with Petrino. I guess maybe that was one of their excuses they could have looking back on it. They never got to get in front of him before they made the hire. But that was lousy.
Yeah. I want to remind you guys and our listeners, tomorrow, and it snuck up on us, National Signing Day. You can join 6A The Fan and Fox 5 Atlanta tomorrow, Wednesday, December 16th, for a virtual National Signing Day show. It's presented by Georgia Power, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Georgia Farm Bureau, Duffy Realty of Atlanta, and AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. Be a part of the excitement as some of the state's biggest recruits announce their school of choice, and the guys break it down for what it means for their program. It's hosted by 24/7's our guy, Rusty Mansell, 6A The Fan's high school insider, Doug Conkle, and Fox 5 Atlanta's Cody Chaffins, live right here on The Fan and The Fan's YouTube channel from 7 to 9 o'clock. We're on the YouTube channel right now. You can like and subscribe. 6A The Fan's virtual National Signing Day show presented by Georgia Power, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Georgia Farm Bureau, Duffy Realty of Atlanta, and AquaGuard Foundation Solution. All right, Buck, we have a very special guest on today for our 6A The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon. I want to give a shout-out and our thanks to Taco Mac, who's presented that. But Kyle Eggleston, you know personally, actually.
Yeah, let's bring on Kyle Eggleston. Joins us on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line, a camper at Camp Twin Lakes. And Kyle, welcome to the show, buddy. It's Coach Ballou. How's Connor and your family doing?
Hey, Coach Ballou, how are you doing?
Man, I'm doing great. We're hoping you guys are set up for a big Christmas. Hey, tell us about Camp Twin Lakes and why you love it so much.
So, Camp Twin Lakes, the reason I love it so much is during the year, like being in a wheelchair and stuff, it gets hard because you see other kids do stuff that you can't do, and it's hard. But Camp Twin Lakes gives you the opportunity to do all camp things, like go horseback riding, go zip lining, rock wall climbing, like everything that a kid who isn't disabled does. And it's just, it's basically the best week of the year. So that's why I love camp so much.
Well, Kyle, you just mentioned some pretty cool things that you get to do there at Camp Twin Lakes. Horseback riding, you named a few. Which one is your favorite?
Oh, the zip line, of course. I mean, you know, you're up in the air. You just get to go, like, you're up in the air going fast. It's just a lot of fun.
Did you miss not being able to go last year? We're hoping you'll be able to get out there this year, Leah, or coming up next year.
Last year, yeah, definitely was a little tough not being able to do it. Like, I was very much looking forward to it, and not getting to do it was kind of disappointing. But I think that we'll get to do it this year, and I hope that, you know, everyone that's listening donates so more kids like me get to go to camp. So,
Kyle, I heard many rumors through the grapevine, one of them being Mr. Buck Blue right here, that not only is one of your favorite games there to play power chair soccer, but I hear you're pretty good, man. You ran the table there at camp and kicked everybody's butt from what I heard, huh?
yeah, so the team I play with, we're the Atlanta Sting. So we come out to Camp Twin Lakes to, you know, get other kids who are like me to play power soccer. And, you know, it's just a lot of fun, you know, teaching kids at Camp Twin Lakes, like, you know, that even though you're in a wheelchair, you still have competitive sports and stuff you can compete in. So,
Kyle, tell the listeners out there why they need to pick up the phone and call and donate at 404-231-9887.
You need to donate because you're helping kids like me, kids that, you know, we don't get to do the everyday things. We don't get to, you know, ride our bikes, you know. We don't get to play in a soccer game and stuff like that. And you're just helping us out and giving us, you know, one of the best weeks of the year. So that's why you should donate.
How's your brother Connor doing, and how's Mom and Dad? Tell them hello for me.
Yes, Connor, surprisingly, Coach Blue, he is a left-handed catcher still. In 8th grade, he's a left-handed catcher, which is kind of crazy.
Well, tell him to keep up the good work, man.
Yeah, and my mom and dad are doing very well. Thank you for asking.
Well, Kyle, we appreciate you joining us, bud, and you're our hero here at The Fan, and we appreciate your support for not only Camp Twin Lakes, but support for here at The Fan, and we hope you stay safe, man. Merry Christmas, and I hope you get every gift you've asked for this year, bud.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great holiday.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks again to Kyle Eggleston.
Boy, I'll tell you what, that wheelchair that he's in, he was giving guys and girls rides out at the baseball park. And that thing, I guarantee you, he was top end about 30 miles an hour in that thing. I mean, he could handle his wheelchair, and there's no doubt about it.
That sounds like a pimped out wheelchair. Is 4-wheel drive, maybe? Does he have some car insurance for that
he was
thing?
giving them a ride, too, man. They were loving it.
Camp Twin Lakes, and that's just an incredible environment, an incredible thing that they do out there. I mean, I participated in it every year at Georgia. Always looked forward to going out there during the summertime with Mark Richt, and I know they still do it with Kirby Smart, who was on earlier. He has, I think it was his brother who was a camper at Camp Twin Lakes, and we always went for Camp Sunshine, which is the camp designated and devoted to kids battling cancer. But, you know, I have a family friend, Buck, who was a participant in this camp. And actually, ironically enough, his dad was Harry Dog at the same time that you were at Georgia in 1980. And, you know, his son had cancer and was a participant of this. And I was talking to him this morning about just the impact that it not only has on the kids. I mean, Camp Twin Lakes is outstanding at making kids feel normal. Said it's his son's favorite camp that he's ever been to. Amazing place. And for anybody that's ever been out there, I mean, just how they pull this off is nothing short of just amazing. And parents show up worried all the time that, you know, I'm sending my kids off, Buck, for 6 or 7 days. But, you know, parents actually end up feeling more confident with the kids at camp than they do at home because of everything that the folks at Camp Twin Lakes are providing. And if you'll make a donation, every dollar counts. 404-231-9887. You can donate online. Go to 6athefan.com/camp. All right, Buck, I don't know if you appreciate a good rant, but yesterday, Mike Leach went on a rant. No surprise there, right? Like, Mike Leach is the king of rants. And yesterday in his presser...
Was he talking about pirates?
Not Pirates this time. This time he was talking about what a miserable, joyless season 2020 has been, and for all the reasons why. We've got a short glimpse of the clip. It's much longer. Go check it out on social media. I promise you it's worth your time. But Mike Leach went on just extraordinaire, perfect of what a good, really joyful, hilarious rant is all about. Man, that's the phrase of the year right there. Right there where he says, in the end, together with all the commotion and the clutter, we've created one of the most joyless seasons on earth, and hopefully we have the presence of mind not to read. What a phrase. And it just made me kind of, I guess, not remind me, Buck, but just made me go, wow. You know, when a rant is done right, I was watching this just dying laughing. Like how much a good rant just can be done and good for the soul. And Mike Leach is nobody can put together a better rant than Mike Leach. And he's right. I mean, it's been a tough year, and you're seeing why a lot of these guys are like, bump this. I'm not going to a bowl game. Why in the world do I want to go play in the Ding Dong Bowl? You know, and we've won 3 games this year. So
I'll tell you, one of my favorite things with Leach is when Mississippi State hired him. And I just ran across by accident a live feed of Leach arriving in Starkville. And he showed up in this, looked like a high-priced plane, jet airplane, I guess Mississippi State leased or whatever, to fly out there and pick him up and bring him to Starkville. And once the plane landed, you had all these Mississippi State fans lined up at the airport there at Starkville, had the fence in between them and the airplane, but you saw this representative from Mississippi State walk out, and he had one of those suit bags. And so he walks inside the plane, and he delivers the suit bag, and then the door closes again. And about 10 minutes later, here comes Leach, and he's got the Mississippi State sport coat and slacks and shirt on.
The cowbells.
The fan base had the cowbells, but Leach, he had to get those clothes delivered there to the airport so he could exit that plane and walk up with those cowbells ringing. And he had that official Mississippi State that had those official colors on. I found that hilarious.
I mean, he's good for the SEC. We all know he's nutty and wacky, but that's what makes him funny. I mean, he goes on this 2-minute just monologue of how miserable this season's been, and he's going out to practice and he's walking us through like, oh, well, okay, well, how many guys we got for practice? Well, you got 6 guys at DB. Well, you only got 1 right guard. Okay, well, you only got 1 defense tackle. Well, they're not playing because of COVID. I mean, he just paints this perfect picture of just everything a coach has had to go through this year. And it's why you hear coaches like Gus Malzahn, what he did say, and coaches that are just like, we're exhausted. We are mentally tapped out. We're taking 2 weeks off. And quite frankly, I think it's why you're seeing teams go, like Virginia, Georgia Tech, go, a bowl game isn't worth it to us this year. Now, if you're going to play in a New Year's Day 6 bowl game, that's different. But going to some rink-a-dink bowl game, and you don't even get to partake in the bowl festivities. You don't even get to show up, a week in advance. I mean, I always thought that was the best part of the bowl game is you get to go live in these really nice hotels for a week and do all the ceremonies and the cool events. And it's just different than, living on campus. And
you get the giveaways.
You get the giveaways and the gifts. They're not doing that this year because of COVID. So Mike Leach with one of the more funny rants. And, man, it just made me realize, like, a good rant can be good for the soul. He had one at Texas Tech where he's talking about somebody's fat girlfriend or something like that you should go check out.
Yeah, there's no telling what he's going to say at these press conferences.
Yeah.
And that's why I get some of these over-the-top questions, too. Coach, you been thinking about Pirates lately?
He studies Pirates in the offseason. He's a weird cat. You know anything about his history? He's a former lawyer, and he was just like, yeah, you know what? I'm thinking about being a football coach. Bump law school. And so.
Well, I know a few years after I was quarterback and receiver coach for Mike Cabin down at Valdosta State, that a few years later he took over and he was the quarterback and receiver coach.
I always used to, like a good rant.
For Hal Mummy.
Yeah, he was. A good rant has a little bit of sarcasm in it. It has a little bit of a little bit of pissed offness, but And it's direct. Like, you're not trying to hide anything, right? Like, you know
it's
the point.
truth.
It's the truth,
Yeah,
correct.
from the way he sees it.
Yeah. No, and that's the second rant he's done this week. He already called out a local newspaper guy when the newspaper guy asked him in the interview, does he feel like his team is ascending in the right direction? Mike Leach responded with, hey, how about you send me a couple of your columns? I minored in journalism, so I'll tell you if your career is ascending in the right direction or not. So, welcome to the SEC, Mike Leach. I hope you win games and you don't leave anytime soon. Coming up next, we'll wrap up the show. Chuck and Chernoff will join us. But tomorrow is early signing day. We'll have all the coverage here on The Fan, and we'll keep you fully up to date with a huge day on The Fan. We'll dive into that next and what that will entail here on Buck and Hunt on The Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. How good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I want to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like it's just a girls' weekend, and like honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing.
Buck and Hut putting a bow on this show for today. Thanks for joining us. As always, whether it's on the mobile app, smart speaker, streaming us online, or today and tomorrow for National Signing Day, our 6A The Fan YouTube channel. You can wave at the listeners as they can see us, and our digital team does a tremendous job. Brandon Joseph, Matt Lear, getting things set up, and tomorrow's going to be a big day. We'll explain what we'll have on the show for National Signing Day coming up in 60 seconds, but wanted to remind our listeners about T-Mobile Frontline Fridays. We stand ready to serve those. T-Mobile does. That's why all of us here at The Fan are joining forces with T-Mobile to celebrate our first responders. If you know somebody who deserves to be recognized, every Friday we'll select one nominee to feature and thank them with a $250 gift card to show our appreciation. To nominate somebody, go to 6athefan.com/T-Mobile. Let us know how they're helping our community. Open to U.S. residents 18 and over, void where prohibited. It's the 6A The Fan Frontline Fridays presented by T-Mobile, who's proud to honor our local heroes. We will have a loaded show tomorrow for our listeners, Buck, and I know a lot of the shows will for National Signing Day. Kirby Smart and Coach Collins will join the station tomorrow. We will specifically have Greg McGarity, Gary Stokan of the Peach Bowl join us, Greg McGarity, athletic director at Georgia, and then Chris Doring of the SEC Network and former Florida great wide receiver will join Buck and Hut tomorrow.
Yeah, Gary's going to talk about the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, where he is CEO and president, obviously, and I would assume they're looking real close at Georgia, coming to play in the game, taking on Cincinnati maybe. So we'll ask him about that in the college football playoffs. which we'll see the latest rankings coming down tonight. Doring is going to help us break down the SEC championship coming up Saturday night here in the ATL, Alabama and Florida, and we'll get his insight into that. I'm sure he's going to tell us Kyle Pitts is going to be ready to go on Saturday.
Can you tell him to be on time this time?
He might need to play defense too. But Doring will probably make up and be on time. So looking forward to that. McGarity, we're going to ask him about trying to find a fill-in for Vanderbilt. He's been busy the last couple of days trying to get that part figured out. He's been pushing, trying to find a replacement. But it doesn't sound encouraging today.
Today I would assume would be the deadline. If you can't find an opponent by tonight, I mean, look, you can't just have a team travel across the country or even in the SEC. It becomes easier, but it's still hard, preparing for an opponent with only 2 days of preparation. So I would imagine if they don't find one by tonight, the game is off. 6A The Fan and Wild Heaven Beer have been doing a collaboration, and you can find this mixed six-pack around town. It's the 6A The Fan Wild Heaven Beer called Fanfare. It's very limited, but it's in bigger stores like Total Wine and Greens. Wherever you are in Atlanta, stop by your store today. Pick up the mixed six-pack. A couple different styles in there, Pilsner, an IPA, a hard seltzer, and enjoy it with your friends and family this holiday season. There's nothing like this available anywhere, so leave it up to us, your friends here at the Fan and Wild Heaven Beer, to come up with something cool like this. Chuck and Chernoff will join us here in a second, Buck, but
both of them? We hadn't done that yet.
No, I like Chernoff. Nice guy. Seems like a cool guy.
Well, you go on their show every week.
That's right. Yeah, they pay me handsomely, and so I make some time out of my very busy schedule to appease those guys.
Didn't you not show up one day, though?
Yeah.
And you're going to give Chris Doring a hard time.
It wasn't them. I didn't ghost them. I accidentally ghosted somebody else, if you can use those two words.
That's
accidental
not what I'm hearing.
And ghost. And no, I mean, I give Chris a hard time because I know it happens.
Looking forward to National Signing Day tomorrow, though. Georgia Tech, they've hit Grayson High School hard.
Ooh.
Man, they got 4 or 5 players, recruits and transfers from Grayson High School that Georgia Tech's going to lock down tomorrow, from what I'm told.
Yep. Plus, while we're a small business interview, and if you're a small business owner, email us, reach out to us at 6A The Fan Small Business. We'd love to help you and spotlight how you're making it through these challenging times. It's our small business spotlight brought to you and all in part here at 680 The Fan. I guess no Chuck and Chernoff today. Hopefully management doesn't find out, Buck. Otherwise, they'll get fined for not showing up. But
well, it gives us a chance, too, to tell the listeners out there, 680 The Fan's Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, presented by Taco Mac. Make a donation. We're counting on you. 404-231-9887.
Yeah, Matt came in a little late. Too late. It's not even worth his time at this point.
Well, when the music starts playing.
Yeah.
We're running out of time.
Yeah, look, Matt, I would love to have you on so you could tease us, but
Big things coming up. Don't move. Huge announcement.
When the music starts going, they tell me I got to go. It's like network radio around here. Hard outs. This isn't JV. We don't have soft outs. This is the big leagues. Big boys. We got hard outs. Buck and Hut again here tomorrow from 1 to 3. Los, David, thanks for making everything run as smoothly as possible, as always. Hope you'll join us here. Peace out from Buck. Peace out from Hut. Join us again tomorrow. Chuck and Chernoff Hut next. Make it a great one, everybody.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness, so but we've really just embraced everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just climbed the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. Honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes, and I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
On what is supposed to be a glorious day, an important day for Chuck and Charnoff and the Fan, our 680 to the Fan holiday radiothon benefiting Camp Twin Lakes. We'll tell you why we're doing the show under protest after we say hello to Chuck Oliver. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, Matt.
How are you?
Guess what I have in my hot tub?
What's in your hot tub?
Me and my hose. Oh, by the way, it's a dude.
Wow. What a day to announce that, Chuck. Good for you.
Transitioning? What?
I mean, I'm not going to live here in judgment. I want you to be happy.
Yeah, if I got a bro who wants to be a hoe, that's fine.
There you go. There's something for you. So we started the show 3 minutes late.
I would like to lodge an official protest with management. I'm getting jammed out of 3 minutes.
What is that big thing right there?
It's a clock.
And it's big and bright, and it's just right in front of Hudson Mason.
I don't know. Did Hudson Mason ever tell the officials when he was at Georgia, no, we're going to play 63 minutes today. We're going to take 3 more minutes.
It's just a bad job. All right, we got to make up those 3 minutes, so let's talk very fast. Again, today, thanks to Taco Mac, we bring you our Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon. We're going to do all the sports, but we would love if you guys would do what you guys do every year with this radio station. I think the most loyal and giving radio fan base on the dial, both locally and nationally. And if you've been a radio listener of ours for a while, you know that we've each and every summer made a stop at Camp Twin Lakes, which is an unbelievable camp. It provides an opportunity for 10,000 children to experience the joy of childhood and camp and what we all wanted to enjoy as a child. But in this case, these are medically supported, life-changing camp experiences that take dollars to run, and that's where we're going to reach out to folks today.
Yeah, it's not even a retrofitted, camp for, more mainstream, quote, regular sort of camping. It was created specifically for campers that have, special needs, and so it's all constructed specially for them, and so they get a week of, quote, being normal, because when they go, with their other classmates, school, whatever, they're always the one that sticks out. No, this week at camp, they're just like everybody else, which is as much of the reward as anything.
It is, and you're talking about children facing serious illness, disabilities, other life challenges, and they have the best attitudes, the best outlook, and they love that week of camp. So we will ask you guys today, if it's the $5 or $10 donation, I get it. It's a different set of circumstances this year. If we get enough of you guys who do this every year with us to give $5 or $10, we will reach our goal. So the number is 404-231-9887. I will be giving you that number a ton today. 404-231-9887, or go to 680thefan.com/camp. And we have a bunch of incentive items. If you give, you get, which is a great thing. So here are some of the incentive items we'll be telling you about throughout the day. And I'm very jealous of this first one, Charles. We have 5 one-day park hopper tickets to Disney World, Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, Animal Kingdom. For a year, you'll have these at your disposal.
Those are expensive.
They're very expensive. This is tax deductible. And think about this either for a gift, your family, early Christmas. That will go for a $2,000 donation. 5 one-day park hopper Disney passes, which I keep hearing everybody tell me now has been such an incredible time to go. Short lines. Park has just been a blast. So we'll have 5 of those to hopefully give you for $2,000, 5 one-day park hoppers. We've got College Football Hall of Fame ticket packs, Shake Shack opportunities, Atlanta Brewing Company, Blooming Brands, the Waterfall Golf Club at Lake Burton. We have so many things. So when you call, just know at 404-231-9887, ask what's available. You're going to make a donation anyway. You might as well try to get something back. And even, again, these $5 and $10 and $15 donations, all tax deductible.
Or the Hyundai and 150 and 500. All right, break out a C. Give me a Franklin.
It's true, Charles. We'd love all that. I've got a bunch of other items from throughout the day that are still available that I'll tell you about as we go along. All right, let's get to the sports. As of last night, Georgia was still looking for an opponent after the Vandy cancellation. As we sit here at 3:07, nothing has changed since we left the air when the news broke that Vandy was canceling. I saw a Seth Emerson tweet that said things weren't looking good for Georgia to find a game. As Seth put it last night, it would take a late-night miracle. Our own Buck Ballou tweeted that sources in Athens tell him Georgia was still pushing hard for a replacement game, but it wasn't looking good. Can I give you one potential glimmer of hope?
Do it.
But you got to look past the SEC and Big Ten's issues with each other.
Okay.
Iowa-Michigan was canceled due to COVID numbers being bad at Michigan. Would Georgia-Iowa do anything for you Saturday afternoon?
I'd watch it. I think it'd be awesome. And you're about to play a non-conference opponent anyways. Just do it a couple of weeks early.
Chuck, I thought the same thing. You're going to do it in a bowl game, so why wouldn't you do it as an extra to get both teams on the field and give Georgia a senior day?
Yeah, there is a definite opinion that if FCS had not moved their games to spring, for the most part, there were a couple of rogue programs out there saying, no, we're going to basically be on a barnstorming tour. Austin Peay went on a barnstorming tour. Central Arkansas barnstorming tour. That if FCS had been playing and had maybe just put their pads up a week earlier, that you could call the Citadel or but none of those teams are playing.
Well, that's the problem. The landscape is just, I mean, the dance card is full in a lot of places for the teams that, quote, would be available.
And some teams that, would be available absolutely on Saturday the 19th, they put their hands up and gone, we played all 10 or all 11 of our games, and that's all we got.
Here's Kirby Smart, who was a guest of the Front Row this morning, and he was asked if there's any updates on Georgia's hopes of playing Saturday.
Let me get this out of the way. Do we have a game on Saturday yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We're working, but it's one of those things that's a lot out of our control, and very little we can do about it. And I know Dog Nation's disappointed. I can promise you, our seniors are terribly disappointed. But not a lot we can do right now, but focus on the next day and the next minute.
I think that was so awesome. A coach like Kirby, who is serious about everything. All right, when he goes to the varsity, all right, the onion rings, they fresh? How fresh? When did you cook them? When did you drop them? Serious about everything. He is laughing on a Tuesday morning that if you told him on a Tuesday afternoon you're playing Fresno State, he would go, ball game, let's go. He doesn't care. Normally, what does he want, Matt? Uber control over everything. But he's at a point where he was like, you tell me on a Tuesday or a Wednesday that we're playing New Mexico State, I'm in.
I think there was a point probably in March or April where Kirby realized all of this is going to be out of our control, so let's just roll with the punches.
Remember, he was out of the country and came back. Didn't he test positive for COVID after he came back?
I don't know. I don't remember that. Maybe.
Or he'd gone into isolation. He had been out of the country when it hit.
So here's what I would say. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to find a game unless you have stubborn men who get in the way. And stubborn men can say, well, we made a rule that we were going to keep this in conference only. To those stubborn men, I would say, tell me one downside to allowing Georgia or any other team right now with a week to play, conference championships determined, everything essentially settled. What would be the reason you wouldn't let them play other than you're stubborn and that was a rule that you have to show everybody that you stuck by way back in August?
All right, there is one little curveball here. And again, doesn't matter to me because either you're going to play on the 19th or January 1st, or maybe you can play on both of them if everything hits right. If you played on the 19th and then the next morning, positives and contact tracing and 31 players are out, now we can't have a bowl game. Now, I ain't going to speak for Athens. I don't know what they think of a bowl game this year. And I'm talking the kids on the roster, the coaches, whoever, the president.
Can I speak for them? Senior day for those kids, I think, and a home game, which they've only had 3 this year, is bigger than a bowl game.
That's big. And I spoke on this. Matt, this is true. For 20 years, you and I have worked together. I most often don't care about the band. I don't care about bunting.
Those things are fun. You're not into that.
Senior days, and I asked Todd Stansberry about it last week. Senior day is important because you know who's equal that day? The 4-year starter who's a 2-time all-conference guy and the walk-on who got a scholarship before that season and has played a little. They get their same day. Senior day is always a big, big deal, and Georgia's not going to have one almost certainly.
We will talk more about it as the show moves along. If something breaks, we will break in with it and present the news for you. Falcons and Bucks on Sunday at 1 o'clock at Mercedes-Benz. You'll get the post-game extravaganza of the Matt post-game show again on Fox 5 Sunday after the Falcons and Tampa. So the line opened as Tampa laying 1.5. Have you seen the number today?
Oh, it's going up.
It's at 5.5.
Yeah, people love them some Buccaneers.
Do you understand that kind of steam would have to be a limb falling off a quarterback to move a line 4 points in a day? That's nuts.
That's okay. Interesting you said it that way, Matt, because I'm thinking for a move that substantial, doesn't the game normally come off the board for about 6 hours where they're figuring out, hey, can't bet right now, we got an issue?
A 4-point move is a quarterback moving the line, not just some, big bettors going, that number is just jumping off the page at 1.5. Let me go jump on it.
You know what it could be? Not necessarily, not just the amount of money, but they also obviously track the percentage of bets. And if they get like 88% on the Bucks, they don't care if it's $5 or $50 bets. They just know where everybody's leaning.
We'll talk more about that game because it matters to Tampa. Really doesn't matter for the Falcons. And Tom Brady, after all this is said and done, with this regime, when we close the door of the remainder of the Dan Quinn staff and a lot of members of the team that were a part of the Super Bowl collapse, Tom Brady is going to be General Sherman to what the Atlanta Falcons are about. He burned the thing down. Now, they had a lot of hand in themselves, Kyle and Dan, and the Falcons blowing the lead. But like riding through the city of Atlanta on his championship horse is Tom Brady because he burned this thing to the ground. Things have never been the same since that Sunday night in Houston.
Yeah, I don't know if he took it all the way to Savannah, but not far from it. You're right. I mean, and we said, Matt, and I corrected. I owned up to it last year, but we said all during 2018, the offseason leading up to, there's no Super Bowl hangover. Hey, let's make fun of Colin Cowherd again. There was a little bit.
There might have been a little bit, but Chuck, bigger than that was you were poorly run. You overachieved to get to a Super Bowl.
Yep. And then you lost one of the keys.
Well, and because you didn't finish the drill of what would have been just a surprise bonus year, you came back down to earth, and we realized without the OC, who was the difference maker, you were just a bunch of averageness in a lot of places, and they couldn't overcome it. So your Winging It idea answers today will come to the Ameripress. Fresh off the press Twitter feed. Chuck, did you know it's National Cupcake Day today?
I did not, but a cupcake is almost a perfect dessert.
It's funny you would say
that. It's a great size. You can have something infused in it. You can change the flavor with the icing.
It's messier than I would like because I've got to unwrap that bottom part of it, and there's my hands, whatever. So we want to know, though, the better sugary treat that you can come up with better than a cupcake is blank. Because we want to get Chuck back on the sugar train to collapse back into sugar in 2021.
Why do you want that from me?
Well, we just want to see you. You would be like an alcoholic who just started drinking again if you just tapped into the sugar and start tapping your vein.
Well, I'm Denzel in that hotel room?
Exactly right. You're tying one off here as you get your sugar in your veins.
We then have to actually show up to the hotel room with more sugar to get him going.
Coax him up.
Open the doors, Carlos. He's got Duncan.
Eat,
I'm here.
Eat.
I'm here for you.
I'm going to give you one that I love. And I'm talking the fresh American cookie, like from the American cookie cake, like that, the Great American Cookie Cake. I want it fresh right out of their, oven or wherever they're baking it. I want that. That's as good as it gets.
True story. I am cruising down Pleasant Hill Road. This had to have been, 15 years ago.
Like A1A back in the day.
Yes, Beachfront Avenue. I am cruising down Pleasant Hill Road. Matt, I locked up the Ford Explorer because I saw the red light pop on. It was
crispy.
off, and then just as I'm approaching Krispy Kreme, the red light came on. Into the parking lot.
That line, whenever that light is on.
Because when they are just coming off the belt, Matt, they mush down into like the size of a dice in your mouth.
There's nothing wrong with the normal, like run-of-the-mill Krispy Kreme. All I'll tell you is try the birthday cake.
Oh, they're all good.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. Los.
A really good fresh Rice Krispie treat.
That's
like
a great
if you know how to do them right,
gooey,
yeah.
And can I ask, maybe one corner of it dipped in the milk chocolate?
That's fine. Ooh. If you want. You see the sugary smile on his face right there?
Oh, I have memories, Matt. I still say we with the Falcons.
Ips, what about you?
DQ Blizzard.
Okay. Please. Kids love that. They love a good Blizzard.
Oh, the Blizzard with the Snickers pieces dumped in it?
Oh, yeah.
You can get whatever you want.
Oh, Oreo cookie Blizzard.
Man. Don't give me ideas, Chuck.
So what is the sugary treat that could top a cupcake? You'll send those Winging It idea answers to the Ameripress. Fresh off the press Twitter feed. All right, coming up next, I'll share a pretty unpopular Matt Ryan opinion.
I don't like this topic.
Well, Chuck doesn't like it, but we have to do it. Considering the timing, I know this is unpopular, but we'll do it next anyway. Stay with us.
I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So, it's just a good weekend. And, honestly, Corona, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So, honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. And I just tried the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So, honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is V. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how do you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin.
It is a very special holiday radiothon with Chuck and Chernoff today and our friends at Camp Twin Lakes, all presented by Taco Mac. Your donations, whatever you can give. The $5, the $10, the $20, the $25 donations, all appreciated. If you can give more, well, we have incentive opportunities when you call 404-231-9887 as we try to send as many kids to camp as possible. If you want to view all the incentive items and donate online, go to 680thefan.com/camp. Just know we have Disney World Park Hopper tickets to give you for the right donation. We have Chick-fil-A gift cards, NFA Burger. We have Grand Hyatt one-night stays in Buckhead. You name it, these are all tax deductible. These can be stocking stuffers. These can be early gifts. And you could help to send a bunch of kids to one of the great facilities in America for Camp Twin Lakes. You can follow along on social media to get everything you need from today's Radiothon. If you follow on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, you'll see links to get you right over to the landing page to donate, and we would be greatly appreciative. All right, coming up in 5 minutes, Chuck is already getting impatient.
Say it.
He also says he doesn't want to add a winner. We'll tell you about that in 5 minutes. But first, I wanted to follow up on a conversation we had yesterday about Matt Ryan and where the Falcons are and where the Falcons quarterback is right now. And this is going to be a very unpopular opinion because I'm doing it at a time following 4, not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 really below average performances by Matt Ryan. Matt in his last 4 games is completing just 55% of his passes. He's hovered around 70% the last 3 or 4 years. For his career, he's about 65, 66%. In the last 4 games, he's thrown 6 picks and 4 touchdowns and 228 yards a game. Those are all just, well below his career averages. He's also been sacked 14 times in 4 games. Julio Jones has only played in 2 of those games. He hasn't been right for a while. Even in the games he's played, he's only totaled 12 catches. So it hasn't been good for Matt. But I think for context, and I always like to point out context is king in these cases. The 4 games prior to this run for Matt Ryan, he completed 73% of his passes in those games. 318 yards, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks. He was only sacked 8 times. Same guy, 4 weeks apart, playing at a much higher level. For the season, it's also worth pointing out for context, he's 6th again in the league for most times sacked, which means he's getting hit way too much again. The Falcons are only 31st in the entire league in yards per rush, second to the bottom again in that category, which, they haven't been able to run it since 2016. Matt also has Dirk Cutter, who is not going to help you when it comes to game planning, scheming, creativity, red zone performance, all those things. All those things add up to Matt, who is not playing well, to, I think, bring it to a place where we're getting into the conversation, and I've heard it on our station and seen it a lot on social media. Is it time to move on from Matt? Is he so far in decline that he can't come back from this? You and I talked about this yesterday, and I don't believe he is. I think Matt's at a point where you can win with him, not because of him, and I'm okay with that. Something I've been pushing for a long time, and I don't know what the Falcons' hesitation is in following along with other teams, like the way the Colts treat Phillip Rivers. The way the Saints treated Drew Brees the last couple of years, and that is we're going to make sure we give him the best O-line possible. We're going to dedicate to the run game. And that group on the other side of the ball, what's that called? Defense.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to try to play some of that. For the Falcons, I really believe in 2021, the right OC and being good enough in one of those areas, good enough in the run game, or a quality play caller. I still think you can win with Matt Ryan. I fully believe that. It's funny. You treated him a certain way in 2008 and 2009 when he was young and you didn't want to put too much on him. I think it has to come back around to that where, Chuck, I'll give you a guessing game. How many throws a game do you think Matt right now? How many attempts a game is he making right now in 2020?
Okay, do not have the stats in front of me. Are we saying for the season or the past 4 weeks?
For the season, what are his attempts per game?
He is probably averaging 38 to 40.
He's at 38 throws a game. To give you, again, some more context, he's throwing the ball more than Patrick Mahomes.
Matt Stafford is usually at the top of that list,
He
like
is.
600 and something attempts.
I think Roethlisberger might be the one that's ahead. But Matt's at 38. Chuck, he needs to be at 30 to 32 attempts, 33 attempts per game. Aaron Rodgers is at 34 a game. Deshaun Watson, who's a lot younger and healthier, is at 33. Ryan Tannehill's at 31. Baker Mayfield's at 27. Whoever the OC is going to come in here, and I pray to the football gods that we get somebody with some common sense combined with creativity and imagination that says, yeah, 35 and 36, dropping him back 38 times is going to get him hit more. It's going to ask him to do stuff that really we shouldn't be putting on him at this point. And it's not the formula for winning at this stage of his career and where we are. 38 has to come down to 30, 32, and you can win with him doing that. It worked for the Saints and Breeze. It's working for Phillip Rivers in Indianapolis. But you got to get that stuff around him right or it's all a futile point.
I never really believed the part about, when he was coming out of BC, Matt, do you remember the big criticism?
Yeah, arm strength.
All the interceptions that he threw, like 19 picks and 17 of them were on
his senior year, right?
Like throws, more than 20 yards downfield or whatever the number was. But it was a reinforced opinion that he didn't have the physical traits of maybe some of the top quarterbacks. I never really saw that play out as a hindrance Donovan McNabb probably had the strongest arm in the NFL. He still made mistakes. And so I never saw it as a hindrance, the physical part. Matt had really good physical skills when he first came into the league. Now, Matt, I think by far the strongest part of Matt's game, savvy, smarts, experience, all of that. He is an above-average quarterback, and I'm just talking bottom-line production. He's an above-average quarterback, and what the point I made yesterday is, and that's the high water mark for however long he plays. There is no renaissance. There is no going backwards. You got no DeLorean in the NFL when you start the slide, you don't magically just stop it. Like Frank Gore, God bless him. Other than Frank Gore.
Would you agree, though? Coaching somebody different is a big part of this.
Absolutely. Because you take who the guy is now versus who he was 5, 8, 10 years ago.
Tom Brady is an exception to all rules. He's at 43 years old. He's had a 30-touchdown season, 11 picks. He's going to go over 4,000 yards again. How? Now, they're probably not coaching him great each week because Arians is asking him to do things that he's still not always capable of, but he still achieves at a very high level. If I'm the Falcons, I'm still drafting my quarterback in this draft. If I'm picking in the top 5 or 6, I take a quarterback. Second round, and this is also going to be unpopular, I'm taking the best running back on the board. I'm going to combine him with a decent enough free agent, and I'm going to change the way I play, not for just the year remaining of Matt, because I think he has one more year here, but for transitioning to the next guy so I don't put too much on whomever it is, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson,
Dude, it's
whomever.
a hell of a year of apprenticeship with a guy like Matt Ryan. You'll learn a lot, and you will see an example of how you are supposed to do it every single time. Because when Matt has had issues, it's never been because of off-field choices or lack of preparation or anything of that manner. You'll see. Now, he still throws picks because he's an NFL quarterback. Everybody does. But whoever is drafted, if that's how it turns out, like the next guy is going to be on the roster in 2021, he will get as great an example as exists in the NFL of how to be a professional quarterback.
Let me ask you one final thing here. If Sean Payton and or Kyle Shanahan as his play caller right now, how do you think he's playing? Because I think he's a lot better.
He's a lot less involved.
Oh, I don't think it's just involved. I think he's a lot better because I think you put him in better positions. It's not just the usage, which I agree.
Yeah.
They'll use him less, but I also think they put him in. Kyle put Jimmy Garoppolo with less usage in so many great situations. Sean Payton does the same for Drew. Short passing game. He
Does
gets
it
the
now
ball out of
because
his
he's a
hands.
different player now.
So I think that's going to make a difference. A guy like Arthur Smith, who is the OC with the Titans, the way they manage Ryan Tannehill around a run game, pretty good offensive line.
They're winning
in
in
defense.
They're winning in the NFL based on a power run game.
And they were on the doorstep of the Super Bowl.
That's not how you do it.
That's not conventional, no. Reminder, Santa Claus is opening a post office, and it is open at the Battery Atlanta till Christmas Eve. It's all presented by Truist. Now, Santa's going to be continuing the time-honored tradition of greeting local children. So this year he set up shop every Friday through Sunday and the weekends in December on Heritage Court right across the street from Wahlburgers. Ensuring the holiday moment is still magical, families invited to drop off their handwritten letters to Santa, postage not required. Right there in person at the official Atlanta Outpost, Santa's helpers will take care of the rest. Parents are encouraged to take photos of their children interacting with Santa from a safe distance. As Old St. Nick listens to their wish list, Santa will be stationed behind a countertop for contactless experiences. Only one family per time will be allowed in Santa's post office. It's all presented by Truist. Make sure you're there. Masks are strongly recommended. All the info is up at batteryatl.com. So Chuck is getting impatient. I want you guys to look at the date. It's December the 15th. This is Braves Impatience. Chuck, when does the Braves season begin?
April 1st.
Actually, I'm hearing you might be looking at May 1st, but that's a story for another day. Why are you so impatient today?
Because I am used to, given the previous couple of off seasons with A-Train, I expected A-Train to have announced a new third baseman or left fielder had signed by now. That's been his history here. If the delay is a signal that the team is not pursuing free agents of the Donaldson or Ozuna ilk, we may be, what's a good word, throttling down to like a Johnny Gomes, Ben Zobrist, Charlie Culberson sort of guy.
That's a big throttle down.
It is. It's a cheap option to throw out in left field or share time at third base or whatever. And I hope that we are not throttling down to the point where we sign a guy and the very first thing anyone says about him is, guy's a winner.
Heady player.
Every other sport, winner. What's Dwayne Wade? Winner.
You mean
what's Michael Jordan? Winner.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking like the end of their career.
You look at the NFL, Aaron Rodgers, winner. It is about the biggest compliment you can give any athlete in any sport except baseball. When you describe a guy in baseball, oh, he's just a winner. It's usually a part-time or a marginal player. And when you call him a winner, it's almost an explanation about why he is on the roster. I do want a new left fielder or third baseman. I do not want a guy who is described as a winner. It's almost an apology that he's not going to produce. He's not going to do things that show up on the back of the baseball card or on the stat sheet or whatever. He's a winner. It's a way of explaining that he's pretty cheap and he's only a part-time player, but we like him.
Here's where I'll tell you need to relax. RELAX. Do you remember when they signed Marcell Ozuna a year ago? That was well into the offseason after we went through the prolonged Josh Donaldson thing before Josh finally signed with Minnesota, and then Alex pivoted and went.
But what happened immediately after Donaldson? Boom.
I understand it. What I'm saying to you is, two ways I'll say to you. What has Alex shown you the last couple of years? Number one, his number one priority is what he pounces on in free agency quickly. It was Josh year one. It was bullpen year two. This year, he went for 2 starting pitchers. He did that right away. He went and got Drew Smyly and Charlie Morton, $26 million. So I think in his mind, that was his number one priority. It doesn't mean Marcell or a bat was any less, but I think 2 things. I think they want to see what happens with the market, if there's a DH, and what other teams are doing anything right now. And the answer, Chuck, is nobody's doing anything. The Mets just signed James McCann.
4-year, $40 million deal.
Go look around baseball. I don't know that we've had a handful of other, prominent signings. So I think Alex, like the rest of baseball, in their own organizations are like, A, we don't know exactly when the season's going to start. We don't know if fans are going to be in there. The CBA, they're going to have to go through some tweaks because I think the season's going to start late. We're going to have a different amount of games. So there's going to be that negotiation. Is Liberty telling Alex you're in a holding pattern until we know how the financials are going to look before you sign anything else? We don't know any of this stuff.
The one area that we have seen a fair amount of movement in is specifically starting pitchers. Not even just pitchers, but starting pitchers. Remember, Gossman was like the first guy. All the Giants are like $18 million. He's
They
like
did the qualifying offer.
Really? Right? You're going to give me yes, I'll take the $18 million. The starting pitchers have kind of come off the block. Trevor Bauer hasn't.
No, that's the high ticket item.
Yes. No. I agree with you. I think that there is still, especially in the National League, some, hey, can you make it official that there's not going to be a DH? But beyond that, like I said, as soon as the Donaldson thing came to an end, it was a pretty quick pivot to Marcell Ozuna, as I'm recalling.
Here is the updated list right now. Real Muto. Did I miss anything? He hasn't signed anywhere, has he?
No.
George Springer, Trevor Bauer, DJ LeMahieu, Marcell Ozuna. Those are your top 5 free agents.
And the Yankees have said bringing LeMahieu back is their number one priority.
It might be. Again, there's so much unknown about this. Now, here's what I would say to the Braves. I would love for them to say, and this is Liberty Media going, we understand what we've lost. We understand what we're not going to make in 2021. But Marcell Ozuna is critical to this team getting over their final hurdle. They were that close to a World Series. Losing Ozuna and the presence and the personality and all the things he could bring, you are going to take a step back offensively, whether it's Michael Brantley who fills the spot or they trade for Chris Bryant and it costs them assets and then move Austin to left field. Like any of those things, it's not going to be the same. Now, it also might not be the same for Ozuna, who might have been lightning in a bottle for 1 year. That's one part of this that we have to admit as well.
Yes, that this was he got a little bit of a jolt last year. He was not expecting to be in the 1-year contract club. He was thinking, wait a minute, well, Donaldson just got broke off.
And he was in one of the best spots in baseball, hitting third behind Acuna
and MVP.
Freddie Freeman.
And he had good protection behind him as well when d'Arnaud was in the lineup.
No doubt.
So I think he got a little bit of a jolt this year. And you're right. I might not expect that. Like if we would have signed Donaldson, yeah, we got Donaldson. We're keeping the band together. He was not going to have a 2020 that looked like 2019. Most likely he wasn't.
Would you also admit the Donaldson signing originally was underwhelming? And the Ozuna signing was not particularly met with a lot of cheers because he was coming off a disappointing year with the Cardinals.
And there's another thing. See, A-Train is supposed to know more than us.
He does.
And he does.
He does.
I saw a guy was it a bad calf that Donaldson kept having?
Correct.
And I saw a guy with a bad calf who just couldn't stay healthy.
Well, Ozuna had an elbow the year before.
And Marcell Ozuna, same thing. I was like, you just gave $23 million and then $18 million. One thing about Brantley, he ain't a kid anymore.
No.
And if you want him running around corner outfield spot, is it going to be Pache and Acuna?
Right.
All right, well, that'll help.
I mean, but like your options are not. It's not a deep and talented list.
No, and Brantley, here's the one thing. When he left Cleveland, I know there were a lot of Indians, or as long as they're the Indians, whatever they become.
Cleveland baseball team.
The Cleveland baseball team, there were a lot of fans of the Cleveland baseball team, said, watch out for Brantley. And they were right. Said, he's going to get hurt. For 2 years and $32 million, he didn't get hurt in Houston.
When he's on the field, he produces.
Yes, he does. He's a hell of a stick.
The Cleveland baseball team will be the Indians for another year, so you can call them that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, we'll dive into a confidential coming up next. Sounds like the NFL will not be jumping the line, even for the sake of the Super Bowl.
Watch me jump this line.
Plus, Georgia and Georgia Tech have both said goodbye to highly talented recruited quarterbacks. And maybe this news will get Chuck back on the sugar train. That's our goal today. Make him break in 2021.
All aboard!
We'll do it next.
that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes, and I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I was saying about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
As we are going through our holiday extravaganza today, our Camp Twin Lakes Radiothon, presented by Taco Mac. We would love if you guys could help in any way you can as we try to send as many kids to camp at Camp Twin Lakes. Again, the number to make a donation, 404-231-9887. Don't wait till later and assume somebody else will do it. It'll take you 1 minute. 404-231-9887 or donate online at 680thefan.com/camp. We have a bunch of incentive items. Ask when you make your donation what's available. I hope you guys have tried our new six-pack, our collaboration called Fanfare, because the Fan and Wild Heaven have come together to give you this beautiful six-pack. It's available at most neighborhood stores as well as your bigger shops like Total Wine and Greens. Wherever you are in Atlanta, stop by the nearby store, pick up a mixed six-pack. It has an IPA, Pilsner-style ale, hard seltzer. It's perfect for trying different styles, sharing with friends and family during the holiday season. It's only from your friends at The Fan and Wild Heaven Beer. My new year is going to be one spent a lot more outdoors in that backyard with that makeover from my friends at Phillips Home Services. Go to phsatlanta.com. See the website and the pictures they offer. Water features, spas, pools, outdoor dining options, fireplace, outdoor kitchen. They can do it all. phsatlanta.com. So the NFL made it clear they are not jumping the vaccine line, just so they can make sure they have more folks available for Super Bowl tickets at Raymond James, or players for that matter. This on the heels that reports the NHL is planning for private purchases for COVID-19 vaccines. Roger Goodell came out and made it very clear yesterday that will not be happening. We're not making that plan. We're going to follow the protocols that have been set nationwide. He also mentioned Raymond James Stadium, the host of the Super Bowl, which has been holding about 25% capacity for NFL games this year for the Bucs. It will be in that range, but he wasn't willing to commit on exactly how many fans they're going to safely get into Raymond James, which means they're going to try for more. Just won't give you an idea on exactly the number. Super Bowl week will have opening night, but it will be all virtual instead of, remember, the old media day being in person. Will all be virtual. Both teams look like they will arrive later in the week at Tampa to avoid any potential virus spread, and there will be bubble environments with each team in their hotel, sort of, locked away from the general public the week of the Super Bowl.
I want to ask you a question. Obviously, you don't want anybody to get the virus. Do you really have to bubble up in the final 3 or 4 days before the Super Bowl? Because if you got 40 players who test positive, but they're all asymptomatic, just go play the game.
You would think so, but remember the look on the face of everybody after the World Series incident with Justin Turner?
Mm-hmm.
Just the optics of it, they don't want to deal with it.
Okay, here's the other thing. I don't know that I would have an issue with the NFL or anybody else purchasing their way up the line. The only reason you would do that is if you're in a position you got the money to do it. And it is not a hollow argument. Believe me,
hold on, they did it with testing.
Yeah, I'm not getting any benefit from what I'm about to say. When you have sports teams and sports leagues and they're operating at full capacity, that is a really strong driver of the local economy. There are a lot of folks whose lives get better as soon as they're back to playing full bore.
It is, but again, the look of, let's say, we're not past the point. I don't know where we'll
I don't have
be,
an issue with it.
But I don't know if we're past the point of all frontline, underlying conditions. That list of people, if we're past that, maybe you can make an argument. The deuce is loose, and he's headed for the Northeast. Temple has received a commitment from DeJuan Deuce Mathis, who started the opener for Georgia. Mathis announced his decision on Twitter. He's a redshirt freshman, meaning he still would have 4 years of eligibility remaining, since the NCAA said this season will not count towards eligibility. The NCAA is also expected to pass a rule that allows one-time transfers, making Mathis immediately eligible, and he can battle for the starting quarterback job at Temple. Georgia Tech is down another quarterback today. A day after James Graham announced he's transferring to Georgia Southern, this time it's Tucker Gleason, the freshman quarterback who put his name into the transfer portal. It has been confirmed. I saw Ken Segura had the news that Gleason, who, remember, was the first prospect to announce his decision to commit to Jeff Collins and Georgia Tech as a high school junior back in March 2019. He was an early enrollee, arriving on campus in January of 2020. He's a three-star prospect from Plant High School in Tampa. He chose Tech over offers from Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia Tech, and others. His departure, combined with James Graham, now leaves Jeff Sims and Jordan Yates as the only two scholarship quarterbacks, although Georgia Tech will sign a quarterback in the early signing period on Wednesday, a kid named Chaden Perry from Sierra Canyon High School in Los Angeles, and then a preferred walk-on named Brody Rhodes will join as well.
I don't know about Jordan Yates and the 2019 season. I can't remember how much that kid played. Wasn't much, if at all. I just can't remember. But I believe his classification was redshirt freshman this year, and I know that Jeff Sims was a true freshman, so they could both be freshmen again in 2021. I don't know that Jordan Yates wants to spend 6 years at Georgia Tech, but it looks like that how this rule is playing out, maybe he has a chance to.
So we talked about Cleveland. They will rock a new team name, but it won't be until 2022. According to an exclusive interview with the AP, Cleveland's owner, Paul Dolan, said about the Indians' name, that name is no longer acceptable in our world. He did admit the club doesn't want to adopt an interim name. In other words, they will not be the Cleveland baseball team. They will stay with the current nickname for 2021. Cleveland fans, I guess, in some places are excited about the change, and you've already had multiple suggestions being made about the franchise's next nickname. You ready for these awful options? The Cleveland Spiders.
No, that was already a team.
The Cleveland Naps.
That's been a team.
The Cleveland Fellers.
I don't know about that.
The Rockers. The Crows. The Blue Sox. The Great Lakers. The Unions. The Blues. The Cinders. The Hazards. The Buckeyes. And the Dobies.
The Blues and the Naps and the Spiders have already been Cleveland baseball teams going back to like 1910, 1900, et cetera. So that would have had some history there.
Maybe this news will get Chuck back on the sugar train in 2021. Popeyes is adding chocolate beignets to its menu nationwide for the rest of the holiday season. Starting Monday, the beignets, which are deep-fried pastries that Popeyes will stuff with Hershey's chocolates, are available for a limited time in 3-6. Who needs a 12-pack of the beignets? Go get you some at Popeyes.
No wonder we are so fat. Just
No
so
question.
incredibly fat.
Carlos, you're on my side, aren't you?
Yeah, that's too much. I mean,
No,
I get it.
it's
Just
not.
a little sugary treat. That is like...
Lowe's, 12 of them? A 12-pack you can get.
That's
Hang on.
insane.
Do you know what that beignet you just described is?
Heaven?
All right, no. Take a piece of cake, deep fry it, and then inject chocolate into it.
Yes. Let's go.
It's got to be the least healthy thing available. That and that stuffed crust pizza.
Love America. And finally, Mariah Carey has received an early Billboard Christmas present. Her holiday classic, All I Want for Christmas, has returned to the #1 spot on the Billboard Hot 100.
Really?
Rising from #2 last week. The song, first released on Mariah's album Merry Christmas in 1994, never hit #1 until last year when it topped the charts for 3 weeks during the holiday season. Now, with this week, it adds a 4th week atop the Hot 100, tying it for the most #1 weeks among holiday hits in the chart's 62-year history. Now, Mariah...
Yeah, hang on. There's nothing cheap about this either.
No.
White Christmas used to chart annually. You remember Monster Mash?
So here are
that charted 4 times.
Here are the 5 holiday classics that now have been at #1 for at least 4 weeks. Mariah joins Brenda Lee's Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. Jingle Bell Rock.
Bobby Helms.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Andy Williams.
I think those are it. Yeah, those are the... Oh, and I'm sorry. Jose Feliciano's Feliz Navidad have now...
Which Carlos hates for some reason.
No, because he doesn't seem to like Christmas. With All I Want for Christmas, Mariah now claims her record-extending 83rd week at #1 on the Hot 100, dating back to the chart's inception in 1958. So most weeks at #1. Mariah, 83. Rihanna, #2 with 60 weeks at #1.
Wow.
The Beatles, #3 at 59 weeks. Boys to Men, #4 at 50 weeks, with Drake also 50 weeks.
Do you want some information about why there's so many more current artists? Because you can just magically get the song.
Could you fill me in during the break?
Time was you could only hit the charts if people physically purchased your record. Well, they could only purchase it if it was actually in the stores.
A record store back in the day.
So now you just hit your phone and like, I want the Drake song. I like that Weekend song. I was iPad. I was like, I want the Weekend song right now, and I got it.
It's Weekend song.
Yeah, whatever the new one is.
Okay. All right, if you want it, you can get it with a press of a button.
Or so was it Blinding something? Or, yeah.
I think it's Blinding Lights.
That's it.
All right. Very good, Chuck. All right, coming up next, Charles asked for this yesterday.
Butt massage.
So I wanted to give him an early college football present, and it's not the butt massage. I'll give it to him next.
For so long, so it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, And so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness. And to them, this is the wilderness, you know. So, but we've really just embraced everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like it's just a girls' weekend, and like honestly, Corona. Honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today. And I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
Happy holidays from your friends with Chuck and Chernoff on the Fan, as we are right in the midst of our 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes holiday radiothon. It's all presented by Taco Mac. Phones are open for you to make your donations. If you're just jumping in the car, you've been a listener to this radio station for a while, you know each and every summer we are there at Camp Twin Lakes trying to send as many kids to that great camp as possible. And we're doing it today in a different sort of a fashion, just like everything else in 2020. But the main point remains the same, that we love as many donations as possible. Whatever you can give is greatly appreciated. Phones are open now at 404-231-9887 or donate online at 680thefan.com/camp. You'll see a full list of incentive items. I've got a full list in front of me, from Disney World park hoppers to one-night stays at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead, a ton of great restaurant gift cards, College Football Hall of Fame passes. You name it. When you call, ask, see what's available, then you make your donation. 404-231-9887 to be a part of all the fun, all presented by Taco Mac. The 4 p.m. hour of this show is brought to you by South Point Financial Services. If you're looking to refinance your home or investment property, you need to contact South Point Financial Services at spfs.com. That's spfs.com. Chuck's got a college football today. He'll share with us in 5 minutes. Tease me.
A colleague in the recruiting game used a phrase last night that perfectly describes the biggest challenge to one SEC head coach.
All right, we'll find more about that coming up. But you asked yesterday for a gush fest. You wanted to gush over Alabama.
I said that given the backdrop of this year and the fact that I think this has been Alabama's most dominant team under Saban, I said, yeah, we should be making a much, much bigger deal about what they've done this year, and we haven't.
All right, so let's do that now. It's an annual tradition around here when Alabama reaches yet again another SEC championship game or a playoff or has another accomplishment that adds to the GOAT-ness that is Nick Saban and the University of Alabama. So Alabama's back in the SEC championship game for a 13th time since the game began in 1992. So essentially what we're telling you is about half the time Bama's been there. The rest of the appearances, the other half of the time, go to the SEC West and Auburn, an LSU, somebody else. Alabama now is back in their 5th SEC championship game in the last 7 seasons. Alabama's now 134-13 under Nick Saban in the last 10 years. I'm going to repeat that one. 10 seasons, Saban and Bama are 134-13. Let that kind of swim around your head for a minute. Bama's now been ranked number 1 at a certain point in each of the last 13 seasons.
You're going post-2010, like beginning with the 11 season. They've lost basically a game a year.
That's
for a
about
decade
right.
In the SEC West.
And again, ranked number 1 at some juncture each and every season, which being number 1 for 99% of teams, whether it happens week 1 or week 8, it's a big deal that everybody goes, well, it doesn't matter until the end of the season. No, it's a big deal to everybody, except when you do it as routinely as Alabama does, being number 1, seeing that 1 by your name, that happens few and far between for any program.
And that's why this year has just kind of got caught up in what Alabama and Saban is. We are less impressed with Nick Saban and Bama finishing a regular season undefeated with the number 1 ranking than we would be, Matt. Truly, any other, even Ohio State, we would be more impressed. With Alabama, it's like, well, yeah, but it's Saban.
Well, we did this with Duke and Coach K when they got to a certain level. We do this with anybody when they reach Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. We do the same thing. Since arriving in Tuscaloosa, Saban's won his 5 natties. 5. He's led Alabama now to the college football playoff 5 times in its 6 years of existence.
6 and 7.
It will be. Saban and Alabama have been to the national championship game 4 times in the last 6 seasons, which is just ridiculous. I'll ask the same question. Why would he want to retire anytime soon? Why? That guy has built such a machine. You lose Tua, you're supposed to lose something. No, Mac Jones steps right in, and they just keep chugging right along. Whoever the next running back will be, he'll be the next Najee Harris, the next wide receiver group, and the next defense. They'll have as many first-round picks as anybody yet again.
Absolutely true. And if you don't think it is, then you go from Julio. Now, not all of these guys are Julio, but they ain't far behind. Not as college players. Julio,
Calvin,
to Amare, Calvin, Henry Ruggs,
Jerry Jeudy,
to Jalen Waddle. As Jerry Jeudy is leaving, you realize, no, Jalen Waddle, we got him. As Jalen Waddle, because he's gone. He's played his last down for him. You got John Mechie for another year. They are signing a class, and I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, that is supposed to rival the class from 4 years ago where it was Ruggs, Jeudy, Smith, and then Tyrell Shavers, or the running back group they got. Matt, would it have been maybe the 11 or 12 when they had Alvin Kamara, Derrick Henry, Alty Tenpenny, and I think, my gosh, was it D. Hart? They had 4 of the top 16 prospects in America at running back in the same class.
Again, why would Nick walk away right now? This is something we'll never see again. Nobody will ever accomplish. When I went through that list, there's 90% of that the teams will never be able to touch. And it is worth referencing that Bama will play Florida in the SEC championship game for the 10th time. That's remarkable as well. Those two teams will be meeting for the 10th time. Alabama's 5-4 head-to-head against Florida. That game only started in 1992, and these two teams are meeting for the 10th time already? That's frightening. just the done. Now, it was early Spurrier dominance and Florida dominance. It's now Saban dominance. So there you go. Is that enough gushing over Alabama? Does that fill your heart?
Yeah, and he actually got a very unusual situation for this season. I heard a lot of people talk about this. This season, he actually had both coordinators return.
He did. Yeah.
Don't expect that ish to go. Sark's gone, by the way.
I would think somebody's going to offer, right?
Yeah.
I would think. Join 680 The Fan and Fox 5 tomorrow for our virtual National Signing Day show, which now we've added Kirby Smart and Jeff Collins. It's all presented by Georgia Power, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Georgia Farm Bureau, along with Duffy Realty of Atlanta and AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. Be a part of the excitement as some of the state's biggest recruits announce their school of choice. Our guys will be breaking down what it means for the program. It's all hosted by 24/7's Rusty Manziel, 680 The Fan's Doug Conkle, and our buddy Cody Chaffins over at Fox 5. All a part of it with 680 The Fan. 680 The Fan's YouTube channel will carry it from 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. It's all a part of our virtual National Signing Day extravaganza, presented by Georgia Power, Academy Sports and Outdoors, the great folks at the Georgia Farm Bureau, Duffy Realty of Atlanta, and AquaGuard Foundation Solutions.
DuffyRealtyATL.com. I want you to have your forever home, and I want you to get part of the buyer's agent's commission back. If you use Rhonda Duffy as your buyer's agent, yeah, full service, professional. We found our forever home, and then about a week and a half later, we got a cut of the buyer's agent's commission. That's pretty groovy. I don't know anybody else doing that. DuffyRealtyATL.com. Matthew, I was talking last night. I was actually texting with a colleague of mine in the Cruton game. You know Barton Simmons.
I do know
Barton
very well.
You did stuff with him at CSS.
Yeah, we were buddies.
Used a phrase that perfectly describes the biggest challenge for Mike Leach. Quote,
clearing his throat.
The severity, and I've never heard this word applied to recruiting, the severity and velocity of recruiting in the SEC is different. It's nothing Leach has ever been a part of. I will give Leach credit for one thing. And I'd mentioned this before. He has shown an understanding in some ways that what works in Lubbock or on the Palouse, it ain't going to fly in the Southeastern Conference, such as his regular I coach good, they played bad. That post-game speech that he has given pretty regularly, he's already thrown that out for the most part. Recruiting success, however, is not as simple as choosing to hold your tongue. We're about to see if Leach will succeed in the conference. And it's about recruiting. It's not about his X's and O's. The plays work, folks, I promise you. It's not about his manner, and he is a seriously strange cat. I don't care about that. It's about the horses, the ponies, the athletes. Who do you have? I said during the season that if we go back and look at his time in Lubbock, if we look at his time at Wazoo, you give him, like Gardner Minshew showed up, they'd never spoken. They'd never been in the same room together. Boom, leads the NCAA in passing yardage. How is that possible? Well, Gardner Minshew had some talent, and Mike Leach runs a good offense. All of that came together, and I think it was either year 6 or it might have been year 7 at Washington State. Same thing, Lubbock. When he first got there, it took a minute. He already has better athletes and players on defense than he had at any point at Texas Tech. Or, in fact, if you put together an all-star team from those two programs of defensive players he coached, he's got better talent on Mississippi State's defense today. The offense is what he's going to have to look to get turned around. Don't question the playbook or the overall offense or, like I said, even his general strange manner. It's going to work if he gets the players. And recruiting, Matt, severity and velocity of recruiting in the SEC. Those are two pretty damn cool words to talk about recruiting in this conference, and I think they both apply.
Bit of breaking news around the Falcons-Tampa game on Sunday. The Buccaneers have some major special teams concerns. They just placed their punter, kicker, and long snapper on the reserve COVID list.
That means they were hanging out together. And
well, not hanging out. They were in the same special teams meetings.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're cleared in time for the game. If they're not, Bruce Arians goes for it on 4th down and every time. Is that where we are?
They are always, I say they're hanging out together. They're always either on a separate field or they're on the field before everybody for specialty period, and then the rest of the team, the real players, show up. No offense. But
yeah, none taken.
Man, you walk outside, shake the tree, and you get yourself a punter and a kicker and a long snapper.
Okay.
I don't know about the long snapper. That would be my biggest fear is my long snapper.
I call Derek Rackley right now.
I would also say finding a kicker as Tampa. Suck-Up's actually been good. They haven't had success in that
I
department
didn't
for a
say
long
you'd
time.
find good. But
Yeah, you'll find somebody
Yes.
who's got a heartbeat, a pulse, and a kicking leg.
I promise you there are 5 punters and 5 kickers who have kicked in games this season who are all available.
That's a problem. Why are they available?
Because they weren't as good as the guy who replaced them.
So that's the latest from the
Maybe
Tampa
have Del
situation.
Vecchio out there.
Giorgio? Where's Giorgio?
He's available.
Coming up in 15 minutes, Georgia is all of a sudden an explosive offense with plenty of potential. We'll ask a former Georgia quarterback if it's real and if it can continue in 15 minutes. Coming up next, though. Good news for the Falcons coaching search. The pool will include this coach. Whether he'll listen, that's another story. We'll get to the bottom of it next.
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness, so but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. And I just tried the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, we, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I said about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha.
Happy holiday. Happy holiday. The 4 o'clock hour of this radio program is all brought to us by South Point Financial Services. For more, go to spfs.com. We'll talk to a former Georgia quarterback in 5 minutes about the new explosive Georgia offense. Is it real? We'll find out in 5 minutes. We continue with our 6-8 of the Fan Holiday Radiothon benefiting Camp Twin Lakes. It's all presented by Taco Mac. The number for you to call again is 404-231-9887. You can also donate online at 680thefan.com/camp. We have a ton of great incentive items that when you call or you go to the website, see what's available. We have a ton of restaurant gift cards that will make it worthwhile, tax deductible, and you'll be giving money to help these kids have a week at camp. We have some other great incentives like Disney World Park Hopper passes, College Football Hall of Fame passes, a night stay at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead. You name it, it's there. All you have to do is ask. When you give, you get. And again, the kids gain the most. So make sure you call now, 404-231-9887. At the beginning of the 4 o'clock hour, Charles, I was told we were up over $23,000, which we appreciate very much, but we still have a long way to go to get to our goal.
A lot of kids going to camp.
Yes, and that's every time you give, it's another step closer to a kid experiencing a week.
And get some free stuff, too.
Yeah,
you're making the donation, so get some free stuff.
All right, before we welcome in our special Georgia guest, Chuck says good news for the Falcons coaching search. It will include this name.
Yeah, when it comes to the hiring pool, at least, it will include Joe Brady.
My guy.
I have been told that if there is any legitimate choice to be made, he is not going back to college because he doesn't want to go back to college. He has very little interest in recruiting and boosters and university administrations and all of the aspects of being around college students that you have to deal with versus what is he allowed to do as the play caller for an NFL team? Stare at his play sheet. And, he doesn't have 85 students. He has 53 grown men who are clocking in every day getting a paycheck. That apparently that mentality is what drew Joe Brady away from LSU, not necessarily the paycheck or I get to be an OC versus a passing game coordinator. Important to remember, though, this is great news for the Falcons hiring pool. It's just the list of candidates who they can reasonably approach. It makes no comment either way regarding Joe Brady's interest in coaching the Falcons. Bill Cowler, did you see that his comment about the Jets job? I'm not chasing the Jets job.
Why would anybody chase the Jets job, even because Trevor Lawrence is attached to it? Boomer Esiason had that rumor, and then people around Bill once said he loves New York, and that was the reason they had tied him to the Jets. But he loves New York, living this lifestyle now without coaching.
And if he chose to get back, it's the same sort of thing. If he chose to get back into the hiring pool, it's not the same pool for the Jets as it might be for some other program or other teams. If Joe Brady is in the NFL hiring pool, and I'm saying that, like Cowler, it's either he's in or he's not. Joe Brady, he's in the NFL hiring pool or the college hiring pool. And I'm telling you that by Joe Brady's own admission, he ain't got much taste for Saturdays. He's all about Sundays.
Remember, he was on the Saints staff for
like
at least
a 27-year-old.
And he was when you were on that staff around Sean Payton and Pete Carmichael and a lot of good offensive coaches, just through osmosis, you were going to gain something. But I love the resume and the boxes that he's checked now, from working on that staff to putting a passing game offense in at a place where they'd never had it in LSU and becoming historically great. Now back in the NFL, and I think he's done some really good things with a really limited supply of weapons.
Yep,
they haven't had Christian McCaffrey for 99% of the year. He's done good things with Mike Davis. He's done good things with the receivers they have there. I'm a big, big, big fan of Joe Brady. He's in the NFC South. I think that's a nice little added bonus. I hope, because I think somebody might hire him this year. 32 doesn't matter anymore. Mm-mm. Somebody might jump on him. I really would love that to be the Falcons. Put that play sheet in his hand, and nobody can take him from you if he's as good as I think he is calling plays.
And I would wonder what would make the Falcons more attractive or less. Now, just getting into the NFL, he'd already been in the NFL, but getting into the NFL as a coordinator, see, that's different. When you are an offensive assistant coach in college, which ultimately that's what Brady was last year. He won the Broyles Award. He wasn't even a coordinator. So if you are, quote, just an assistant coach and then you get an offer to be a coordinator at the NFL level, in that situation, I don't know if you ask a whole lot of questions about, all right, well, who we got coming back and who's the quarterback and what are you going to spend on the offense? I don't think you ask those questions. You're like, I get to be a coordinator on Sundays. That's awesome because you're confident.
Mm-hmm.
to the point that you know, whether it's true or not, it's different, but you know, if I just get the chance, I'm going to succeed, and that will lead to a head coaching offer. This is different than Joe Brady, who was the assistant in Baton Rouge. This is Joe Brady, who's already a coordinator in the league, so he can be pickier now.
I'll add to it conceptually. Like what they did with that offense in LSU, I said it multiple times a year ago. I said it reminded me a lot of what we watched with Shanny in 2016 here with the multiple levels of open receivers, and Joe Brady and Joe Burrow was operating at a level that college quarterbacks don't operate. So now he's worked with Burrow, he's worked with Teddy Bridgewater, and he also, in some way, whether he was hands-on or not, with Drew Brees, correct, with Drew Brees. That's a lot of different styles of quarterback that also adds to the intrigue of what Joe Brady would be here. I don't know that it's a sexy hire. I think it'd be a really good hire, and once you watched him call plays on Sundays, you'd see sexiness in the creativity. And here's the other thing. Anybody who follows Dirk, it's going to seem like the most creative OC in the history of football.
Yeah, so he, here's one of the things that I like the best about his offense, and still it was Ensminger, but he's also done it, and I wanted to see how much it was going to translate, or at least the attempts to do it in the NFL. One of the things I like, Matt, is that not everybody does this. Everybody wants to, but not everybody does. He used tight ends and running backs.
Oh, yeah.
The same patterns.
Yep.
Same patterns.
It's very Shanny stuff.
As receivers.
Fullbacks, running backs, tight ends, everybody.
Not everybody even attempts to do that.
It's exactly. But
it's
again,
like, well, this is a running back, so here are the two routes we can run.
No, that's a very Kyle Shanahan sort of thing in the creativity.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire running post.
He became such a weapon in every possible way. And again, there were times when you'd see an underneath route available, something middle of the field, and then there was something deep that Joe Burrow had to pick which was the most open because they were always there for him.
They'd run double post, and then like Randy Moss's kid, who was a tight end, they'd run him on like a 20-yard out. And I was like, teams don't do that with tight ends. He did.
Yeah, Joe Brady did it. Reminder about our small business spotlight. Each and every week, we like to highlight somebody in our community, one of these great small businesses who had to make a lot of changes to the way they go about things over the last 9-10 months. We've heard so many great stories about how folks are now working in our community with their customer. We call it the Small Business Spotlight. It's presented by Georgia Primary Bank. Your community, your bank. For more, go to georgiaprimarybank.com. Hudson Pella. Oh, sorry. I got carried away with the singing opportunity. He's the host of the Buck and Hut Show. He's Hudson Mason from 1 to 3, and he's kind enough to join Chuck and Chernoff on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. All right, Hut, I'm going to put two words together I didn't think was going to be a part of Georgia's offense this year. Explosive offense. That's what it's been for Georgia over at least last week and at points since JT Daniels has taken over. Hut, you ready for this number? And this is from our buddy Brent Rollins. Before JT Daniels was Georgia's quarterback, they were 8th in the SEC in explosive runs, 7th in explosive passes. Since JT has taken over, they're 4th in explosive runs and 1st in explosive passes. That's not coincidence, is it?
No, it is not. I mean, I think the best compliment you can give a quarterback, and I'll give it to JT Daniels, is he brings out the best in Todd Monken. And I think we've seen that the past couple of weeks. I was never really a believer that, what we saw earlier in the season was Todd Monken's fault. I said from the very get-go, you got to have a competent quarterback, and Georgia just hadn't had that up until this point this year. And look, you got to have guys around you as well. Georgia has those guys. But I'm starting to see some of the Todd Monken effect, the explosiveness, the willing to push the ball down the field vertically. And I'll give Kirby credit as well. He deserves it for a guy who micromanages and likes to bring out the handcuffs, especially in the second half when you're up big. I didn't see that against Missouri. And that's what I like the most is the way Georgia played with the lead Saturday or last Saturday was different than the way I've seen Georgia play with the lead previously.
Hudson, I know Matt will get back to the, more of the passing game in just a second, but I wanted to ask you, just as a player, I think college players are a lot more resilient than we give them credit for. It's kind of like, hey, when's kickoff? But not if you have stopped. And if you aren't practicing this week, and suddenly after 2 days, 3 days of your mind thinking ain't got no game on Saturday, how difficult is it a player to ramp up in 48 hours and get ready for whoever the opponent would be?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I don't think it's so much. There is definitely a mental aspect to it, Chuck, but it's the mental preparation. It's the fact that you have a very strict regimen, as a quarterback, and every player does. It's like, you come in Sunday and you watch the previous tape, and by Monday morning you flushed it and you've already started watching, first down and second down cut-ups of the next opponent. Well, you're on Tuesday, and Tuesday is your 3.5-hour full padded practice. I mean, that is a huge install day. And so, Georgia didn't practice today knowing who an opponent is. I mean, to me, the drop-dead latest timeline that I would say is kind of the cutoff point for if you're going to have a game or not would be about right now. I mean, it would be Tuesday night. So even at this point, I think you'd probably get some pushback on coaches on how much time there is to prepare for the next opponent. It's just virtually impossible. It becomes a time crunch for these coaches to be able to put a game plan together and put a good quality product on the field.
Hudson Mason, host of the Buck and Hut Show with Chuck and Chernoff on the Loud Security Systems Newsmaker line. As we're talking, I saw where Anthony Dasher had said he traded texts with Greg McGarry, who still says the school is doing their due diligence to find an opponent for Saturday. SEC office would still have to give it the okay. And at the same time, Seth Emerson said Georgia just canceled a post-media availability for tonight. So maybe that's some sort of a glimpse into what the problems are trying to get an opponent for Saturday. So, Hut, tell me what the players would miss out on a senior day experience.
Well, this year is obviously a little different because you don't know who's graduating, but let's just play the hypothetical for some of those seniors who aren't coming back. I mean, the senior day is special. There's no doubt about it, and especially with your parents. Guys, I think for these seniors, the biggest thing and the more disappointing thing they're going to miss out on is the chance to become the winningest class of all time. I mean, the 83 team to me is unarguable and undeniable. The fact that they are probably the most accomplished senior class. They won that national title. I think it was 3 SEC championships. But this team will have won this senior class. If they would have played the 2 remaining games, it would have been the winningest class of all time. It's nothing to scoff at. I mean, that is a heck of an accomplishment. You think how long Georgia's been playing football at the university? I mean, that is an incredible accomplishment. And I think senior day is obviously special, but, it's nothing historical. It's not, cementing your name into stone for the rest of history. That's the part that if I was a senior, I'd be most devastated about.
Hudson, you had a redshirt year, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then 4 years. So let's get you in the DeLorean. We're going to go back to the year that you started playing Louisville in the bowl game, et cetera. But it's a magic year with free eligibility. Put yourself back into where you were in like your life place with school, with football, with your girlfriend at the time, whatever. What would you have thought about if you had one more year where you could have come back? Because as awesome as, from the outside, oh, man, he plays quarterback for Georgia, there are times where you look around and it's like, I'm ready to get on with my life because I'm not going to play in the NFL or whatever else.
Yeah, it's a great question, Chuck. And for me personally, with certain coaches leaving, I think I would have probably been more inclined to come back. For me personally, I think it depends on who you're around. You spend so much time around your coaches on a daily basis that, to me, it just depends on how much fun are you having. And it really doesn't matter, I think, how much – and usually winning and fun are correlated, but not always. That's not always the case. I've met a lot of miserable winners in my life, and they seem to not be able to enjoy fun or winning. So, for me that would have been a tough decision.
But with Grantham gone, you probably would have come back, is what you're saying.
On my side of the ball. I'm trying to be very vague. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I'm trying to just kind of be really
you know what? If you were on with Feinbaum, you would throw somebody under the bus. This is so typical Hudson Mason.
You guys didn't go to the SEC schools. You guys are much smarter than me. You can put this all together. But
that's the local show. I get
it. I think guys get burned out a little bit. And by that 5th year, I think a lot of guys they've said, you know what, I'm ready to start my business career or I'm ready to try myself in the NFL.
Hudson Mason with Chuck and Chernoff on the Fan. One more thing for me, because you've experienced, quote, normal off seasons with spring football and fall camp and everything that goes in between. How high is the ceiling for JT with a full off season, some version of spring ball? He's healthy, working in Monken's offense with this group of skill position players. What are we talking about?
I think the ceiling is, I mean, guys, he can be arguably the most talented quarterback in the country. And when I say that, I mean, look, for me to sit here and say, JT Daniels could be in the Heisman race, I'm not going to say that because all of this is dependent upon what Kirby allows him to do. Do I think JT Daniels has the intangibles and the skill set to put up 4,000 yards passing? Yeah, I do. And I think he's got all the ingredients. There's certain pieces that you have to have, and you go, okay, he's got the intangibles himself. He's got the right play caller with the right mindset. He's got the skill position players, George Pickens, a lot of young guys coming back. But, we know in this offense and really at Georgia, I mean, Kirby runs things. So I would say, Matt, he's got a ton of potential, and I think he can lead Georgia to a national championship. I believe that. I think I've seen that. But it depends on what does Kirby allow him to do. And, will Kirby kind of embrace what Nick Saban has embraced the past couple of years? I mean, Nick Saban got beat twice by Ole Miss and Hugh Freeze, and Ole Miss had a direct reflection and really a direct effect on Nick changing his offensive philosophy.
Light it up, man.
I think how successful this team in the quarterback position, JT Daniels, I think, could be in the Heisman race. I really do. This team is littered with dudes across the country, blue chip players. But the question will become, would Kirby allow him to get there?
We're going to find out. So far, Saturday, I thought was a great indicator of hopefully maybe some change in that department. You can listen to Buck and Hut weekday afternoons, 1 to 3, and then every once in a while he appears on Feinbaum, selling out coaches or whoever.
Very bougie.
Always. Hudson, good to talk to you, my friend.
All right, boys.
Chuck called him bougie.
He has moved beyond us. We're just the local guys. We're just this little station, one little city.
Somebody gave him a break somewhere along the way, and it wasn't Feinbaum.
Throw the man on TV.
All right. Hudson Mason, all brought to you by Pella. There with Chuck and Chernoff on the Fan. All right, coming up next, the best part of the Falcons head coaching opening is also a big concern for those in the know. We'll tell you why next.
Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness. And to them, this is the wilderness, you know. So, but we've really just embraced everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like it's just a girls' weekend, and like honestly, Corona. Honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just climbed the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is V. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still like. We talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today. And I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
680 The Fan Radiothon Day with our friends at Camp Twin Lakes. It's all presented by Taco Mac. We'll tell you more about some of the great incentive opportunities you can receive when you give, because it is the holiday season. A lot more on that coming up around the corner. We want you guys to get signed up for the brand new 680 The Fan Club for all the great discounts, promotions, contests, unique content, and more. Each week, new members are entered to win a different prize from the Fan, only at 680thefan.com this week. We're giving away Home Field's replica stadium. The replica stadiums from Home Fields are the perfect gift for the sports fan in your life. With over 165 different stadiums, you're sure to find one of your favorites. Check them out at homefields.com. Those things are wonderful. So maybe one of the, I think, best things about the Falcons' head coaching opportunity might be looked at very differently by someone else. It happens to be the same thing.
Yeah, word is any coach offered the Falcons job might have a similar concern. I think it's good for the franchise that it's easily correctable, and it's Arthur's involvement or Arthur's presence on the sidelines or Arthur's comments to the media. There's a whole lot about Arthur, and I hate that because I am a very, very, very very big Arthur fan. I also don't see the big deal about him hanging on the sideline the final whatever minutes of the game of the fourth quarter, but others do, and it has been a source of criticism from other folks. And a lot of the summaries of, you can find a list anywhere, Matt, 5 or 10 or the top 2 candidates for, in this case, I'm looking at the Falcons opening. And a fair number of them will mention the owner and Arthur's presence, not meddling, but that Arthur's constant, quote, presence. And I thought that was a fair way to describe it. Like I said, I don't know what the big deal is the final 5 minutes he's standing in the corner. But I
don't think old school football people love the owner hanging out right there.
Well, okay, whatever the issue is.
It's his. He can do what he wants with it. But I'll tell you the bigger one.
Words floating around that Arthur's everything is an issue.
He's not as omnipresent as he once was, and I mean both in the media. It doesn't mean he's not at Flowery Branch all the time, but I know there was a point where every Monday he was in coaches' meetings, like not to interfere, but just he wanted to listen. He was
what's going on with my billion-dollar company?
Learning, listening, observing, like all that stuff, and I don't know how that goes over. I don't even know if he still does it, to be honest with you. This was back in the day. Depending on who you ask about Arthur or any owner's involvement or lack of involvement, they'll give you a different answer. For instance, I asked Steve Weich about it, and Weich says the Arthur Blank part of the Falcon job is one of the more appealing parts of it to certain people. A, because he'll give you whatever you want.
That's true. I need a nose tackle. I need a corner.
From a salary to coaching staff to filling up the roster.
Build some dorms. I don't want to go to Furman anymore. All right, here's some dorms.
There are a lot of owners that won't spend up to the limit. Like, they'll spend up to the bottom of the floor, but after that, they won't spend.
That was the Raiders. That was the Bucks for a long time.
That's exactly right. Arthur will spend and give you every single thing that you want. So I guess it just depends on who you ask about his involvement, whether that helps or hurts. I'm one who I don't know how much I believe, unless you're, who are some of like the bottom of the barrel owners in football, or the meddlesome owners where.
Like Mark Davis, that's a poor franchise.
They just don't spend.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones, when you're the GM and the owner, I guess that's meddlesome.
The Brown family.
Maybe. I don't know that Arthur's going to hurt you from getting anybody. In other words, Joe Brady, Eric Bieniemy, they're all going to come here for one of two reasons. They like the situation and they like the GM that they're going to work with, whoever makes the hire. I think that's going to be a lot more important than anything to do with Arthur other than the check he's going to stroke. I don't think it's something that's a hindrance. I don't think there's a coach that says, I don't want to work for him.
I think it's a scenario where if it's a guy who has options, and I don't know if this guy's on the market right now, but say, like, I don't know, Mike Tomlin. He just put his hand, or Jim Harbaugh. I'm done. I've had enough. I want to coach somewhere else. And now there's like 6 teams that are like, there would be a team that fired its head coach to try to hire Mike Tomlin. At that point, if you have a veteran coach, if this was 10 years ago or 50, and Parcells was jumping back into it, if you have a guy that can dictate terms, that guy doesn't want the owner hanging around.
I would think so, but here's the other thing I'll add. I don't think somebody's looking at the ownership and going, all right, Woody Johnson is the owner of the Jets, and Arthur and Shad Khan's the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. How would you differentiate? Like, everything I've heard is the Woody Johnson ownership in the Jets is a nightmare. It's just a disaster, whatever that means. I'm not close enough to know.
For the Browns.
Yeah, sure. No, yeah, Haslam.
Jimmy Haslam, same thing.
But I'm talking about the open jobs right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think, and I don't, that Woody Johnson, Shad Khan, Arthur Blank, and the ownership of the Lions is
Ford family?
The Ford family. I don't know who's the point person on that now?
It was the wife of William Clay Ford.
So,
Now it's the son.
I don't know that any of those are going to directly affect someone's decision to take a job or not in this round of job openings.
Oh, really? Because now again, who took the Browns job with an owner who is all over the place, a guy who was getting his first chance?
It was, but what a good hire in Stefanski. And
who has traditionally taken the Lions job? Coaches who didn't have another choice. Why? Because the Ford family has a reputation of that's not a stable ownership. Not like they're going to lose the franchise, but you have no consistency with what they're doing.
Maybe. I could be wrong. Like, you think Kyle Shanahan cared about the ownership of the 49ers? Did he care about working with a GM that he liked and a roster that was in good shape?
I think as long as it's neutral.
Yeah. Or I
think there might be, 2 or 5 or 6 owners or ownership groups or front offices or team presidents that maybe it's less desirable. But if you're Stefanski and Haslam's the only one offering, hell yeah, I'll take. Freddie Kitchens took the job. Why? Because he wasn't going to get an offer anywhere else.
He was on the staff, and they made a bad hire with that. Like,
if you have an offer, though, I mean, who's been taking the Lions? They're an NFL team. Why weren't they in the mix for Parcells?
Was Wayne Huizenga, like, who was the ownership of the Dolphins when Nick Saban was hired?
That was Huizenga. It had to be, wasn't it?
So, again, I don't know that Nick Saban cared. Like, Wayne Huizenga didn't have the best reputation. He was sort of a, kind of a weird fly by the seat of his pants owner. And I guess my point is, it's a factor, but it's not going to make or break most guys' decisions. I don't think. I think Arthur's probably going to help you in the fact that the wallet's bottomless in a lot of cases, which has been a big deal. All right, coming up next, we'll get the latest update on Georgia's hope and want to play a game on Saturday. Plus, Tom Brady and the Falcons have led very different lives since that night in Houston. One direction has been arrow up, the other one, not so much. We'll talk about that next.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embraced everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a good weekend, and honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just tried the rock wall A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still we talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
I said about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Great kids to camp today. You can help us with 680 The Fans Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. Asking you guys to dig deep if you can as we try to send these great kids to one of the great camps anywhere in America. Camp Twin Lakes. You can call 404-231-9887. That's where you can make a donation. When you call, ask about some of the great incentive items we have, and we have a full list from Disney World park hopper passes to restaurant gift cards, passes to the College Football Hall of Fame, Atlanta Brewing Company. We have so many items that when you give, you should receive. So ask what's available. You could also view the incentive items and donate online at 680thefan.com/camp. We'll have one of the great kids who's experienced a week at Camp Twin Lakes later on in the hour with his mom to tell all about the experience. We love that place. We love the people. The kids are, they are beaming shine just like you can see nowhere else. They have the best attitude, the best outlook on everything. We love to have them on, so we'll have some of them join us a little bit later on. Again, you can give at 404-231-9887. Do you want some interesting news, Charles?
Give it to me.
So it turns out, and this is from Barstool Sports, which makes it even funnier. Headline, Dan Quinn is desperately begging for every vacant job in college football.
Every head coaching job that's available?
Indeed. So the story reads, that Dan and his agent reached out to the University of Arizona after they fired Kevin Sumlin last weekend.
That's a good job. You can win there.
And across state, you've seen Herm Edwards have success with Arizona State. Pete Thamel mentioned a list of names to watch for the Auburn job. Mario Cristobal, Hugh Freeze, Billy Napier, Brent Venables, Dan Quinn.
Pete Thamel don't know ish about the Auburn program.
Listen, I'm just telling you with Thamel. You take it up with Thamel. Just because you don't like Dan Quinn being on that list, how awesome would it be? How excited would you be if Quinn got that gig?
I would be excited if he were an assistant coach. He were a linebackers coach, maybe even the DC. If he were recruiting, I think he'd be tremendous.
He don't want that life. He wants your head coaching job.
He's not going to get it. He won't be considered.
I'm just telling you, he's on the list. If
Carlos, did you get that? He won't even be interviewed.
If those are the names on the list, though, Mario Cristobal, maybe Hugh Freeze, certainly, but Billy Napier, Brent Venables, Tony Elliott, why not Dan Quinn? Chuck. Why not Dan Quinn? How fun would it be to have him come back?
Never been head coach in college? I don't know.
Chuck, he was never head coach in the NFL. He took a team to a Super Bowl. You got to grab that.
I know.
I mean, that guy had success.
He may get a head coaching job somewhere. That may actually happen.
Not
he
in the
may.
NFL.
No. That he may sell himself and the energy and the enthusiasm, and it becomes real clear, real quickly about how he would, what you want to project for recruiting with Dan Quinn.
He'll win the interview. There's no doubt.
So I wouldn't be surprised, but he wouldn't get a job the ilk of the Auburn job, I don't believe. In fact, no, hell no. That's silly.
Lois, put that aside for me.
Hamill.
Hold on to that for me. Let's see what happens.
Quoting Thayer Evans.
You love him. So the latest from Georgia. Okay, so Kirby Smart was on this morning with the front row, and not much has changed since Kirby had this to say about Georgia's hope to play on Saturday.
Let me get this out of the way. Do we have a game on Saturday yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We're working, but it's one of those things that's a lot out of our control, and very little we can do about it. And I know Dog Nation's disappointed. I can promise you, our seniors are terribly disappointed. But not a lot we can do right now, but focus on the next day and the next minute.
So yesterday there were rumors about both Colorado and Colorado State maybe being in the crosshairs for Georgia. What that comes down to, again, was would the conference go for it because they had that rule that said everything was going to stay in conference at the beginning of the year.
But you could, no games against anyone outside the conference. Also, no rematches and no games that weren't previously already on the schedule.
I would have said to the SEC, like everybody else, don't use the word no in 2020. Say, let's see. We'll talk about it if this comes up.
Like if UT had a bunch of, God forbid, I mean, I'm not wishing this on anybody. If the Vols had a bunch of COVID outbreak, whatever, contact, or one positive and like 40 contact tracing, they were playing Twister. And, Matt, what would happen if COVID positive playing Twister?
Left hand white. I mean, yeah, you'd have to now sit out.
So Tennessee can't play as of tomorrow morning. According to what the SEC said, they wouldn't pair up Georgia and Texas A&M.
So then what they would say, by the
because the game wasn't already on the schedule.
So they say no out of conference, no rematches, no on the schedule. So what are they essentially saying? No games will be developed if they're not already on the schedule.
Here are the 10 teams that you might play.
If Georgia wanted to play this weekend, and I brought up Iowa earlier, Iowa-Michigan has been canceled because of some, COVID numbers at Michigan. The only reason to not have Georgia play Iowa, for instance, would be stubbornness because those three dumb parameters that the SEC put in.
And we're men.
The SEC championship game has already been spoken for. You're going to play an out-of-conference team in a bowl game 10 days, 12 days later anyway. There's literally nothing in the way of a downside of Georgia going out of conference and playing somebody here.
Well, there might be for Iowa. Like, ask Kirk Ferentz. Because you didn't just call, like Northern Illinois. You didn't call
Northern
Montana
Illinois.
State.
Call them
you
too.
called the Iowa Hawkeyes and said, do you want to come play in Athens?
Call somebody. Doesn't matter who. Yeah, I get your point. Everybody's scared of losing a game and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they ain't so jazzed about, like, with 2 days' notice going to play the Georgia Bulldogs.
I get it. Go play, then pick somebody else. My overarching point here is to the SEC, let them play somebody out of conference. Let these kids have a senior day. Let Georgia have a fourth home game. They've only had 3.
I agree.
There is no downside, but as we sit here, it sounds like it's a long, long, long shot that they'll have a game Saturday.
Supposed to get 5. One of Georgia's was Jacksonville, so that's down to 4. Vanderbilt is 3 home games in a season? That sucks.
That does suck. The Falcons are a 5.5-point underdog against Tampa Sunday at MBS. The game opened as a 1.5-point spread. It is shot up to 5.5.
It is the Jeffersons. It is moving on up.
It really is. There was one interesting little twist to pay attention to Sunday. All the special teams players for the Bucs, their punter, their kicker, and their long snapper have all been added to the COVID reserve list, so they've got to figure that out before they show up. Now, Tom Brady comes into Atlanta, leading the 8-5 Bucs. Right now, they're the number 6 seed in the NFC playoffs. That would mean if they stayed there, a number 6 seed would mean a trip to L.A. to face the Rams in round 1. Tom Brady's had a really good season. I did not think he'd have these kind of numbers.
Had a little bit of a lull for about 3 weeks, about 3 weeks in the middle.
He's 65%, 30 touchdowns, 11 picks. He's on pace for 4,300 yards and 37 touchdowns.
Too many picks.
14 picks. I could live with that. I have no problem with that. Brady has never lost to the Falcons in his career. In the regular season, he's 5-0, and then in a super playoff game, he beat the Falcons. I don't have many memories of that. So he's never lost to us.
No.
Yes.
Damn it.
I know. It is crazy, though, to think that Brady, when he ripped the heart and soul out of an entire franchise February 5th, 2017, things have never been the same. The Falcons will play Tampa and Brady twice over the final 3 weeks, meaning that final Sunday in that dumb pirate ship in Tampa, that will be the final opponent for the remnants of the Super Bowl team. In other words, the staff members that are still here. And by my math, Charles, this is all that's left. Matt, Julio, Jake Matthews, Grady Jarrett, Deion Jones. And then if you're looking ahead to next year, like that group is going to be the only ones that will still be here. Maybe they bring back Keanu. He's a free agent. Yeah. But I'm not saying this like Sun. I'm saying those are the only guys that are definitely back a year from now. And I think that's best for everyone. This franchise needs a makeover from top to bottom. The era of Falcon football that was on the doorstep of greatness will be remembered for the most painful and at times most embarrassing era in Falcon history, which
how the team lost that damn game.
Well, but combine it, right, with the things that have happened since the game, with that night, with the way they died in
Teron Ward getting the ball on an
Philadelphia
down.
Right. And again, the year later, you thought, well, we died in painful fashion in the Super Bowl. That can't happen. We'll die in a different painful fashion in Philadelphia. And then since the Falcons, since that night they lost the Super Bowl, are 29-34 overall. They haven't been over 500 since New Year's Eve of 2017. Conversely, Tom Brady, since that night, he's 49-19 over his 2 different franchises. 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 Super Bowl ring, and he just keeps chugging along.
You just said at the beginning of this, you said Brady is career with regular season and let's just say postseason.
He had a super playoff win against us.
That he's 5-0 against the Falcons. I wonder how. It might be double digits because mostly what they did in New England, which is where he's been his whole career until 2020, mostly what they did is win a whole lot. I bet you he's double digits NFL franchises that he's undefeated against.
Probably. If not,
that's really, really, really difficult to do.
Again, they won double-digit games every year, so piling up losses was just not a thing in Tampa. New England.
Like he might be undefeated against Buffalo,
maybe,
and he played them twice every year.
I bet he's got a great record against them, against the Jets.
Dolphins.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, not undefeated, but yeah, he built up great records. Tonight, you'll get Georgia Tech and Florida State on the Fan. College hoops pregame here at 8. Tip at 8:30. The Jackets have lost 14 of 15 in Tallahassee, so things haven't gone very well.
Good summary, man.
FSU is 3-0 to start this year. I saw a note on them. They're the biggest team in all of college basketball with their size. So Georgia Tech will have fun trying to combat that tonight. You'll get it here, 8 o'clock pregame, 8:30 tip on the Fan. So we've been taking your Winging It idea answers at the Ameripress, fresh off the press Twitter feed. It is National Cupcake Day. So we want you to give us the sugary treat that's just better than a cupcake. Rob said the hot Krispy Kreme donut.
It's strong, man.
Kevin went with the banana cream pie. I wouldn't have gone that route. Shane said nothing like a warm apple pie. That's very true. A great piece of apple pie, nice crust.
And not out of a drive-through window.
No. Timothy just went with a warm brownie.
Back up. There's something reassuring about just the simplicity of a brownie or a good cookie.
Agreed. S. Martin said him.
That's awesome.
One guy said cheesecake, another eclair. Ooh, a slice of red velvet cake. Very good. Piece of good cheesecake.
Love me an apple fritter.
Yeah. So a lot of good options, a lot of good choices. Oh, a Cinnabon.
And we were talking pecan bun really high on the list. We were talking earlier about donuts. I would say that the donut hole, the munchkins.
Were we talking about donuts?
Well, I was. And because you get more of the crispy part of it. With the donut, it's just the one big edge. On the donut holes, it's all edge.
You miss sugar so much.
No, but you want to have a conversation.
Well, you talk in such depth and passion about sugar. The way you just talked about that donut is the way I talk about a family member.
You asked me about the Falcons. I talk about them the same way.
No, you don't. You have more passion for the donut now because you don't love the Falcons anymore. I'm just saying, give in to your sugary wants in 2021.
I don't have wants.
No, you do.
I don't have wants.
You want to fall off the sugar.
Hang on.
Sugar wagon.
I could talk about Katy Perry. I ain't leaving my wife.
Yet.
Give in to the sugar.
Give in to the Katy.
If I give you an option of a Claire or Katy. Took too long to answer. There you go.
Hey, Chuck.
What can I get away with?
Who's that?
It's me, Sugar. What are you doing later?
You, Sugar. That's the way it's going to go. Send your answers to the AmeriPress.
So sweet.
Fresh off the press Twitter feed. All right, coming up next. Explosive Georgia offense. Is that a real thing? Well, maybe not yet, but they could be heading that direction. We'll talk about it next.
I said about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Higher, can you do a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how do you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness. So but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. I mean, not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So like, it's just a girls' weekend, and like, honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So like, honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. And I just tried the rock wall a couple seconds ago. I was a little scared because, well, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. I mean, like, honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still like. We talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
We roll along on our 680 The Fan. Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. Now's the time if you've been waiting. We'd love to get you to pick up the phone and call 404-231-9887. Again, that's 404-231-9887 to make that donation as we want to send some kids to camp when they get back to being able to enjoy what is one of the great weeks of, frankly, end of our lives as a kid, but for obvious reasons, those kids love that experience. To view the incentive items, and we have a lot available for you, you can donate online and see the full list, 680thefan.com/camper when you call. Ask what incentive items are available so you guys can help give back. I should mention our buddies at Prize Picks, Chuck. They have a big opportunity for folks tonight on their 5-pick flex on entries going on tonight. Play $25, you're going to receive $5 in promo funds. Play $50, you're going to receive $20 in promo funds, all the way up to play $500 and get $200 back in promo funds. It's the Play Big Flex 5-pick today at Prize Picks. You can get in there tonight and find yourself winning and get some big promo bucks as well. All right, coming up in 5 minutes, one SEC fan base is asking the question that everyone does when their coach gets canned. Chuck will have the simple answer for you here in 5 minutes. But first, explosive offense is not something that has been attached to Georgia most recently, and I've beaten the drum over and over again of how disappointing it is with the approach that Kirby has taken.
Hasn't been their route to winning a hell of a lot of games.
No, it hasn't, but I'm starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel on Saturday, plus the performance of JT Daniels, I would think has to encourage a Georgia fan. Because I would say this, as a Georgia fan, look at the offseason. Imagine a full offseason of a healthy JT Daniels, not rehabbing, but getting more acclimated with Todd Monken's system. Having a version of spring practice, which I assume they will, more of a normal offseason and then a fall camp heading into the regular season. It's only been 3 games, so it's not a huge sample, but again, I'm a believer in what JT Daniels can mean combined with Todd Monken's play calling if Kirby sort of backs off and allows this to happen. I referenced these numbers from Brent Rollins, who joined us yesterday from Bulldogs by the Numbers, the podcast we have available with him and Tug Cowart. UGA explosive play percentage pre-JT Daniels, ready? Before JT took over. Georgia was 8th in the SEC in explosive runs, 7th in the SEC in explosive passes. With JT Daniels in the lineup, they're 4th in the conference in explosive runs, and they are 1st in explosive passes. Small sample, I get, but that's a very big deal. In fact, the 23.9% explosive play percentage for Georgia is number 2 among all Power 5 schools in the past month.
That's a
great number.
Stupid number.
It is. And if you just look at the traditionals, Daniels is completing 67% of his passes, which you love. 9 touchdowns, 1 pick. He's at 280 yards per game, but here's again the number I love. 10.4 yards per attempt.
Aggressive as hell.
That's elite. That's aggressive. It's impressive. Jake Fromm never approached those numbers for many reasons, but most notably they didn't allow for that style of offense. We're going to push the ball downfield. We're going to play an open style of game. That's not what they did. And I also brought up a number yesterday, and this is so telling. A player on third down, especially in a passing situation when it's 3rd and 8 and the defense can pin their ears back and they know you're throwing it. Daniels is 17 for 21. He's at 80% on third down for 280 yards, 6 touchdowns. No turnover-worthy throws in that time. He's money on the most important down, again, in this wee little 3-game sample size. But it's super encouraging, combined with a group of weapons like Cook and Pickens and Burton and Jackson and Washington. There is no reason, now with what I'm seeing, that Georgia shouldn't be able to compete and beat Clemson in the opener or compete with anybody on their schedule because they have the quarterback, the OC, and the willingness to play this style of offense.
Kirby would have said the first part of that sentence. There's no reason we can't compete or beat anybody on our schedule because we're going to physically dominate them on the line of scrimmage. We're going to wear them down. We're going to impose our will, Matt. That's what we're going to do. Last week, before 52-3 on the road in the SEC, before that, I said, yeah, Florida, they ain't beating Bama. And then we saw the weekend unfold, and the line has gone up even more now. But after seeing them put 63 on a decent Kentucky defense, 42 on a pretty good Auburn defense, 55 on LSU, and now 52 on Arkansas, I'll ask you, Matt, this is unprepared, unscripted. What's Florida's only chance to win the game on Saturday? What's the only avenue for them?
I'll give you a combo. It's Kyle Trask having a huge game through the air, but it also has to be aided by mistakes by Alabama.
Sure, absolutely. But Florida's chance,
their puncher's chances on Kyle Trask's
is
arm.
Throw the hell out of the ball and score a bunch of points, and Florida does that pretty dang well. So I expect that they'll try to throw the ball and score a bunch of points, and maybe 17 things line up for them, and they wind up scoring 42, and then we see what happens. I don't think that's going to occur, but that's their chance. If you attacked Alabama with an idea that we're going to impose our will, then you may take some time off the clock, and you may put together a drive or two, and they'll beat you 42-21 at that point. The only way to victory over this Alabama team, light up the damn scoreboard.
Well, I think I could say the same against Clemson. Most times Ohio State. The elite
You're
of
college
college
beating
football.
them 20-17
No,
anymore.
I would agree. I think you can impose your will and do the things that Georgia did on Saturday through the air. Now, it was Missouri, so it's not an elite team, but they did both those things. And they scored a 49 points that was easy. That was an easy 49. That's the thing I talk about all the time. Bama scores 40 easy. Florida this year scored 40 easy. Clemson and Ohio State, they always score 40 easy. Georgia could have gone 55 or more if they really wanted to. At that point, all right, we're going to take JT out, and here comes Carson Beck, or Stetson Bennett came in first. That's where you have to be. You got to be able to score an easy 40, and Saturday they did that. We'll see if Georgia continues along that route, and the bowl game will make it interesting to see how they approach it with their style. All right, so Auburn has a job opening, Chuck. I don't know if you've heard this.
I have.
Which has the fans asking the same question every fan base asks when their job is available.
What about the recruiting? And that is when anytime a head coach gets fired in a regular calendar, Matt, where the season, you have championship Saturday on like December 3rd or 4th. In a regular season, when you fire your coach the last week of November or the first week of December and you've got 2.5 weeks before signing day, even those fans, what about recruiting? For Auburn right now? You fired the guy 3 days before the early signing period, and Auburn's class, you know what Auburn is recruiting-wise. Matt, give me a 3-year run where they would land nationally.
8, 6, 9.
There you go. All right. So they live in the 8, 9, 10 area. That's normally an Auburn class. That's not where this class was probably headed, but I will put that to the side. I don't care where Auburn's class was already ranked. I have been asked whether text message, face-to-face, what about recruiting? My response, what about it? What about it? Because it's not recruiting, it's recruiting in this one class. And lucky enough that Auburn is a school, every school I think has a number of kids in that state. Some of them actually play football good enough to play in the SEC, but every school, every state has kids that grow up. I want to go to Georgia Tech since I was 4 years old. I want to go to South Florida. I want to go to Auburn. I want to go to Mississippi State. I've just grown up always wanting to go there. So Auburn, they'll fill out a class, and if they make the right hire, you know what Lane Kiffin did last year with recruiting? He had probably like 24 scholarships available, I think. He only signed like 16 kids. He said, it's a late start. I don't want to just start handing out scholarships. I'd rather have a big class next year. Maybe you have that. When you look at returning starters, whatever. Even if none of that was true, and Auburn they were Vanderbilt, 0-10 and losing all their good players and a complete start from scratch, I still don't care about one recruiting class. Programs that are trying to stomp out the fire of one recruiting class, you wind up like Tennessee. They panicked and hired Derek Dooley what about recruiting this year? Matt, that was January 15th, 2010. It is a full 10 and a half, almost 11 years later. There is still a tinge of the Dooley dysfunction affecting Tennessee a decade later.
I'm glad you referenced them because that's who I was thinking, because it also falls in line with the fear that you'll get from some fans and fan bases of recruiting and what if we don't get the next coach right. Never get paralyzed by those two things as a college program, again, with big expectations. It's what I said yesterday to the Georgia fan. Don't lower your expectation. You're Georgia. I would say the same to Auburn. F1 recruiting class, and I know
thank you.
Compared to the big picture of getting the coach right and not settling for what you have. So let's say they keep Gus for the sake of the recruiting class. You're spinning your wheels at that point because I would argue, well, what is he doing that makes you so happy with that recruit or that recruiting class or that 8th or 9th ranked group? Maybe this year, with the new coach, because he's going to be behind the 8 ball, maybe you finish 16th. But maybe you get the coach more right. and maybe he does more with the players, and then the next go around, you get right back on track with your recruiting. Those two things are never the reason to stay where you are with your coach, ever.
No, and with Gus, Matt, you remember last week, we were talking about this scenario, and the way I summed it up is I was not nearly as surprised as everybody who was texting and calling on Sunday, but I also wasn't expecting it to happen. I knew it was a possibility, and Gus was hanging on by a thread, and then he had a horrible offensive performance on Saturday. I was like, all right, that could happen. But I don't think it will. If they get the right coach in, and the right coach, whatever his system is and who he brings and everything, you're right. They'll make do. Okay, they'll get through the 2021 season. If Gus had been brought back last week when we were talking about this, do you remember when I said after the 2013 season where they go 12-1 and head out to Pasadena to play Florida State and they're 13 seconds away from a natty? From that point forward, I remember I went through every year. I was like 4 losses, 4 losses, 4 losses, 5 losses, 4 losses, 5 losses. Every season since they played for the national championship, they've lost at least 4 games. So what were you really risking? It's not like you were teetering on the edge of a dynasty.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're getting those recruiting classes, and what are they equaling?
9-4.
So I would ask the question, too, of when did Auburn make this decision, or when was it really in doubt? Because you don't, and I've said the NFL is the same way. If you're doing this based on, you said they had a bad offensive performance, they had made the decision already. That just made it even easier for them.
It's 3-3 at half, and it was awful.
Yeah, you don't base the. I hope.
You're right.
I hope you don't base these things on one game or a 3 game. This is what you just said: 4 loss, 4 loss, 4 loss. We're not getting to a point. We're not advancing. We're in neutral. That's where you make your decision.
There was actually a play.
You hire Dan Quinn. Welcome to Auburn.
Don't wish that on me.
He'll love cheeseburger.
They deal out happiness. Matt, for a quarterback to avoid intentional grounding, he has to get the ball past the line of scrimmage. But what's the other requirement? Has to get outside the tackle box, right?
Sure.
Okay. There was a play the other night. Bo exited the tackle box. Both sides of the tackle. Like he exited past the left tackle and then started scrambling. He scrambled all the way out the right side of the tackle box. On the same play, he exited the tackle box twice and then threw the football. And it was just a runaround night. It's been a runaround season. It's been a runaround 2-year career for Bo at this point. And so it's not working on offense in particular. Then what are you doing here? Because we hired you for that side of the ball. Kevin Steele's got the defense playing as well as he can. By the way, he's an actual candidate.
Oh, really?
He's as of
just think of the shirts you have with Dan Quinn, though. Think of the shirts and the slogans, and we could have a lot of fun in that locker
we
room.
are throwing him a bone.
I like how
because
you're talking right now.
You've got, the War Eagle thing, and he's already got those T-shirts he likes with the
I'm just saying,
Trans Am logo
no
on.
question.
Yeah.
This is hand in a glove. What a fit this could be. Don't write it off just yet.
Coach Bro.
Just something to consider. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk to a Camp Twin Lakes family to find out how their lives have been impacted by one of the more amazing places on earth, and sadly, impacted by not being able to go to that camp this past summer because #2020. We'll find that out. Plus, more of you folks, please pick up the phone. 404-231-9887. Again, 404-231-9887. You can make your donation there for our Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon presented by Taco Mac. You can go online to 680thefan.com/camp to make your donation now.
I think about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little. It showed me what independent is a little more.
Okay.
Higher, can you do it a little higher?
What's that?
Can you do it higher?
Higher?
Yeah, like that.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna see you down there, buddy. Am I good? Nice. All right, Ben, you're up, buddy. All right, how you want to get in?
So I graduate in May of 2019. I'm going to be in the first graduating class of Notre Dame Academy, which is going to be great. Can't wait next year. And I'm going to be the first Catholic woman deacon ever.
That's amazing. I think you would definitely make a great deacon.
I'm very, very excited. Ever since I started, I've been so excited to be an LIT and a counselor. I already kind of feel like a role model because I've been coming for so long. So it won't really be, different for me. So I'm really excited to just kind of be that role model figure for the little kids.
This has been a momentous occasion for our family, just for the therapy aspect, because my children are very shy for the most part, and they really don't welcome just being able to strangers and things like that. They just always been really secluded, and so they just really opened up out here in the wilderness, and to them this is the wilderness, so but we've really just embrace everything, the entire experience of it all. For my daughter, she suffers from depression a lot, and so her particularly, she has basically opened up a lot since she's been here. She's come out of the cabin where she doesn't want to just stay in the cabin now. She just actually wants to explore the campgrounds, and so to me that was a huge step. So for me to just see that little piece of progress, I'm just like, I'm floored by it.
I am going at Camp Twin Lakes and Winder at Wetwood. Not at Wetwood, but in Winder at Fort Yago. And it is really amazing. Right behind me, you can see the rock wall. And I really love this weekend at camp because I got to really enjoy some quality time with my mom, since my brother and my dad couldn't come because they were too chicken to join. So it's just a girls' weekend, and honestly, Corona. Honestly, I was actually kind of sad when I was actually kind of devastated when I found that we couldn't go to camp in the spring. So honestly, this weekend is amazing. I'm loving every second of it, and I just climbed the rock wall. A couple seconds ago, I was a little scared because, I might be a little afraid of heights. So honestly, camp has really gotten the best of me. Honestly, I got to make new friends, see some familiar faces, even have some fun things to do. Also, like, don't forget to drive a like on this video and subscribe. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is B. Russell. I love camp so much. Let me just start by saying that. I've been coming to camp since I was 9 years old. I started at Camp Kudzu. I came about 8 months after I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. Didn't know anyone with diabetes, and I just felt so lost. And when I came to camp for the first time, it was like coming home. For real. That's the way that I say it to everybody. Camp is my home, and it's been my home since 2009. I've met so many amazing people here, so many amazing diabetics that I still like. We talk to on a daily basis. My 4 best friends in the entire world are from here. And then after being a camper for that long, I decided I wanted to be staff at Kudzu, which was amazing. And then I took the step further to become staff at CTL, which has been an incredible experience, and I'm so excited to continue working here these weekends and hopefully next summer. So, like I said, camp is my home. It's where I grew up. It's made me who I am today, and I don't think I could do diabetes without Camp Kudzu. I don't think I could do life without Camp Twin Lakes. And I'm so, so grateful for this experience.
It's all happening today thanks to Taco Mac for presenting our 680 The Fan Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon. Online, make that donation at 680thefan.com/camp. You'll see all the incentive items. You give, you receive. Not to mention, you can call 404-231-9887. I do want to thank Michelle Bevan, I hope I got that name right. She wanted to shout out the Camp Twin Lakes development team for all the great work they do. And we should say that staff, that whole crew, the hard work they put in from the counselors to the folks behind the scenes to everybody that makes Camp Twin Lakes one of the great destinations for these kids who want to enjoy a week at camp. They deserve nothing but a round of applause constantly. So good for those folks. And our goal here today, even in these likely circumstances that 2020 has presented, is we want to send 2021's kids to camp, as many of them as possible. So that means meals, that means, lodging, that means activities, all the things that go into giving them that great week of camp is what we're trying to do with raising the money today.
Yeah, I got a tweet here, Matt, from, this is from MadMatt200220023M.
Wow, thank you for
that. Oh, no, that's 23 minutes. All right, never mind.
Very good.
Brady is undefeated versus Atlanta, Dallas, Minnesota, Tampa, and technically New England.
So we were mentioning that Tom Brady's 5-0 in the regular season against the Falcons. He's 1-0 in a super playoff game.
He started in the league for almost 2 decades. He's undefeated versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams.
You do understand what he's done makes no sense.
Yeah.
On so many levels. Mm-hmm. From his beginnings of a 6th-round draft pick as this sort of skinny, tall, okay prospect out of Michigan that was
and if Mo
on
Lewis
nobody's board.
Doesn't almost murder Drew Bledsoe,
it might never happen.
Ever.
But even if it does happen, Mo murders Drew, Tom gets his chance. But to be this is just pure silly. Like, he's thrown 30 touchdowns as a 43-year-old. Tampa's 8-5. They're not
a new coach. With a new coach.
They're not a Super Bowl team. Doesn't mean they can't make some surprising. They're not a Super Bowl team. But from where they were a year ago with the Jameis turnover fest to where they are, Tom legitimized them. And I know we've had some fun with my whole Bill Belichick theory to the Falcons. The Falcons need to be legitimized. Like, the Godfather was Tom Brady coming to Tampa and saying, kiss the ring. That would be Belichick coming to this circus that has been the Atlanta Falcons of, coaches with slogans, just up and down, never consider. Like, he would be the Godfather saying, okay, now we got a sheriff in town. Just something to consider. Again, I don't know if the Falcons would have the gumption to call the Patriots to see if Bill would be available, but that would be the equivalent of Brady going to Tampa. We have one of the best giveaways I think this station has ever had. I know it's the hottest gift around this holiday season. 680 The Fan has partnered with Carriage Kia in Woodstock and Carriage Kia in Gainesville to give away 6 of the most sought-after Christmas items of 2020. I'm talking about the PlayStation 5. Good luck finding them anywhere else. 6 of these will be given away. To register to win a PlayStation 5, all you have to do is test drive a car from Carriage Kia or get an appraisal virtually or in person on your vehicle, and you do it by Monday, December 21st. Go to carriagekia.com to register to win a PlayStation 5 from Carriage Kia. It's just that easy. Saturday, I do like the layout for us. Now, usually we're in that dead quiet period of college football. Bowl games are just about to crank up in normal years. We're 2 weeks removed from what would have been the championship Saturday. But we get a noon Big Ten championship where we believe Ohio State will handle Northwestern. But you go noon with that game. The 4 o'clock kick with Clemson and Notre Dame rolling right into your 8 o'clock with Alabama and Florida, and mixed in between some makeup games, some other conference championship Saturday games. It's a really good Saturday of college football, and it otherwise would be empty like Saturday building into the bowl season in normal time.
Yeah, after the ACC set their matchup and we knew they weren't going to play, I assume the rankings will stay the same. It was 2 versus 3 in the ACC title, not the SEC, 2 versus 3 in the ACC title game. And then the eventual national champion. That's what I think. Nobody's beaten Alabama. What is the Ohio State number? I think I saw was 20 or 20 and a half maybe. And if Alabama is 17, I think that's the number.
Would you see 20 and a half?
I think that's it. Is it up? Is it higher? And so the Alabama number is at 17 right now. So
Bama right now, Ohio State's 19 and a half. Bama right now is 17 and a half.
Okay, how close is Northwestern to Florida? Because my answer is not.
Clemson is 10 and a half on Notre Dame. I love laying those points.
So
you have ESPN 20 and a half for Bama, okay. Or for Ohio State, excuse me.
And so you're comparing those numbers, and I know it's the public and who they're going to lay their money down on. I wonder about the prospective line for an Alabama-Ohio State game. That's got to be somewhere in like the 6.5 range. Now, imagine an outstanding team like the Buckeyes, and you're almost a touchdown dog.
I made a public service announcement on the Daily 10 on the podcast that I do every morning that drops at 10 a.m. And I know it will go on deaf ears, but don't worry about the seedings. Like when they finally come out after the Saturday championship games, more important to the committee is to avoid a rematch. So if Notre Dame is the 4 and Clemson and Ohio State in whatever order are 2 and 3, just know that's to avoid a rematch in any of the. You can't have Clemson Notre Dame playing again. So you're going to have Notre Dame as the 4, Bama as the 1. My guess is Clemson the 2 if they win the ACC title game, and Ohio State the 3. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah, that won't matter except for what color jersey you wear.
Exactly. The 2 and the 3 is
Bama,
meaningless.
they get to be close to home.
And
which
that's
is,
1 is the only one that matters really in this. I mean, think about it. The 1 seed, they get the closer game. That's the Sugar Bowl. What's the difference?
Actually, excuse me, they get the choice.
In which my guess will be the Sugar Bowl. So then what's the difference if Ohio State wears the road jersey of the home or Clemson the same way when they play in the Rose Bowl? Like it doesn't matter.
Just don't grab my junk this time.
But you do know.
That did happen. Remember out in the desert. Just stay away from me.
There will be, though, some ridiculous. How can Notre Dame be behind Clemson and Ohio State? It's because of the seeding and because of the matchups. They just have to play with that for a minute. Numbers are in from last night's Ravens-Browns game, which I don't know how much Atlanta cares about the game, but that was 3 hours of fun. You know, I said a day ago, the Falcons are bad and boring. Last night's game with the Ravens and Browns was
fun.
That was 3 hours of like back and forth and scoring and Lamar and Baker.
If the Ravens get into the playoffs, which right now they'd be maybe the last seed.
They're tied right now for that final playoffs, but how fun would that be?
If they get in, they could go on a run.
They could. That would be Steelers and Ravens in round 1.
Oh, that's blood sport, man. That's one of the best rivalries in the league.
I told you, these playoff matchups are going to be just delicious. But last night, so the game did 12.4 million viewers, up 5% from last year, which is actually, somebody said 9% up from a year ago, which is a nice jump. But like that's Monday night ESPN to get that game. It felt big. Browns were sitting on a 9-3 record. Ravens were fighting for their playoff lives. I was hoping for overtime. The only thing that was missing was Justin Tucker missing the 55-yard field goal to send it in overtime. It was great. So we had that last night, and I think the NFL playoffs can kind of set up the same way. Let me just double-check this. So Pittsburgh right now would be the 2. Kansas City would get the bye, and right now Miami has the edge over Baltimore. So they're both 8-5, but Miami would get the final spot. Ravens are also 8-5, so they're in position that they can get there. Cleveland's 9-4, Indy's 9-4. That's a loaded AFC. That's really good.
What is the idea about the job that Flores is doing? Because I haven't heard. I heard talk about Tua. I've heard talk about that defense.
Defense is really good. Tua was
but
okay.
None of it gets laid on him.
On Flores?
Yeah.
I think down there they recognized it. He right now has sort of separated himself in the very short time he's been there, 2 years, of all the failures of Belichick assistants, and Flores looks like the real deal, albeit in a short amount of time. They love him down there. I mean, remember we did a topic on the show about 2 years ago where I said I'd much rather be the Dolphins than the Falcons, and a lot of people looked at me and went, "Are you serious?" And the reason at the time was all the draft picks, all the salary cap space. They were bringing in a new head coach. I mean, there was an owner who was very Arthur Blank-like.
After they had said Tunsil and like Jarvis Landry, a lot of people who were up for big deals are like, nope, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone.
They built that defense up now. Now they've got Tua. They're going to add more pieces around him. That's an organization that's one to watch over the next couple of years and could be in the playoffs this year. All right, coming up next, it's time for Sports in the Six. Yeah, it's happening. Some people are saying Chuck will hate this college football idea from Mark Richt.
No.
We'll ask him if he's saying that next.
I said about my first camp, I was asking for a lot of help, and then none of the campers around me were asking for help. So then that showed me, okay, I have to get out of the stage of asking for help. And it kind of put me towards the independent stage a little more. It showed me what independent is a little more.
We're rocking our way into the 6 o'clock hour with Chuck and Chernoff on the Fan. It's all brought to us by the Atlanta Painting Company. All a part of our 6-8 of the Fan, Camp Twin Lakes Holiday Radiothon, presented by our friends at Taco Mac. You can still make a donation right now at 404-231-9887. Again, 404-231-9887 as we try to send as many kids to camp